Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening to some of you. Good late night to some of you, because I see that we have a few people here from the UK right now, which is awesome to see, because news is for worldwide. It's not just for us. Uh, as we go through what we've experienced over these last few years, we've come to the understanding that all of us have been slaves to uh, these socialite, vindictive, petty, greedy bastards. And I'm going to refrain from using the B word for the women, uh, because half of them are men dressed up as women. So I don't even know what to call them. So, you know how that goes. We just got to kind of roll with the flow, I guess. As you guys can see from in chat, I've got some people who are coming to visit that are going to be here shortly. So I'm going to talk with you now. Um, oh, okay. We got my homeless guests that are staying up in the camper his AFib is acting up, so she's taking him into the hospital. Okay. All right. And they're going to leave the gate unlocked for you, Miss Mindersu. So you just reach in and unclasp the lock if they set it up that way. Yeah. So, got a lot going on here at the farm today. Miss Mindersu's on her way down to pick up one of the black puppies, to affectionately name Pepper, to go with Salty. And for those of you who don't know who Salty is, I'm going to show you here in a minute who Salty is. She picked out one of the beautiful white pups, and brought her home with them. And where is it? Newest pups. And I know I did a folder of them. Where the heck did I put them? I can never find anything when I actually need it. Because I just tend to have way too much stuff on my computer all the time. But the thing is that when it comes time, I want to make sure that I have as much documented information as possible when I sit down with people to show them what has really been going on, and a lot of times, people actually have a hard time with it, because of the fact that it's hard to accept the things that we see and are experiencing, but at the same time, we have to understand that they're kind of going through they're going through a change in themselves that is going to be difficult. So, we need to be able to sit down with them and show them everything and be able to explain it to them, so that's Pepper there at the food bowl. There's Pepper on the bed with one of the big dogs, or I'm sorry, Salty, taking up more space. You gotta love it. Look at that face. Look at who couldn't love that face. I mean, seriously, who could not love that face? Right? Yeah. And it's so cool to watch them all group together. And that's one of the things here at the farm is that I raise these guys so that they're around big dogs and little dogs all the time. So that whenever they get taken to their forever homes, that they get along, and I think that's way too important I do want to check something because I'm going to let you guys know that Nino did his interview with Dave this morning. And as soon as it is posted on Nino's Corner, I will be pulling it up and playing it. So we just gotta kind of be patient for that one to drop. We got Space Shot in the lineup. This is last night's evidence. Introduce evidence legally. We've talked about this a few times. As with with these court hearings and everything that and the indictments against Trump. And we've heard X22 kind of explain it, that basically Trump's not going to be the one on trial here. When we look at it justifiably, this is going to backfire on them in such a way that basically he's going to be putting them on trial. He's going to come forward with all the evidence, and we were notified in the Q post about. As a matter of fact, let me pull this up. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Where is my Q post? Oh, by the way, let's take a look at this one too. So you guys will notice that the clock changed again, right? Okay, this time it says 6 o'clock is dangerous. Green sky en route. We can feel you breathing. Nobody escapes this. Nobody. And there's 2 hours and 52 minutes left on that countdown. We will keep an eye on that to see what it comes up with next. Absolutely. Let's see. Where is my... Okay, there we go. Let's get this here. So let me type in the word evidence and see if I spell it correctly. Okay. Let's see here. That's seek and destroy. Evidence overwhelming. Knowing zero. Post narrative. With the amount of times that Schiff has been brought up in these posts, that's going to be a very, very hard tumble for him. So, okay. So here we go. So let me pull up this one, make it bigger. Okay. So the hunt is on. We already knew that. We've known that for the last couple of months now. The hunters have become the hunted. Okay. Did Mueller open the door to Ukraine? Absolutely did. Did Mueller open the door to FISA? Illegal. Absolutely did. How do you introduce evidence legally? Okay. And that is by introducing it in the court of law. Okay. Because once it's entered into the court record, at that point there, indictments can begin. Okay. Because of what is gonna, what's going to be revealed in those hearings. And, we really need to make sure that we have our voices out there. And again, enjoy the show. You notice how that always comes up. Enjoy the show. Okay. Because a lot of us understand that we are watching a movie. Okay. And it is a movie that has to play out. It doesn't have a choice. No matter how much we are suffering because of all the things going on, okay, we have to stay with it. Okay, we have to keep our heads. We have to keep learning more and more information, and drum it into our heads so that we can associate each thing that's going to happen and be able to present it to others, because, one of the mustard seed things is always been and always will be that we are not going to be the people of I told you so. Now, there are going to be some people that we want to say, I told you so. Okay. Absolutely. That's 100% fact. There's going to be some people that we want to say that to, but in all actuality, we have to ask ourselves, what would Jesus do? Well, I think about the time where Matthew showed up at Peter's home. Okay. Well, he was Simon at that time, at Simon Peter's home. Um, and, uh, and, and, uh, and Simon kept telling him, leave my house. You're filthy. You defile my home. And Jesus said to Matthew, he says, I don't know your name, but I know what you do. And Matthew replied to him that we would have to meet someplace where we were both welcomed. And that's when Jesus said to him, he says, hey, where's your home? I'd like to have supper with you. And everybody was looking at him saying, how dare you? Why would you dare go into the house of a tax collector of all things? But if he hadn't gone into the house of Matthew, we would not have the book of Matthew, the gospel according to Matthew. Okay. We would not have that available to us. Okay. And Matthew was per se, okay, Christ's scribe. Okay. Everything that happened after Matthew dictated word for word. Okay. He was the one there with Christ when Christ was preparing the Sermon on the Mountain. Okay. And when we think about these things, we don't look at them as what their positions were as apostles or disciples, whichever you want to call them. Okay. We don't look at it in that aspect. Well, we look at it as okay, he was one of Christ's followers, and we kind of leave it at that. But no, the relationship went a lot deeper than that. Matthew's ability to coordinate to Judas was in charge of the funding for Christ's ministry. Matthew was the scribe, and John, okay, who was Big James's brother, okay, was he was the one who put the books together. So basically he was the, I guess, publisher per se, because the publishers, proofreads and puts everything together in the order that they need to go into, and also expanded upon the story. Okay. Now, although all of the disciples had their own gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are the ones that most people are most familiar with. But there were many other books that were written, so we have to think about what their contribution to the ministry was. Okay. And, so, when it came time for Christ to go to Jerusalem, Simon, who was, the second Simon, okay, because at that point there, Simon was then called Peter, okay, who was a zealot, okay, who was a very strong religious zealot, met with Christ, okay, and believed in Christ, believed him to be the Son of God, even stated so that within minutes that Christ was the Messiah. Okay. And Christ then said to him, follow me. And he left the militant side of the Israeli nation. Okay. And, became a full-time follower. And there were a lot of things that surrounded that. Okay. Simon was with Christ at the time that Christ found out that John had been arrested, had even offered to go and free John, to grab all the zealots together and storm Herod's Antipas's castle and free John. But, Christ said to him, he says, John knew what he was getting into. He knows exactly what he's doing. They were both well aware from a very young age that what their sacrifice, each of them, what their sacrifice would be. Herod Antipas at one point had offered to free John and send him to Egypt, to exile him to Egypt. But then found out that his wife, who was his brother's wife, okay, who was still alive. So back in those days, you could not marry your brother's wife, but while your brother was alive. But if your brother died, in order to keep the name and to keep the spouse in the family instead of a separation, then Antipas could have married his brother's wife legally, okay, and under church law. But because John confronted him about that, and the zealots heard John confront him about that, the zealots turned on Herod Antipas and began attacking. And that's when John was arrested and thrown into prison, but he had already told Christ exactly what he was going to do. Okay. There were multiple times that they met, although it wasn't written in those scriptures. The other books tell us about these other meetings. Okay. And we get to learn so much more by looking into these other books, because, knowing that there are only 66 books in the Bible, but there were, hundreds more. And when I say hundreds more, I mean hundreds more. Okay. Because there were other prophets that had been eliminated from the Bible by the church because they gave a different opinion and a different outlook on what would be our end times. Okay. Now, a lot of the original scrolls and things were hidden by the Sanhedrin of those ages, so that the people could never learn about them and know what those prophecies were. That's why I really like the work that Melissa Redpill has done, is because the fact is she goes into the major prophecies from minor prophets. Okay, Jeremiah was not considered a major prophet, although the things that he did and said are actually coming to pass today. Okay, so much of this stuff has been hidden from everybody, and it's like and it's like looking. I know a few of you have started reading the Book of Jubilee. Okay, and that entire series that goes with that. I actually posted a link at one time in regards to the Book of Jubilee. Let me see. Let me pull this up real quick. Now, Christopher Glenn, spelled Glyn, okay, is probably one of the most let's see. There we go. Easy to listen to, I would say. Okay. And I'm going to drop his channel link into the copy and paste. Okay. And this is the link to his page. So as you can see here, he does the epistles of Paul. Okay. He does the Gospel of Nicodemus. Okay. Which nobody's even heard of before. Okay. He does the Book of Jubilee. He does the Book of Psalms. He does the Book of Revelation. He does the Book of Enoch, the Book of the Maccabees. Okay. The Apocrypha. Okay. He does all of them. The Book of Leviticus, so on and so forth. He basically does the entire King James Version. The first and second books of Adam and Eve. Okay. The Book of the Watchers, which is Book of Enoch, part 1. Okay. He's got Ezekiel. He's got there's a bunch of them. There's just so many of them that I couldn't even keep up with what he was putting out as quickly as he was. So the Book of Jasher is another one that we've been told to look into because that covers a lot of the minor prophets. It talks about the testaments of the 12 patriarchs. Okay. Just so many of them. Okay. That's, these are things that we should look into. No, it's spelled Glyn. He's a British guy. Tubla, you are correct, but not the entire book. I think that they only put in like half of the chapters of that book. They didn't put in the whole thing. But yes, there are some of them in the Catholic Bible. And the Maccabees were the ones who that led the first revolt, okay, against Rome. And they were, they gained freedom. They had freedom for about 25 to 28 years. And then the Romans came back again, this time 5 times stronger than they had ever been. So, but let's go ahead and get things started because Miss Mindersu is going to be pulling in my driveway here in a few minutes to come in and pick up her other puppy and hang out for a little bit. So I'm going to get the first video going, Space Shot. So introduce evidence legally. Very coveted topic at this time. Let's do. I'm gonna fast forward through this part here just so that we don't get in no trouble, because we don't want that to happen. God bless America. Great version of that too, by the way. I watched most of this morning because I knew I had company coming this afternoon. So incredible voice this woman has. Incredible.
Guys, are you new to investing and have savings you need to protect? Right now, with the Middle East war, the Ukraine war, and maybe Taiwan soon, you need a new playbook that's safe to avoid the frenzied panic of the unprepared. In crisis after crisis, gold has been there in the background, standing firm. Take control in the chaos. When fear reigns, gold protects the wise. Get a hold of gold now before it's out of reach. Noble Gold Investments is offering a free solid silver 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin with new IRAs this month. Shield your savings with a Noble Gold Investments IRA. Give them a visit over at spaceshot76gold.com. That's spaceshot76gold.com. You can also click the link in the description box below. Noble Gold Investments, the only company that I trust.
How is it going out there, my fellow world patriots? It is indeed Tuesday. Yeah, I think so. November 28th, 2023. Glad you guys could join us here. Hey, producer number 1, can we fix that little overlay right there? Click. Oh, thank you. I'm talking to myself, guys. I'm pretending like I have a producer, like some of these guys who came out of nowhere with huge followings. Producer number 2, have that story ready for me next. Okay. But yeah, that's that first song, guys. There, I was so moved by that. Jack Danger had posted that out. What a great rendition of "God Bless America" that was. Absolutely. She has some pipes on her, so Jack Danger had posted that out. So I appreciate that. Now, interestingly, just to give you guys a little heads up, Severe is moving back, or he's at least traveling to Florida early morning, so he will not be here. So it's going to be just me and you, ladies and gentlemen, for this evening, and we will have a fun time either way. But we will be back, of course, with Severe next week. But literally a minute before the show had popped on, probably why I was like 30 seconds or a minute late. my buddy Matt Couch had sent this over to me. Very interesting, guys. If you're not following Mr. Couch over here, lots of great information at Real Matt Couch there on X, Twitter. I mean, what do you call it, guys, out there, right? Oh, yeah, I re-truthed it. I retweeted it. I re-xed it. I don't even know what to call it. I just don't simply call it a retweet still, really. Don't really know what I can do at this point, but interesting. So remember, guys, what was his name? You guys remember his name, right? His name was Seth Rich. So this is very interesting, and this is today, and like I said, very, very recent in the last hour or so. FBI ordered to disclose information on Seth Rich's personal laptop, Seth Rich's work laptop, the DVD, and the tape drive within 14 days following this order by the federal judge in Texas. Huge shout out to Ty Clevenger, one of Matt's amazing attorneys and friends. Said he never wavered and has fought with me and others for the truth for almost a decade now. He says, "We love you, brother. Thanks for always fighting for the voiceless." He says, Eden, my amazing attorney as well, deserves a shout out. These two men are American heroes. Make sure you are following these two American badasses at Ty Clevenger and at Quainton Law. I know I should be following Mr. Clevenger here. Let's see. We'll get him a follow there. But yeah, it is further ordered that the government and Huddleston shall recommend to the court a timeline for the disclosure of information on Seth Rich's personal laptop, work laptop, DVD, tape drive, 14 days following the issuance of this memorandum, opinion, and order. It is so ordered. Amos L. Mazant. Very interesting, guys. So for those of you who may not know who Seth Rich is, he was a DNC staffer, DNC worker who everybody believes, myself included, that he was the person that took the information and did not send it out over the internet. They tried to say, oh, it was a hack. It was done over the internet. And we know Bill Binney, former of the NSA and per Q, a patriot of the utmost caliber, had tested this, and basically what they did was they did the fastest known routes between us and Europe, and basically they blew it out of the water. There was no way it was done that fast. The upload speed simply meant whoever did that hacking over at the DNC, the quote hacking, right, which it really wasn't a hack, it was simply a plug and play. Somebody put in a key fob or a memory stick and downloaded that. That was speeds commensurate with that. Now, one day, Seth Rich is walking home, maybe after a bar or something one night, but 3, 4 in the morning, and all of a sudden he's shot. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, a couple robbers, right? Well, they weren't really interested in his personal materials, so it seems like it was a hit job, right? And I know you guys probably all have your own ideas of who did what, but very interesting timing on this. So I was asking Matt, like, okay, so what are they going for here? Like, what's the goal that they're going to be doing here on this stuff? It says they're going to be looking for financials and communications from metadata between WikiLeaks. It says if they can prove he's the leaker, they're going to have some big problems for all the people that came after. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but Matt, all these other guys, a lot of these people got sued, and not only by individuals and groups, but like Seth Rich's family was not wanting anybody to talk about this stuff. It was very, very weird, right? Obviously, if your son gets killed with stuff, you would want the answer, I would think. But they were going out there like basically wanting things shut down. So the whole thing just stinks to high heaven. And then we talk about the WikiLeaks and helping Donald Trump get elected, and who was the source over there? Was it Roger Stone? Nope, it wasn't. We have the emails and DMs basically between WikiLeaks telling Roger Stone, stop saying that we're working with you, because we're not working with you. But we know that, and actually, you know what? I'm going to do this on the spot because literally, like I said, guys, Matt had literally texted me about a minute before the show started. Now, there's a video out there, which I'm going to show to you now, which is Julian Assange literally doing everything he can do to tell us that his source was Seth Rich without telling us his source was Seth Rich. So let me pop that on really quick. And here's another one. Somebody Somebody on X, this is another 3 or 4 minutes I wasted, that Rosalind Carter's funeral, apparently Julian Assange showed up. Or he didn't. So, yeah, he didn't. So I had to go through that one and, go mess with that one. Let me pop this one up while I'm looking for this other one. I can let you guys kind of look through this person's post, and it's just like, is everybody with white hair now, with a beard and white hair going to be considered Julian Assange? Let's see. So he says Comms Memorial. This is Wayne Tech SPFX or whatever. So I'll unblock the screen and I will look for this on the other screen. So I'll let you guys look. So this is what we saw Julian Assange looked like the last time we saw him, right? Before he went in, when he was getting dragged out, which, by the way, guys, if you remember, that looked very set up, the whole thing there when they dragged him into the van. And allegedly that's Julian Assange. Now think about it. Would that be about the dumbest thing you think you could do for comms? You're going to put him, remember, who is this? Bill Clinton right here? If that's Bill, that's probably Hillary. And didn't Hillary want him killed? So yeah, just kind of think about things like that. If I'm wrong about it, I will apologize, from here on out, but I doubt it. Let's see. So pulling up Seth Rich here, because this is important too, because yeah, here we go. Boom, nailed it. Let's pop this up here, guys. You tell me what you think
about the unimaginable.
You tell me what you think, guys, as far as his answering the questions here. Do you think he was leading towards the fact that he thought that Seth Rich was a contact, or not that he thought, but that Seth Rich was a contact? Listen to this.
Disastrous few weeks. If you look at the polls, he needs a miracle. In the American political lexicon, there's such a thing as the October surprise. The stuff that you're sitting on, is an October surprise in there? Do you even know what you're sitting on?
WikiLeaks never sits on material. Whistleblowers go to significant efforts to get us material, and often very significant risks. As a 27-year-old, works for the DNC, who was shot in the back, murdered just 2 weeks ago for unknown reasons as he was walking down the street in Washington. So
that was just a robbery, I believe, wasn't it?
No, there's no finding. So
what are you suggesting? What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that our sources take risks, and they become concerned to see things occurring like that.
But was he one of your sources then? I mean,
we don't comment on who our sources are.
But why make the suggestion about a young guy being shot in the streets of Washington?
Because we have to understand how high the stakes are in the United States, and that our sources are, our sources face serious risks. That's why they come to us, so we can protect their anonymity.
But it's quite something to suggest a murder. That's basically what you're doing.
Well, that others have suggested that. We are investigating to understand what happened in that situation with Seth Rich. I think it is a concerning situation. There's not a conclusion yet. We wouldn't be willing to state a conclusion, but we are concerned about it. And more importantly, a variety of WikiLeaks sources are concerned when that kind of thing happens.
So what do you think?
Democracy now, democracy now.
Get out of here. So what do you think? I mean, does he really need to go any further on it? He's like, yeah, the DNC staffer. Well, why'd you bring that up? Oh, just talking about things. And I mean, clearly, guys, we know who the source was, right? So this is going to be huge. So hopefully we can get some more clarity on this. And I'm starting to like, where we're going on this. And my buddy Matt Couch, I will definitely get you on, buddy. I'm going to just kind of make this a quicker show tonight. And I would definitely love to have my buddy Matt on and have a lot more time than I'm going to be able to do tonight. Did I just say be able to do tonight? Yeah, I sure did. But in any event, so what's going on out there, guys? We have some, you know what? Let's stay in the DC area for a second. I was going to go somewhere else, and this is what I'm saying, alleged, guys. Blue Time or Blue Tim 41 put this out today. I'm just kind of going over into the Isaac's army, I guess. So this is supposedly, this is why I say alleged, guys. If I can't verify who this person is and what their name is, not willing to put their name out, I will say though, and I know it's not him. The guy looks a lot like a drunk Peter Navarro, but I don't think that's him. But this guy is saying some things, some allegations about James Alefantis over there, guys. Remember, guy simply owned a pizza shop, one of the 50 most influential people in DC, allegedly a Rothschild, allegedly a pedophile, allegedly doesn't have a basement, but clearly through his own post on Instagram was bragging about how they make their own pasta sauce and this is where we put it, in the basement. Oh, wait, the basement that doesn't exist? Yeah, the internet's forever, guys. So again, I will preface this with saying I don't know who this guy is. This could be complete BS for all we know, and I'm just bringing it to you just for, I don't know, because it's interesting, especially what he's going to say. Now, there is a little curse language. I will try to maybe bleep that part out if I can.
Yeah, it's December 17th. It's 1 something in the afternoon here, and I'm with JB. JB's talking to us about who?
James Alefantis.
James Alefantis. Now JB went to St. Albans.
Went to St. Albans.
From DC, and he's got a story to tell. So let's hear it.
Restaurant for Carol Greenwood.
Yep.
Remember the day James Alefantis walked in the door and asked for a job?
Mm-hmm.
Carol's son, 11 years old at the time, a friend of mine caught James in the kitchen, and that person, his name's
Well, let's just say that he was doing something sexually with the 11-year-old kid.
person, his name's Dylan Greenwood, has since committed suicide. I think it was 2 years ago.
So now he's bringing in actual people's names. Dylan Greenwood, who actually, this is a guy who's staying, the person that was molested allegedly by Alefantis. Again, allegedly, I don't know, but he's bringing in the name of a person who said that that person later killed himself 2 years prior to this.
James is one of the dastardly worst person in the world. And yeah, they do bad things. They comment. There are underground rooms, all that stuff.
And you've seen that with your own eyes.
I've seen that with my own eyes.
So you've been below the floor of Comet.
It used to be the tie room.
The tie room before it was Comet.
Yes.
Yeah. Right by the zoo.
It's a little farther down from the zoo. It's more in
not that far. I mean,
it's Nebraska.
It's on Connecticut Avenue.
Nebraska and Connecticut.
Right.
Yep. But yeah, that's a fact. James Alefantis is a bad person to this day.
And you met him when he was applying for a job or something?
He was trying to get the manager job with Carol at that restaurant.
How did he get so much money? That guy.
Probably selling kids and trafficking kids.
And you've been below Comet Pizza. You've seen what it looks like.
I've seen rooms and I've seen tunnels that go other places, including underground to the other buildings. I think one was owned by like a Clinton Foundation or something across the street.
Yeah.
But the tunnels go all over there.
They say they go all to the White House, but I don't know.
I don't know if they go all the way to the White House, but that area in and of itself, if they go a mile in that area in any direction, they're hitting some spots.
Okay, man. Thanks for the information.
Yep.
It's nice to see.
So again, take it for what it's worth. You guys can do a little research on the kid, if he has any posts out there talking about any of this stuff. But would any of that be shocking to you guys? We know we've seen the postings, we've seen footage or heard footage of the shows where they're doing, transsexual shows and whatnot. And then, we hear some nasty, nasty recordings coming out of there also, all over a guy who owns a pizza shop. And remember, that crazy guy went there to shoot up the whole, shoot up the place, but allegedly only put a bullet inside of the hard drive there or whatever. Interesting stuff. This is pretty interesting too. If you guys remember C-Vine, right? They are the only people they're one of two groups of journalists that are allowed to cover the proceedings going on down in Gitmo, right? So when people say, oh, this is going on down in Gitmo, that's going on down in Gitmo, well, they're actually down there, they're not actually down there. They're actually remote from another military installation in Virginia somewhere, or DC, I believe Virginia, and they watch it remotely, but they are covering the material. Now, there's another group out there. If you guys remember, we did a video with Linda Forsyth of C-Vine talking about NewsGuard. And what they are is they're like the police of the internet, essentially. They go out there and they tell everybody, oh, Space Shot, he's got a 62%, accuracy rate and da-da-da-da. But then he goes to all the leftist and, Democrat leaning outlets, and it's like, oh yeah, 92%, and all the lefts are really rated good, and all the conservative stuff are obviously crappily rated, right? So Paul Sperry put this one out. Breaking FEC records show that NewsGuard CEO Stephen Brill and NewsGuard GC Cynthia Brill have donated a whopping $110,000 plus to Democrats while claiming NewsGuard is apolitical. NewsGuard hands out average 93% scores to liberal media sites and average 66% grades to conservative outlets. Yep. And this guy, Vinny, saying, yep, now we have the receipts too. Yeah. And, we had seen some back and forth with Linda, and she was looking for clarity on certain things. And all they were doing is looking to just basically bury us, right? Or our side. They don't want the truth coming out. And so what they're going to have to do is call anybody that's reporting news on our side bad, faulty, just negligent, whatever you want to call it. So pretty interesting how that stuff works, isn't it? And well, now they vote to Democrats, or they donate to Democrats. Isn't that interesting? What do you guys think is? Now I'm going to get into some President Trump stuff per the title, guys. How do you legally introduce stuff into a court case? We will be getting there. I'm just going to handle a cornucopia of information here quick. What would you guys think is the problem in Chicago? Why is Chicago like it is? Why are there so many shootings? Why is the city run like it is? It's because of the way that the Republicans run it, right, guys? Those Republicans in Chicago have been running the place to the ground for the last how many decades? All those Republicans in Chicago. You guys see what I'm doing here, right? Over and over repeating it. Just in, Colin Rugg, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson lashes out and blames, quote, right-wing extremists for Chicago's problems and says Republicans are mad that black people are free. You cannot make this stuff up, guys. The left always blames others for the problems they create instead of taking responsibility for the failed liberal policies. Johnson claims Chicago was, quote, targeted by Republicans. Let's listen. Rather than listen to the quote, you got to hear this ridiculousness for yourself. I hope that was tongue-in-cheek enough for you guys, right? Those crazy Republicans out there destroying Chicago for the last many decades, right? When's the last time they were run by Republicans?
Well, it has to be better coordination. What we've seen is a very raggedy form instituted by right-wing extremism. Everyone knows that the right-wing extremism in this country has targeted democratically ran cities. And quite frankly, they've been very intentional about going after democratically ran cities that are led by people of color. And their whole motivation is to create disruption and chaos, because that's what that particular party has been about. Right? This is the same political party that did not want to accept that President Obama was actually an American. It's the same Republican right-wing extremism that stormed the Capitol. It's the same right-wing extremism that refuses to accept the results of the Civil War. It's raggedy. It's disrespectful. It's mean-spirited. It's an unclean spirit, quite frankly. And so I got you. I just want to make sure that people understand what we're facing. That's why it's so important that the faith community is leaning in this moment. Well, it has to be better coordination.
It's the Republicans targeting the Democrat areas, guys. Can we just leave them alone, please? You don't need to highlight the gun issues, the multiple dozens of shootings every weekend, the murders every weekend. You guys need to just let them go, because you know what? If you ignore it and you don't bring light to it and you don't report on this stuff, by this guy's logic, apparently, what happens is they'll stop shooting each other. Everything will go back to being perfect, right? But no, it's the Republicans going after. How are we going after these Democrat zones? Talk about just passing the buck, just sweeping it under the rug, right? Take some friggin' initiative. take some blame and say, you know what, maybe we haven't been doing things right here. Maybe we can change this, and this. And I saw a couple comments out there. One of them was, yep, because of the gun-free zone, Bill 809. And no, Bill, I was not going after any white bearded people earlier. So I nothing against white bearded people. But no, I mean, and that doesn't help, right? It doesn't help that it's a gun-free zone, just like when they post, this is a gun-free zone all over schools. It's like, oh, some loser who, is all of a sudden wanting to go do something, they're going to choose an area that is a soft target, right? And if they knew that there were, hey, armed guard on premises, you think that same person's going to go rolling in there with a rifle? No way, right? There's no way they're going to do that. So we're creating these soft targets with these areas, but Chicago is it's another animal to itself. I mean, you literally have areas in Chicago that police don't want to even go down. It's like, how are you going to get things taken care of? What they need to do is flood those areas with police, right? If they're worried about getting shot or stabbed by somebody else or something like that when they go in there, then that's the area you need to be in the most. The areas that the cops are afraid to go into, you need to be flooding those areas and just posting up police left and right over there. Let's see. We'll do a little bit of January 6th, which this is going to piss you off, guys. But the truth is the truth, and we need to get it out. And unfortunately, nothing new, but we're getting more and more information, daily, weekly as we go here. So the Hodge twins have put this out, and let me unblock this for you guys. Producer 12, play this video. Hodge twins, the Capitol cops beat the hell out of innocent J6 protesters, and the videos are finally coming out. The cops should be charged, and the protesters should be freed. This is why the Uniparty didn't want the videos released. I mean, look at this poor guy right here. Gray hair guy getting just manhandled by this guy, getting elbows, while this psychopath goes nuts on this person over his shoulder here. I mean, look at this. Let me get this a little bigger for you guys. Look at this absolute psychopath right here. I mean, what's this guy in his 60s, 70s, maybe? Watch this. He's got this guy by the wrist. They're getting pushed into here. They're not really going any further. So if you notice the line where the citizens are versus the police, it's not like they're all of a sudden incrementally pushing. They're just stuck there. Like, they obviously got stuck there. The guy's not a big, strong guy. He's a little older, a little more frail. So he's kind of stuck in the position that he got shoved into. And what do these cops do? Here's what they do. Holding this guy. This guy's over here. Look at this guy. Whacking him with the flashlight in the back of the shoulder. How many times? Right? And then watch this freakazoid right here. This guy. And then this guy goes friggin' bananas right here. Put the helmet on. And they're spraying all this stuff in the back over everybody, right? Watch this. Boom. Elbow. Hit. I mean, they're not being pushed back, right? Your life's not in danger. Who is this guy poking? These people are not going anywhere. And by poking these people, well, I mean, I guess I should rephrase it. Does this guy think by poking this person, he's going to be able to force his way back into the crowd? They're obviously all pushed. This guy's putting his hands up like, listen, we're getting pushed this way here or whatever. We're stuck. And this idiot's just poking anything he can. Look, he just poked his own buddy's riot shield. Look at it. Right here. This idiot's out here. Yeah. Dirt. Pokes the guy's hand once with a flashlight and then pokes his own guy's riot shield. So these people, I'm fairly convinced that there were a group of these people, and I'm not saying that was these in particular, because I don't think that was them, but especially the people that were over near like Ashley Babbitt. You guys think those were cops? I want to see your guys' response on that. Maybe I'll pull up the everything wrong with the Capitol shooting in 20 minutes to show you the uniforms they were wearing, and I don't know, it just looks so fake and so BS. And then besides the fact, once Ashley Babbitt gets, quote, shot, what do? Oh, well, they bring her down the stairs, and she gets shot in the neck. Of course you want to bring somebody down the stairs head first, right? You want to bring the head down first, right? Because you want all that blood to go out the wound. Like, there's so many things that were messed up about this thing. And you have a lot of people, even the people I work with still, that are fully convinced that there was a bunch of, horrible Trump supporting, psychopaths that just wanted to tear up and kill everybody that was there. They really, truly believe this stuff, guys. It's bananas. Absolutely. All right. So moving on to a little comedian, but not really funny. United Nations, guys, going to have you guys stop eating so much meat. What do you think? You want to stop eating meat or as much meat? I would say, how about no? I'll eat what we like. And I think Rob Schneider says the same thing. He says the United Nations set to call America to reduce its meat consumption. He says, I will now double up and eat twice as much grass-fed meat. The UN doesn't tell Americans how to live or what to eat. I mean, and this is on the ass end of what? How many different facilities burning down, food processing plants, and how many different farms over the last couple of years? How many of these places have just exploded, got caught on fire, no longer in service? But hey, the United Nations doesn't want us to eat more meat either, guys, because, because of climate change. You know how that stuff goes, right? Unfreaking real. So, you guys are gonna love this one. So BLM, guys, is there a possibility BLM is actually can be good? Because I mean the theory, Black Lives Matter is, but when the things that they've done put into practice have not been great. But I gotta say, I like this interview, guys. Another Colin Rugg click here on Twitter, but this is a video of Lawrence on Fox News talking with the BLM founder of Rhode Island, guys. You are gonna absolutely love this. So I'm going to tack this on with, remember Michael Rappaport? He was saying pig dick Donald Trump, I'm sorry. Voting for pig dick Donald Trump is on the table. I'm sorry. I'll break your heart. Right? So that guy who calls Trump every name under the book, who can't stand Trump, is saying if things don't get better, voting for Trump is on the table. Boom. Huge win. That's exactly what we've been waiting for. What else have we been waiting for? Exactly what I'm about to show you right here. Listen to this loveliness.
Black Lives Matter Rhode Island, Mark Fisher. Mark, thanks so much for joining the program. This is my favorite story of the day because it identifies with what I've seen in the barbershop. All the brothers, for some reason right now, are turning tides right now. And I just wonder, what is the big reason?
I think personally, it's the duplicity of the Democrats, the hypocrisy. We're not stupid. The brothers are not stupid. We understand when someone's for us and when someone is not. And it's obvious that the Democratic Party is not for us.
Does my accent sound like this, guys? Just wondering, by the way. Is that how I talk? Because he is a fellow Rhode Islander. Just wondering.
Yeah, I can't.
Their policies actually strike at the heart of the Black family and the nuclear family.
Yeah, so, you were a part of Black Lives Matter. You founded it there. And now you're saying, you're not saying the entire Republican Party. You're saying Donald Trump. So what is it about Donald Trump? Is it the economics? You noted the Black family. What is it going to take for him to shore up this support amongst Black voters?
Well, I just think that it's going to take information. A lot of people are misinformed. They don't really understand because they don't educate themselves on Donald Trump as a person and his history. But if they do that, and it's going to take, leaders, educated leaders, getting the word out there, I think that it'll happen on its own and it'll be organic because personally, I love the man. I mean, how could you not like if a real man? How could you not relate to someone like that?
Yeah, he watches every morning, so I'm sure he's cheering as you're saying this. We looked at some of the polls for Trump over Biden in the battleground states. In 2020, it was 8%. Now in 2023, he has 22%. And that's just not Black men. So the election is right around the corner. If you had the opportunity to talk to the former president, I'm sure he's watching right now, what would you tell him?
Call me on my cell phone, man. I'll stop for Trump.
Mark, I'm fascinated by you. Why did you end up leaving Black Lives Matter? Or are you still affiliated with it?
No. I'm still affiliated with it. all day. Because the thing about it is, my message that I preach and that I tout is unity. It's a message of unity. It's unity driven. I want to bring together all the marginalized groups from the margins and bring them to the center, because we're stronger together as a one nation under indivisible under God.
Yeah. Mark Fisher, I think all Americans can go with a message of unity. We thank you so much for coming on the program. I hope you'll come back.
Oh, he will come back and update you. What do you think of that, guys? BLM founder. I think about this 2 years ago, right? Because this is the state of Rhode Island here where I live, guys. It's also on that list of like the updated prices for the electricity, how certain states are just going crazy with the electricity prices and stuff. So heavily liberal over here. So it's almost thinking like California. Like, would you have thought 2 years ago, I won't even say like BLM Rhode Island, but would you ever think of BLM California or almost BLM Chicago? Would any of these people think of voting for Trump? Would you ever thought this guy would even think for voting for Trump 2 years ago? Nope. No way, shape, and form, guys. No way in hell.
Okay, real quick, I want to point out, okay, this guy was not the founder of the whole BLM movement, okay? He was only the founder of the BLM in Rhode Island, okay? The smallest state in our country, okay? Basically, if you drive from Connecticut to Massachusetts, you're through Rhode Island in about 20 minutes. That's how small it is. Okay. You know, so it's you know, we have to remember this guy is not the leader of and the founder of the whole BLM. Okay. The three witches were the founders of BLM. Okay. And we know that the majority of BLM definitely fell underneath their spell, but a lot of them fell off the wagon. Okay. When those three witches all bought $1 million homes. Okay. And I mean multi-million-dollar homes, have full full security details, everything all the way down the line. Hey Craig, how you doing, brother? Good to see you. And Lord Spike, good to see you in chat too. Sorry, I didn't see you guys when you guys first came in. But you have to remember though, okay, that he's not the founder of all BLM. Okay. So I have a feeling what we're going to see is branch by branch. Okay. These limbs are going to start falling off of BLM and start becoming more Americanized. Okay. Now, that doesn't say that all of them are going to do that, but I have the sneaking suspicion that a large number of them are going to end up leaving that movement and beginning something else where they're still looking for, you know, black voters' rights. And I think that everybody can agree with me that there has been a disenfranchisement. Okay. You know, that they've always experienced, you know, immediately after slavery. But the thing is that, you know, everybody's coming at it with only blacks were slaves. That's not true. The majority of slaves in the United States, okay, up until the end of the Civil War, okay, the majority of them were white. Yeah, there's a bell going off in your head saying, what? No way. Yeah. Do you want to know who the largest owner of, or what color the largest owner of slaves in the United States was? A black man. Okay. It was a black man who introduced slavery as was experienced in that period of time. Okay. It was a black man who brought white slaves here from Europe. Okay. They brought Irishmen, Englishmen, whoever they caught. Okay. Anybody who traveled the Barbary Coast had the potential of becoming a slave. Okay. Just no ands, ifs, or buts about it. Okay. And, it's important for people to understand that they're, if they want to talk about reparations, you can't just say that the black man's the only one who deserves reparations. Okay. It should be the white people too. Okay. The ancestors of those who were slaves. But, the idea of it was that at the end of the period of slavery, okay, the blacks continued to have a hard time being able to assimilate into the country, where the whites, found it easy to find jobs, everything else, and and to be able to buy land and all that. The sharecroppers, of old. Okay, so the sharecroppers were not just black men; they were white men too. Okay, well, Jeffrey, it's I agree with you. Slavery goes back to biblical times. However, the introduction to slavery in the United States, started in the 1600s, not the 1700s. Okay. And yeah, there you go. Starsky, you just said it outright. He says, heck, I'm still a slave. Don't you know? Don't you know? Okay. So I'm going to make a comment, and some people are going to be like, no way, that's not possible. There is not a man or a woman alive. Okay. There is not a man or a woman alive that knows what true freedom is. Okay. We've been sold a bill of goods as to a perception of freedom, but we do not, in fact, know what true freedom is. But you better get ready, and you better be knowledgeable and prepared, because the opportunity is coming for true freedom worldwide. Okay. And people need to wake up to it. Okay. It's either that, or it's going to be a whole bunch of exodus, okay, type mentality. Okay. People say, okay, why did the Jews have to wander in, or the Israelites have to wander in the desert for 40 years? Well, number one, 10 times God showed them, okay, 10 times God showed them the wonders that he can fulfill, okay, and 10 times, okay, the Israelites turned their backs on them and started praising false idols, everything else. They made the golden calves and things like that. Okay, so and then when God delivered them to the chosen land, okay, to the promised land, okay, 11 men or 13 men from 12 men, one of each of the tribes, okay, and Joshua, okay, who was Moses's right-hand man, the stone carver, okay, went into the promised land, okay, to basically to scout it out, okay, and they came back to Moses to report, and Joshua was the only one who said, let's take the land of Canaan now. Let's take Pakistan or Palestine now. Let's take it. Okay. And the each of the 12 tribes, okay, said no, that they're too powerful. We cannot defeat them. They didn't believe that God would help them to conquer the land. Okay. So all of the men, okay, in outside of Moses, Aaron, and Joshua, okay, said to go and take the land, and all the other men said no, that they wouldn't do it. Okay, that they were too afraid. Okay, that's slave mentality. They had not yet become an army. Okay, Stockholm syndrome. Okay, they begged all the way up until the point that they came to the border of the promised land. Okay, they all the way up until that point, they kept saying, please let us go back to Egypt and live right. and live under Egypt. He said, we won't starve. We won't, all these things won't happen to us. Okay. God had other plans. Okay. So what he said is, not one of your men will step foot into that promised land. And all of the men that refused to go had to die before their children could be delivered to the promised land. So those children grew up knowing that, grew up believing, okay, because as a child, our eyes are wide open. We see many things, okay, that adults do not, okay. And so the adults were hateful and spiteful and everything else, but Moses kept teaching the children. Joshua kept teaching the children. Aaron kept teaching the children. Okay. And so when it came time that all those men had passed, okay, at that time, okay, Moses, Aaron, and his sister and Joshua, okay, they were the oldest of the tribe, men. They were the old, and except for the sister. Okay. Now, Aaron was not allowed, was not allowed to enter. So he died just before they arrived to the promised land. Miriam, who was Moses' sister, okay, she died one day away from from being able to see the promised land. Okay. But she wasn't going to be able to enter it. Okay. And Moses, because Moses went against God and did not wait for God to release the water from the rock. Okay. And Moses took the staff that God had bequeathed to him in to begin with. Okay. And shattered the stone. And because he didn't wait for God, God said, guess what? You ain't getting to enter either. So Joshua is going to be the one to lead all the Israelites into there. Okay. There'll be grandmothers. Okay. And there'll be moms, but there are no dads. Okay. So these children grew up. Okay. And, they had already wandered for 10 years. Okay. So they were 30 to 40 years old when they entered into the land of Canaan. Okay. Which is known as Palestine. Okay. Canaan was only a small section of Palestine. Okay. And, and so Joshua brought him in there, and then they started taking the land piece by piece by piece. No different than what you're seeing right now. The difference is it was those who were exiled forever by God and curses were placed upon them, okay, that are ruling over the actual good Israelites, the Hebrews, the Hasidic Jews, so on and so forth. Okay. And the Khazarians are the ones who are running it. Okay. Now, once the Khazarians are gone, I think that what we will see between Israel and Palestine is a pure peace, is a true peace, a peace where, the gates are opened, the barbed wire is removed, the big walls of stone, the guard towers, okay, the patrols, military patrols that travel throughout the country to make sure that these people stay within the confines of Gaza or of the West Bank. Okay. And, so boy, I think I'm on a rant, guys. I don't get it. But either which way, okay, we went a long ways away. The slave mentality, the Stockholm syndrome, okay, are what we're going to see happening as more and more of this truth comes out. The more and more of this that's revealed, the more Stockholm syndrome we're going to see from our brothers and our sisters in our community, okay, and it's also going to see the same type of thing in the UK, in Ireland, everywhere, worldwide. The Stockholm syndrome. People are going to want to go back to that system because it was controlled. It was, you know, there was like a full seizure or of all their powerful people. Okay. And they're going to want some of those powerful people back in order to tell them what to do. How do we do this? How do we do this? How do we do this? No, that's where we come in. Okay. This is where we teach them everything. Okay. And we take that Stockholm syndrome totally away from them. And then all of a sudden, there is no Antifa. There is no BLM. Okay. There is no KKK. There is no hate groups worldwide. There is no Nazis. We're going to be one people. And you want to know what? We're going to be okay with that. Okay. We're going to be okay with that. Giving freely of ourselves is going to rain blessings on us and those around us. Okay. And God is going to heal our land. He's going to do it. Okay. Because it's not just the people that need the healing. The land needs the healing too. So that we can rebuild without all of this evil around us. And what we build, no man shall be able to asunder it. They won't be able to shatter it. They won't be able to spread it out. They're not going to weaken it. Our belief in that, okay, is what is going to rebuild this country. Okay. It cannot be I told you so. Now, after a couple of years, after everybody's, we got things good and everything else, and we're out at the bar and, everybody's having a drink or whatever. And somebody says, I can't believe in it. And you can look at them then and say, hey, I told you so. Okay. But you're not going to be doing it in meanness or in spite because of the way that they've treated you now. Okay. You're not going to, it's going to be, hey, we got all this rebuilt. Look at what we've done, and there's a joy and a happiness because that's what God wants us to share with him. He wants us to share joy, happiness, and love. Okay. That's what he wants. He wants our hearts. He doesn't care about our minds and our bodies. Okay. He wants our hearts. That's all he asks for is our hearts. And if they are his, then, this is going to be an amazing, amazing journey. And honestly, I can't wait to take this journey with all of you. I really can't. I'm tired of all of this. Okay. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of struggling. Okay. I'm tired of hurting and worrying and wondering what's going to happen next. I'm tired of that too. But you want to know what? My faith in him is what is going to see me through it. And if you stick with me, he will help you through it too. He's gonna. You have to believe. You have to believe that it is going to be better than it ever was before. And it ain't going to be some build back better. It's going to be built back right. And I don't mean the right or the left. Okay. I mean right. It's going to be done proper. And at the same time, the word of God is going to spread like wildfire. We're going to see the biggest revival ever in the United States worldwide. It's going to be worldwide. And nothing is going to stop it. Nothing can stop what is coming. Let's be ready for that. Back to the show.
Nope. Interesting one. I got a couple very interesting ones from Wheezy here, and then the next one after this one, we're gonna start getting into some Trump. Excuse me, some Trump after this one. The next one's from. No, let me make sure here. Yep, the next one is from Debbie. One's from Debbie, one's from Wheezy. The next two, I forget which one. Can we do a half hour? Video shows top Pentagon official arrested in human trafficking sting. Whoopsie daisy. You didn't want the full hour, guys. You know what that means. Investigators in Coweta County have released new video of the human trafficking sting, which saw the arrest of a top Department of Defense administrator for allegedly soliciting sex. The undercover operation busted 26 people, including 64-year-old Stephen Hovanek of Sharpsburg. He was the chief of staff for the Department of Defense Education Activity, DODEA, Americas, overseeing the education of thousands of military-dependent children. Nice. Let's see if we can get a little clicky on here. We got a commercial.
When you or your family.
Always a commercial. The thing I don't like, though, guys, if you've noticed this, it's like every prostitution or, similar case is now labeled trafficking. And it's like the guy was getting a hooker, it seems like. Unless that girl was, underage or she was illegally trafficked, I don't know.
Night of that Coweta County human trafficking sting in which a top Defense Department administrator was arrested for allegedly soliciting sex.
All right, sorry for stopping the video, guys, and pardon my bashfulness here, but I've never never paid for sex, and I've never met a hooker for sex. But is that something you normally would do? You would walk in and shake the hooker's hand? I don't know. It just struck me as really weird.
Doug Evans has sting in which a top Defense Department
hello, gonna have sex? Oh yeah, Jim, nice to meet you.
A top Defense Department administrator.
Yeah, your head's gonna be in my lap later.
For allegedly soliciting sex. Fox 5's Doug Evans has more on the story tonight.
The Coweta County Sheriff's Office released their motel video of Stephen Hovanek and an undercover officer during a human trafficking sting November 15th. During his arrest, he claimed that he was at the hotel to get a massage. Deputies say his interaction with the undercover officer raises questions about that claim.
So what's up? It's by the way. Hey, nice to meet you. How you doing? Beautiful. Thank you. I answered yourself. Beautiful. Nice shower before I got here. I appreciate it. I'm coming here showered.
Hovanek has been identified as the chief of staff for all military schools in the U.S. and oversees the education of thousands of military-dependent children. He's 64 years old and lives in Sharpsburg, according to his arrest report.
So, that should be fine, but I'm just going to let you know I don't play with full day. That's it. That's it. Okay. I think that's it. I'm saying.
Deputies say when Hovanek entered the room, he removed his sunglasses and placed them next to a package of condoms that deputies had staged in the room. They say the two-day undercover operation led to the arrest of 26 people, including Johns who allegedly solicited sex, as well as prostitutes who allegedly offered it for sale. They say they also identified 6 potential victims of human trafficking.
This kind of operation is really important to us because, number one, sex buyers are a huge part of the problem in the industry. Without the sex buyers, there wouldn't be a market for the females to continue to be victimized.
Here is the end of the video clip.
Not with you. Sheriff's office, put your hands up. Hey, I'm not doing anything. Put your hands up. I'm not doing anything. You don't. I'm not doing anything. I was getting.
Hovanek was charged with pandering, which is a misdemeanor solicitation of sex. According to the military publication Stars and Stripes, the Department of Defense Education Activity Agency, who employs him, is aware of the charge and says he is currently on leave.
Something about this guy too, his look, right? He's got that crazy
Fox 5's
look.
calls to the
I don't know what it is. It's like, can you not see that? Do you guys see what I see when I look at this guy? Like, you just see, I don't know. I don't know if I'm feeling his aura or something like that, but I just I just see what doesn't look like a good dude. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but shakes the hooker's hand. Hey, can we do a half hour? I'm kind of in a rush. Yeah, I was just gonna get a massage, and she was gonna massage my bleep. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, just coming here for a massage. No big deal. Okay, buddy. Unfortunately, they got everything on tape, guys. Everything on record there. Let me mute that. Sorry about that. Now let's get into a little bit of Trump fun, shall you? Let's see what we got here. Before we get into, oh, I got a good one for the end too. Before we get into the cases here, oh, actually, you know what? I wanted to get back into this one for you first and show this. This is the other one. This is bad, guys. Very, very bad. Very, very bad. The DOJ ordered a sweep of Trump's Twitter data for everyone, guys, listen to this. And the interesting thing is, I don't think I really liked many of his posts. I've definitely commented. I don't think I've ever really retweeted him too much. I may have commented underneath, but I don't know that I've liked and I've definitely followed him. But so I would be on that list, and most of you guys would too. But the DOJ ordered a sweep of Trump's Twitter data for everyone who either liked, followed, or retweeted Trump. Quote, Smith demanded Twitter data on all lists of Twitter users who have favorited or retweeted tweets posted by Trump. Attorneys for the Justice Department have revealed documents connected to their search warrant for Donald Trump's Twitter account, indicating that prosecutors collected a massive collection of data about the former president's social media activity, including information on every account that liked, followed, or retweeted him. Think about that, guys. Think about how much information is in there, right? I'm not paying for your thing. Sorry, buddy. Think about that. 80 something million followers. How many, if one person may have liked his posts 100, 200 times, and you have 80 million people, let's just say, and I'm just going off like an average of like 50 times a person, right? How many records would they have to compile for these people? And what are you looking for? Oh no, you liked what President Trump said here. You liked what he said there. Yeah. Sorry, we liked it because you know what? He was telling the truth and you guys weren't. And for a while there, he was the only one out there telling the truth, and you guys were trying to shove him down essentially. So that's really, really bad, guys. That it's like, what are you looking for? I mean, for me, it just goes to bolster the point that they're all corrupt, right? And I keep thinking back to the drops, and it says, what must be completed to engage military intelligence over the three-letter agencies? Would you need to show that they're corrupt, that they not only were they corrupt, but they're setting up people, right? That they're doing highly illegal things. They're not doing what they were, placed here to do, which is keep our country safe. But on top of that, they're going after their own people. Not only that, they're going after their own president. Right. So I would think, what needs to be locked in as far as what we need to do to engage these people, military intelligence over these other people. I would think that bar had been set quite a while ago. And I believe that they've been acting on it personally. So we'll see. Now there is more on there. There's they were saying that Elon Musk got fined for pushing back on it or whatever, but it's BS. They'll get what they want, right? If they get a court order, they got a court order. So I'm only gonna show you a little bit of part 2 and part 3 of this, guys. Maybe just part 3 because this is interesting. It gives you a little summary of the rest, but a lot of interesting happenings going on down in Georgia because we know the devil went down to Georgia a few years ago there, and these two schmucks, they got their comeuppance coming. Absolutely. The errors, the lie, the cover-up in Georgia's 2020 election. Raffensperger gets caught. Here's how you can help. Says material errors were embedded in Georgia's 2020 election recount efforts in Fulton County. The Secretary of State and his team initially lied about these errors, and then they worked with the Attorney General's office and the State Elections Board to exonerate the Secretary of State. As noted in the first article in the series, after the 2020 election, a risk-limited audit. Remember the audit, guys? Hey, we did an audit. It came out the same. Everything's good. The election was not stolen. Put it away. Piss off. Remember that? Yep. That included numerous errors. Thanks to the efforts of Georgian Joseph Rossi, 36 years old. Oh, no. Joseph Rossi, 36 years old. Errors were found, or Joseph Rossi, 36 errors were found. I'm guessing 36 errors were found in the Fulton County data in the RLA report posted on the Secretary of State website. Rossi doggedly went after those in authority in the state to review his data. He was turned down and ignored numerous times, but eventually, after a series of events, Rossi was able to get these errors in front of members of Governor Kemp's office. Governor Kemp and his team actually listened and took action when errors were pointed out to them. As a result of Rossi's work and Kemp's team investigation, the Georgia State Elections Board initiated an investigation into the Fulton County data from the RLA report. This investigation was labeled SEB 2021-181. I'll put this in the box for you guys in the description box, or the comment section below. That way you guys can look for cases on there or PDFs and stuff like that. You can look up that court case right there. So that's one court case here. I'm going to drop the other one for you guys as well. You guys can look these ones up later on and see what else you got. What's up there, Hulky? And there you go. That's the other court case that's coming out of this, or the other investigation that's coming out of this. Another complaint for Fulton County was filed that specifically called out 3,125 duplicate ballot counts and 17,852 votes counted that do not have a corresponding ballot image. This complaint resulted in the creation of investigation SEB 2023-25. That's the last one I just had dropped for you guys. This investigation is complete, and the results of this investigation, check this out, will be presented to the SEB on December 19th of 2023. So we have about 21-ish days, 21, 22, 23 days. This complaint has been categorized by the board as violations found. How about that? Like, we didn't know that was coming, right? Oh, and by the way, there's an open inquiry before the Georgia SEB, and I will drop that case for you as well, regarding election code violations committed by the Secretary of State. That's interesting. And thank you, Gambera, for the can, P-Quest for the cookie, and Oki for the shades over there. Appreciate that. Over there on the foxhole.app, if you guys are not over there and things get worse as far as censorship, just know that the foxhole.app or pilled.net, it's the same site, will be the site that we go to, that they will not be able to shut us down 100%, period, exclamation point. All right. Let's see. Election code violations by the Secretary of State. Yesterday, we reported that Secretary of State's office lied about the accuracy of the recounts in Georgia. Today, we'll show that their backs to the wall, the Secretary of State's office, the Attorney General's office, and the Georgia SEB worked and continue to work to this day to exonerate the Secretary of State of any responsibility for these numerous errors and violations. So this is what I want to actually show you here too. Boom. All right. See, this was part 2 that I was talking about. I wanted to get into that little part about the errors that they covered up. And remember, guys, what was the case difference here? Peace, Bill. What was the difference there? It was about 10,000 votes, was it not? Remember, we had President Trump on the phone with Brad saying, come on, Brad, find me 10,000 votes. Come on, find me these 10. I just need 10,000. And so, of course, they are making it sound like he was wanting them to make up 10,000 votes when he knew that they had more than enough to cover that for sure. Duplicate ballot, 17,000. All right. Today's article will show the Secretary of State's office lied about the accuracy of the recounts in Georgia. Our third article, that's the next one coming up. There was also an open inquiry before the board. Remember that 2020 results were certified for Biden 3 days after the election, after he overcame President Trump's 200,000 vote lead on election night to steal the election by less than 12,000 votes in Georgia. See the Steal, Volume 2, The Impossible Occurs. More information. And OH58 Captain, thank you, sir, for the Rumble rant. He says, New York needs to wake up. Yes, absolutely. It's out of control. And I'm not sure exactly what part of New York you're talking about as far as, what part of corruption, but I mean, just the illegal immigrants or the immigrants coming over is causing a major problem there. Huge problem. And yes, thanks for the reminder, Chris Shouse. Please, guys, click that thumbs up button for me. I'm amazed we don't have even one shilling here giving us a thumbs down yet. So I'm sure we'll get over that 0 hump. Let's see. But yes, thank you, Captain OH58. Note also that the investigations noted in the series were independent of 2 court cases that occurred in Georgia after the 2020 election. At least 3 individuals involved in a recount that occurred in the state after the election identified 148,000 ballots that appeared to have been created by a machine and to be fraudulent. Fulton County and state are still preventing access to these ballots, even though the Georgia Supreme Court ruled that the plaintiffs have the right to audit these ballots. You remember, guys, this is from a couple weeks ago when I posted out on X, Twitter, whatever, saying that, oh, hey, this is the court case where the lawyers basically quit the other side, and then a few days later they joined, quote, Trump's side. Well, I was just saying, Trump's side because it's about the election in general, but this one is not named anything v. Donald Trump, right? But it is going in parallel with this. Many different ballots there. And if these the ballots that they're talking about that have not been folded, but they were mail-in ballots as well. A separate audit of voting machines was initiated after the 2020 election, finally released years later, which showed that the systems used in Georgia had security issues and bad actors could hack into them and change the results of the election. Gabriel Sterling from the Secretary of State's office emailed Joseph Rossi on February 9th of 21. In this email, he stated, quote, all of the tally sheets have been available online on the Secretary of State website for nearly 2 months. Here is the link. So I'm not going to read you the whole thing there. He says, best practice is not to have it tallied within the audit environment in the county as to avoid people trying to hit the target goal of the previous tally. All of the tally sheets have been available online on the Secretary of State website for nearly 2 months. Here's a link. After reviewing the tally sheets for both Houston County and Fulton County, Rossi found errors with Fulton's batch sheets and stated in an email to Sterling dated February 21st, 2021. Note that the total vote count for Fulton based upon a summation of the batch tally sheets, 246,922 votes, which falls far short of the final vote count for Fulton County, 525,283. Ouch. Sterling responded to Rossi in an email dated February 24th of 21. Quote, after reviewing your email, we reviewed our inventory of physical batch sheets for Fulton. We have determined that, quote, that not all documents were scanned to digital files. We are in the process of scanning those documents. We expect to have the fraudulent documents updated to our website before the end of next week. I added the fraudulent part, but most likely, right? The original Sterling statement regarding all of the tally sheets was obviously false. Furthermore, this is the first indication that Sterling and the Secretary of State office never bothered to check the error data posted in the Secretary of State website for public view, and they also that they could not be trusted with their statements. In Gabriel Sterling's email to Joseph Rossi, February 9th of 21, when referring to the RLA report for Fulton posted on the Secretary of State website, he stated, we know with 100% certainty that the ballots were not tallied multiple times because the hand retally showed that. In June of 22, at the January 6th hearing, at the 13-minute mark of the Raffensperger-Sterling testimony, Sterling states with Raffensperger seated to his right, quote, and by going through the hand tally that the secretary pointed out, we showed that if there had been multiple ballots scanned without a corresponding physical ballot, your counts would have been a lot higher than the ballots themselves. You don't say. When referring to the RLA hand audit, Sterling described it as dead on accurate. Yeah, I know. How much of a clip here? 1 second, guys. A little sippy sip. Contrast these two statements made by Sterling to the one made by Raffensperger on February 22nd of 22 during a radio interview between the 108 mark, in which he admits there were thousands of vote counting errors in the Fulton RLA report posted on the website. Raffensperger in his interview states, quote, when we did the 100% hand recount, we found 3 counties that messed up, fairly significantly. Number 2 was Fulton County. All of a sudden, they were off by several thousand ballots. Well, it's because you scanned some of these ballots twice. The RLA hand audit and for Fulton County posted on the Secretary of State website can't both be dead on accurate and off by several thousand ballots because you scanned some of these ballots twice. Being that Raffensperger admitted February 22 of 22 that thousands of ballots were scanned multiple times for the RLA Fulton hand audit, and that his January 6th hearing was in June of 22, Sterling shared that the results of the RLA in Fulton County were dead on accurate. Did Sterling and or Raffensperger commit perjury? Oh, I would say. Raffensperger and his gang had contradicting claims regarding the results of the 2020 election. Next, we will show how the Secretary of State's office worked with others to cover this all up and exonerate the Secretary of State of any wrongdoing. Interesting. So that was the next one, which was actually number 3 that we started off with. But lots of issues going on there in Georgia, guys. And what do we have? What do we have? I think. What's this? So yes, let me see. What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? Yes, and thank you. Debbie had dropped a couple of these. I had one of these, but she had dropped this other one, which I will show you now. Very interesting stuff here. Actually, let's do a little break here. Let's do a little Trump versus Biden comparison. Then we're going to go into some filings, some court filings from President Trump's side. Smoky Girl 25 says, keep talking, Democrats. President Trump 24, we will not back down. We, the American people, stand behind President Trump. Bring your A game. President Trump holds the final card. Bring it, President Trump. So let's look at a little of this stuff, guys. Pretty interesting. It's 1 minute. And do you know that you really, like I was mentioning earlier about the people who just don't seem to get it, their excuse is they believe that the reason gas prices are the way that they are is because we were on a trend from Trump that was leading us to where we are now. No, I know, guys. Believe me, I know. Nope, it had nothing to do with the 17, and I believe it was 17 executive orders that Biden signed on his first day. And what was it? Oh, yeah, you want to do that pipeline? We'll do that oil pipeline. Nope, we can't do that one. Not going to do that. Oh, Russia wants to do a pipeline? Yeah, that's cool. We're going to shut down all our pipelines. The leases on the oil? No, we're not going to do those either. Yeah, we have tons and tons and tons and gallons and millions of gallons of liquid gold underneath our feet. And they, because they're saying that they want to follow the Green Deal, don't want to access this stuff, right? And clearly they know what the deal is. And that's the major issue. It starts with the energy and then it's cyclical. It just goes round and round and it gets worse and worse every time it comes back around. Oh, gasoline, oil's more. Oh, more to heat your business. More cost for the businesses. Got to raise prices. Oh, more gasoline prices for the shipping companies. People got to ship more. Oh, that's going to cost more for groceries. Groceries going to have to start charging more. You see where it goes round and round and round. And I got to say, our doc called this on Table of Titans like 3 years ago, easily. So lots of issues, guys, and they're not going to have too much fun unless they do what they did in 2020, which is absolutely just cheat to the hills and back. So back to one of the posts that Debbie had dropped earlier. Warrant? No, not this one. Discovery request. Here we go. Interesting. So President Donald Trump's motion to compel discovery. Well, what is the old saying, guys? And it's the title of the show here, or somewhat of the title. I'll pull it on the screen here for you guys real quick. Remember the post? How do you legally introduce evidence into court cases? Aha, I think we are finding out right now. Oh, no, don't go away. Go back over here. Moonlight Girl, thank you for the 600 gold pill. Says a little something for the tip jar, and God is with us 17 with the can. Says finally get to catch you live. Here I am in all my glory. No, but appreciate you jumping on, guys, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the love over there. Appreciate that. We got trolls. I love trolls. Come on, where are the trolls at? I see in trolls. Sad trolls have no life. I like when we get the trolls in here because you know what it means? It means that they are worried about something. They're worried about us winning. All right, so let's get into this here because you guys are gonna like this now. And please put in the comments, guys, anything that you find that's a little interesting here because I'm going to show you some of this stuff here. So basically, he wants to compel discovery, right? So we're just going to go a little bit into this introduction. President Donald J. Trump respectfully submits this motion and accompanying classified supplement seeking to compel the special counsel's office to provide the information and evidence discussed herein, which is subject to the office's obligations under Brady, Giglio, Rule 16A1E, and the Jenks Act. The indictment in this case reflects little more than partisan advocacy designed to sabotage President Trump's leading campaign for the 2024 president election. Consistent with that improper and unlawful goal, the special counsel's office has chosen to rely on the views of witnesses who aligned with the Biden administration's political viewpoints and to treat those biased opinions as objective and irrefutable truths regarding the integrity of the 2020 election and the events of January 6, 2021. The problem with that approach is that President Trump and others, indeed hundreds of millions of voters, are not obligated to accept at face value the office's politically motivated narrative. It was not unreasonable at the time and certainly not criminal for President Trump to disagree with officials now favored by the prosecution and to rely instead on the independent judgment that the American people elected him to use while leading the country. For purposes of this motion, we accept the prosecution's contention that whether President Trump, quote, genuinely believed that the election was stolen is a matter for trial. However, what we cannot accept and what the court is obligated to prevent is the office's efforts to suppress and withhold from President Trump information that supports this defense and related arguments regarding good faith and the absence of criminal intent. Likewise, the special counsel's office cannot contend that President Trump is, quote, responsible for January 6th while suppressing public and private statements to the contrary by other prosecutors and officials during prior cases, information related to security measures that inform President Trump's remarks and assessment of the situation, and instances of undercovers and informants who infiltrated the crowd on that day. Interesting. President Trump is responsible. The special counsel's office cannot contend that Trump is responsible while suppressing the statements by prosecutors and officials, information related to security measures that informed President Trump's remarks and assessment of the situation, and instances of undercovers and informants who infiltrated the crowd on that day. So I'm wondering if that part, are they talking about other undercovers that could speak for President Trump on there, or are they talking about the FBI people that were just doing their own shtick that day? Can it go both ways? The office cannot blame President Trump for public discord and distrust of the 2020 election results while refusing to turn over evidence that foreign actors stoked the very same flames that the office identifies as inculpatory in the indictment. The office cannot rely on selected guidance and judgment by officials it favors from the intelligence community and law enforcement while ignoring evidence of political bias in the officials' decision-making as well as cyber attacks and other interference, both actual and attempted, that targeted critical infrastructure and election facilities before, during, and after the 2020 election. Finally, the office must disclose information that is discoverable under Supreme Court precedent, Local Criminal Rule 5.1, and other authorities for the purpose of impeaching prosecution witnesses and the lack of integrity in the shoddy investigations that led to this prosecution. For all those reasons that I explained in more detail below, we require judicial intervention to ensure the prosecution is not permitted to continue to rely on any of these strategies and is instead held to the constitutional, statutory, and ethical obligations that are intended to ensure the fairness of these proceedings. So they talk about favorable evidence under Brady law. It's, exculpatory evidence and whatnot, favorable to the accused, excuse me. But before we get over to there, because they're using other stuff, United States versus Chansley, where they use that information to get him out, right? Warrant with all Trump's. No. Is that's the trying to find my other one. Is this it right here? Give me 1 second, guys. I have this other link here. That is this it? I want to make sure this is it right here. Where did it go? Because I have another one that basically breaks down. Is it all down the bottom here? Let me see if it's this other one. Give me 1 second. This, where's the, all right, we're going to go to the second one. This is it right here. And thank you to Debbie for this one as well. So here's the attachments and the exhibits that they're looking for, or that they want to attach to this. Now, in the comments, guys, leave me any comments that you find interesting as far as these main documents. So to compel is just what we just read right there. Let's see Exhibit A, Attachment 1. Exhibit A. Background to assessing Russian activities and intentions in recent U.S. elections, the analytic process and cyber incident attribution. Background to assessing Russian, So talks about the intelligence community and Russia elections. So, goodness, did I just miss it? No, I think I just dropped it. Here we go. Boom. Okay. So that one, Attachment 1, Attachment 2. It's going to start to get very interesting here, guys. Exhibit B. Okay. CISA, right? Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA. Remember, guys, this election was the most secure election we ever had in the history of the world, so help me God. Joint statement from Elections Infrastructure Government Coordinating Council and the Election Infrastructure Sector Coordinating Executive Committees, November 12, 2020. It basically goes on to say, this election was the safest election, the most secure election, blah, 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 blah. Interesting. Okay. Well, let's go back here on to Attachment 3. What do we have for Attachment 3? Exhibit C. Christopher Bruckman, Securities and Exchange, SEC versus Solar Winds Corporation. Solar Winds. Anybody know what Solar Winds was? You guys remember that hack? Huge hack, if I'm not mistaken. From at least October 2018 through at least January 12, 21, the relevant period, defendant SolarWinds and its then Vice President of Security and Architecture defrauded SolarWinds investors and customers through misstatements, omissions, and schemes that conceal both the company's poor cybersecurity practices and its heightened and increasing cybersecurity risks. SolarWinds' public statements about its cybersecurity practices and risk painted a starkly different picture from internal discussions and assessments about the company's policy violations, vulnerabilities, and cyber attacks. Illustratively, in October of 2018, the same month that SolarWinds conducted its initial public offering through a registration statement with only generic and hypothetical cybersecurity risk disclosures, Brown wrote in an internal presentation that SolarWinds' current state of security leaves us in a very vulnerable state for our critical assets. The true state of SolarWinds cybersecurity practices and risk ultimately came to light only following a massive cyber attack which exploited some of SolarWinds' poor cybersecurity practices and which impacted thousands of SolarWinds customers. That attack, termed Sunburst, compromised SolarWinds' Orion software platform, a flagship product that the company considered to be a crown jewel asset, which accounted for 45% of its revenue in 2020. SolarWinds, a publicly traded company, provides software that thousands of companies and many government agencies, including ours, many of them, use to manage their information technology infrastructure by, for example, monitoring activity on networked servers. They made material false and misleading statements and omissions related to SolarWinds cybersecurity risk and practices in at least 3 types of public disclosures. Statements that purported to describe the company's cybersecurity practices and policies, including a security statement posted to the company website throughout the relevant period. Filed with the SEC, relevant period. So you guys remember the SolarWinds hack, right? That was freaking crazy. They're bringing that up as an attachment. What do we got? Exhibit D. ED 21-01, mitigate SolarWinds Orion code compromise. So more on the SolarWinds hack. And if you guys remember, this was a absolutely ginormous hack. Oh yeah, Chalice Guard. Didn't SolarWinds hack defense websites? Didn't it hack like everything? Like, didn't they come to realize that like almost everything on our friggin' government websites was like run by this? I mean, it was a major hack. They were basically saying we basically got caught with our pants down. And then we went into basically, Space Force, where they're saying that had its own intelligence or its own systems that were not compromised. I don't know if that still holds true, but that's what they were saying as of a couple of years ago. Anyway, so interesting that they're bringing up the Russia stuff, then they're bringing up the SolarWinds hack, and this is the Trump case here. Did I just do 5E? I think, let's see. Exhibit E. Unclassified, filed 11/27/23. January 6, 21, United States Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. Dear Acting Chairman Rubio and Vice Chairman Warner, letter responds to your letter to me of October 29, 2020, asking for an independent review of possible instances of politicization of intelligence. The letter transmits my findings, which are laid out more fully in the attached report. I am prepared to provide a classified briefing to discuss the findings in more detail. Let me see. Is this from John? Oh, yeah. Remember Analytic Ombudsman, guys? So this is ODNI. Come on, guys. Help me. Johnny. You guys know. It's a major updater site for almost the whole internet. That's what the SolarWinds was. John, oh God, from Texas, guys. Why can I not? Johnny Ratcliffe. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the help down there, guys. But remember, this is the report. If you remember, John Ratcliffe was the director of national intelligence that was supposed to have a report for President Trump about the election and how safe it was or whatever. So essentially, he goes in there. Actually, I think we just need to read this, even though I think we'll just cut the show at about 12 minutes from now. I was trying to get out of here a little quicker, but you guys pulled me back in. This is a very important letter, guys. So this is going to Rubio and Warner. It says, this letter responds to your letter, transmit my findings, which are laid out, The United States is in a hyper-partisan state, unlike any in recent memory. The country is divided along political, ideological, and racial lines to the point where civil discourse has become difficult, if not impossible. The polarized atmosphere has threatened to undermine the foundations of our republic, penetrating even to the intelligence community, though as intelligence professionals, we have the ethical responsibility to remain unbiased and objective in our work. We are human beings and can still feel the pressure from society and our political leaders. Okay, get to the good stuff. The bottom line upfront answers to your question are: have ODNI published products adhered to analytic standards? Yes, within the scope. Have ODNI officials politicized or attempted to politicize intelligence, exercised or attempted to exercise undue influence on the analysis, production, or dissemination process of ODNI published intelligence products related to election security? Yes, in some cases, as documented below. Have definitions or analytical tradecraft been altered, misapplied, or applied inconsistently on these products? Yes, in some cases below. Has ODNI followed standard procedure for the drafting, editing, approval, and dissemination of analytical products related to election interference? No, not in all cases documented below. By taking on board this report, the intelligence community recognizes where we have not met our responsibilities for objective intelligence. By taking up the recommendations detailed in Appendix 1, the intelligence community shows that it is already taking steps to correct where we lost our focus on objectivity in the past and will work to ensure that it does not happen again. Sincerely, Barry A. Zulauf, IC, the Intelligence Community Analytic Ombudsman. And remember, Office of the Director of National Intelligence. This was the only guy right here that had John Ratcliffe's back. He was the only guy that was singing the same tune. And the long and short of it was they were basically doing everything they could to basically let's read it, right? All right, so this is the ombudsman. As the intelligence community IC ombudsman, this section grants me the authority to counsel, conduct arbitration, offer recommendations, and, as appropriate, initiate inquiries into real or perceived problems of analytic tradecraft or politicization, bias reporting, or lack of objectivity in intelligence analysis. For definition of these standards, see Annex 2. In his appointment letter to me, DNI Ratcliffe conveyed his personal commitment to the ombudsman obligation to provide an independent avenue for analysts to pursue unbiased analysis. Even the perception that the intelligence is being politicized can undermine the trust that the American people have placed in the work in the intelligence community. Accordingly, what follows is my independent review and recommendations as the Intelligence Community Analytic Ombudsman. Altered, misapplied, or inconsistent analytic tradecraft or definitions. My review, conducted in response to intelligence community complaints regarding the election threat issue, surfaced a number of examples of altered tradecraft and misapplied or inconsistent definitions. Due to varying collection and insight into hostile state actors, leadership intentions, and domestic election influence campaigns, the definitional use of terms influence and interference and associated confidence levels are applied differently by the China and Russia analytic communities. A formal definition document, Lexicon for Russian Influence Efforts, was published by the NIC in June 2017. However, there is no parallel document for China, and it seems that the Russia document is not widely known across IC agencies, at least not outside the election threat community. The terms were applied inconsistently across the analytic community, failing to explain properly the definition. These definitions is inconsistent with tradecraft standards 1, 2, and 6. Given analytical differences in the way Russia and China analysts examine their targets, China analysts appeared hesitant to assess Chinese actions as undue influence or interference. These analysts appeared reluctant to have their analysis on China brought forward because they tended to disagree with the administration's policies, saying, in effect, I don't want our intelligence used to support these policies. This behavior would constitute a violation of Analytic Standard B, independent of political considerations. On the other hand, Russia analysts assessed There was clear and credible evidence of Russia election influence activities. They said IC management slowing down or not wanting to take their analysis to customers, claiming that it was not well received, frustrated them. Analysts saw this as a suppression of intelligence, bordering on politicization of intelligence from above. At a minimum, it is a violation of the analytic standard for timeliness. Timeliness, yeah. So essentially what he's saying here is they were more than willing to come forward and say, yep, Russia, 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 rah, rah, rah. Remember, look over here, Russia, Russia, Russia. Don't look over there, China, China, China. It's exactly what was going on. They would not say stuff bad about China, but they would be more than willing to say bad stuff about Russia. And so they didn't want to kind of go on President Trump's side on this because clearly most of these people were on the other side. And as a result, he was not able to give a fulsome report on this because he couldn't even get good information from his analysts. So really big. That part's really big, and we'll see how much it goes into it. But Exhibit F, let's just kind of go through these quick. So I got a video I want you guys to see before I go. And National Intelligence Council, foreign threats to the 2020 U.S. federal elections, classified report. Didn't really read this one, so we'll see. EF, where am I at? 7. Let's try 7 here. Unclassified, Director of National Intelligence, subject, views on intelligence community, election security analysis. So it's along the same lines of what we were just watching. So they're going to get this stuff, I believe, guys. And I believe this is how you introduce information into court cases. Foreign interference targeting election infrastructure or political organization campaign or candidate infrastructure related to the 2020 federal elections. Joint report of the Department of Justice and Department of Homeland Security. Key findings. So, submitted in fulfillment of the requirement under Section 1B of Executive Order 13848, imposing certain sanctions in the event of foreign interference in a U.S. election. Liking that for sure. That's attachment 8. Let's see what the last attachment on this one is. And then we got more here. Or was this yesterday? What do you got? Attachment I. Oh, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. We got a Pfizer court link in here. This is going to be fun. How many pages? 128. Certification before it contained the elements required by Section 702. Part 3 addresses the proposed targeting procedures, and Part 5 addresses the proposed minimization and querying procedures. Satisfy the requirements of the statute. Oh boy. So yeah, this is about the Pfizer court and all that they did in the Pfizer court. Remember, guys, they falsely went to this Pfizer court, and I think it was Rosemary Collier. Wasn't she the one running that part of it at the time when she got pissed off? They were not happy about that. But our intelligence community takes advantage of this stuff, and then every year they tell you, "Oh, we need to get the Pfizer. We got to keep the Pfizer." Oh, it would be horrible if we didn't. Yeah, it'd be horrible if you wouldn't get to follow around President Trump and his whole campaign. And remember, when they target one person on there, it's like an umbrella, right? Like F right here. We're watching F, but F talks to O, and O talks to N. So we're watching F. He talks to O and N. We get to listen to every one of them. And then N talks to G, E, and I. And well, I get to listen to all of them. So it's a really screwed up situation, especially when you're not using it what it's for, what it was meant for at all. And so that's going to be interesting, and we will keep you guys posted with this and how it goes forward. Yes, let me see. 1 second, typing. All right, and so the last thing I want to show you I thought was pretty interesting was Mike Johnson. Did you guys see this Mike Johnson speech? I think it was Sam something Clovis. Let's see how long this is. 4 minutes, guys. So very interesting. I think this would be a good video to finalize the show on here. And remember, this is our new Speaker of the House, guys. And interesting, if you go on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, if you go in and type Speaker at Speaker, do you know you can still find Speaker McCarthy up there? And Speaker Johnson comes up. I actually tweeted about it a couple weeks ago. I was like, listen, this guy needs to be gone. I don't know why this guy McCarthy's name is still up as Speaker. Archive that shit and get it out of there, right? All right, so let's listen to this gentleman who puts a nice little clip of the new speaker talking pretty eloquently here. Let's listen.
Do I have a saucy video for you. House Speaker Johnson asked a very deep, profound question in this video, and I want you to watch it.
The question is God going to allow our nation to enter a time of judgment for our collective sins, which his mercy and grace have held back for some time? Or is he going to give us one more chance to restore the foundations and return to him? This is going to be a shaking that might help answer that question. And so what we need right now, what collectively as a nation, we need to turn to him. We need a revival, obviously, which is what everybody on this call commits to and prays for all the time, I know. But more immediately and specifically on Wednesday evening as y'all are gathering, what we are going to need is a prayer for divine intervention in the hearts and among the members of this body. They can get beyond their animus, their anger, their frustration, that we can unify as a group and that we can navigate our way through this. We will not be able to do it without the Lord's help because the flesh is, and the mistrust and the sin and everything is so great here that this is going to have to bring people to their knees. And I believe God is about to do something. I'm an optimist. I've been reading Jeremiah 1 all morning. That God is, he knows all this, of course. He's brought us to this point, and I believe that there's a remnant of faithful people, and he'll guide us through. I don't think God is done with America yet. This could be a time of judgment for America. Well, I mean, I'd say I preach to the choir on this Zoom call, or maybe the honor choir. You all know the terrible state that we're in. The faith in our institutions is the lowest it's ever been in the history of our nation. The culture is so dark and depraved that it almost seems irredeemable at this point. The church attendance in America dropped below 50% for the first time in our history since they began to measure the data 60 years ago. And the number of people who do not believe in absolute truth is now above the majority for the first time. So 1 in 3 teen girls contemplated suicide last year. 1 in 4 high school students identifies as something other than straight. We're losing the country. But at the same time, this is not unprecedented. There's nothing new under the sun, and there have been great civilizations and societies in the past that God has worked through and saved and redeemed when all hope was lost. And there's even been epochs in American history where things were so terrible that we thought that might be the end. But God, right? And so we're the only nation in the history of the world, as G.K. Chesterton has said, that was founded upon a creed. And our creed is listed with theological lucidity in the Declaration of Independence. This is the second paragraph. We hold these truths to be self-evident. The idea was that we knew that our rights came from God, and thus our allegiance and accountability was to him. And we walked away from that. So the question is, 2 Chronicles 7:14, I mean, if my people will humble themselves and pray and turn from their sin, then I will heal their land, right? But are we going to do that? Are we going to be brought to the point where we're humble enough to do that collectively?
Humility is coming.
And then how large is the remnant that he needs to? Is it 10 righteous men in Sodom, as you were texting the other day? I mean, humility is coming. That God would say, okay, I've redeemed the land. I believe that will happen. I believe that God is going to navigate us through this, and the good will come of it. But I don't see the path in this moment. I just know God does, and that's why tonight I'll go to bed no matter what happens and rest my head. If I get 3 hours of sleep, it may be less. But when I do sleep, I'm gonna remember the refrain from John Quincy Adams: duty is ours, results are God's. I say it to myself daily. I'll do my duty, and then I'm gonna trust the rest to him, and I'm at peace with that. Our nation.
Amen to that, right? Is God
Okay, guys. Something just kind of struck me. By the way, everybody say hi, Miss Mindersu. She's here with me. Her husband is down picking up fuel for me for the next week. And while we're waiting for that, I want to show you this. Now, you remember yesterday, before I pull it up on the screen, remember yesterday, Dave and I had a conversation in regards to a certain couple of videos called Fazzle Drip. Do you remember that, guys? Just give me a thumbs up if you remember him asking me if I saw that, and I told him, yeah, that that was part of Anthony Weiner's laptop. It was the insurance policy against Hillary Clinton and pretty much all the people. So what I want to show you right now is what the Q clock has changed to. You guys see that? I'm like, I'm kind of blown away. And I'm going to take a picture of this right now and send this to Dave. And I'm also going to inform you guys that the Nino Dave video has just dropped. So we will be covering that after this. Okay.
Screw says not with.
Yep. So and the countdown is 48 minutes away. So I'm going to keep an eye on it. Okay. And all that. But I kind of, it was, you know me, I only stop if it's something that I think that needs to be talked about. You know what I mean? And for that to be right there today, less than 24 hours after Dave and I talked about that. Okay. That's crazy. Hey, Remote, good to see you, brother. Hey, Kim Carl. Hi, everybody that I missed before. Like I said, I have guests here. Miss Minderson and her husband are here. And she picked out her pup already. So Pepper is going to be going home with them and get to hang out with Salty. And let's get back to the space shot. It's got about 15 minutes left to it. Here we go.
Gonna allow this to happen? Is God gonna move? You know, you guys know I'm a big fan of Kim Clement prophecies, and you know how in 2014 was talking about my David will be coming and not this president. It will not be in the time of President Obama. It will be the guy after him. And then he later went on to even say Trump will become a trumpet for the Lord. People will say he has hot blood. He will go into the president not really being a Christian, but will basically be in office, you know, shouting my blood. And he says he will fool the people. So, you know, Kim Clement talking as God speaking through him, talking about a plan so good it can only have come from him. So is that what we're dealing with here, guys? I'll leave that for you to, to answer. Are we dealing with God's plan right now? And I'm not sitting here saying like Q's a God or whatever. No, definitely not from there. Not even going there. But one.
Got to stop it one more time. This is what that link leads to. This is what that link leads to. She's going down.
Yeah.
I'm calling timber. Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay. All right. Back.
Thing I did want to leave you guys with. Two more things because Hulk had dropped this yesterday. Now we got Michael Cohen out there, guys. Trump will send us to Guantanamo Bay if he's reelected. Where is he hearing all this stuff? From Mika and Joe from the other day? They're all starting to freak out, guys. All starting to freak out. So I find that to be very interesting. And I did want to make a clarification here, guys. And I didn't know anything about this. So I'm like, dude, what is Trump, a time traveler? Listen to this, and I'm going to show you why and what happened here. This is 2011. And I didn't know that Anthony Weiner, remember Weinergate, when he sent pictures of his wiener to underage girls in like 2016, 2017? Well, right here, look, the first scandal began when Weiner was a Democrat congressman, not the governor or whatever he was at the time. He used the social media website to Twitter to send a link that contained a sexually suggestive picture of him to a 21-year-old woman. Okay. After denying the reports he had posted, he admitted, and then I think he resigned or whatever. But this was 2011. This was Weinergate. Donald Trump talks about Pizzagate in here in 2011, but there is a reason.
Last time I had him on my show was in a fairly lively debate with you, actually. What do you make of this?
Well, I was a little surprised by that debate because all of a sudden he comes out of nowhere and starts going crazy. And, you know, I've known him over the years and I learned a lot about him that night. I was absolutely shocked. I mean, I found to be almost unstable. And I watched this today because I was watching between Pizzagate and Anthony Weinergate. I found Anthony Weinergate to be a terrible situation. He obviously.
So he's saying, I'm watching Weinergate and Pizzagate in 2011. And I'm like, what? How the hell is he talking about Pizzagate? Well, somebody down in the chat, and thank you for that, whoever you are, you know who you are. I think there's a couple of them, had mentioned that I guess Trump in 2010 or 2011 they were filming him eating pizza at some pizza restaurant or some pizza place where he was eating his pizza with a fork. And they were calling that Pizzagate. Can you imagine that? I had no idea that this went on at all, because I certainly wouldn't have posted this out if that was the thing. So a little clarification, guys. Pizzagate is Donald Trump in 2011 eating pizza with a fork. Go figure that one out, right? Unreal. And just a little quick results for your polls, guys. Women only poll. Women, would you prefer to stay at home, raise your children, run the household, manage finances, etc., or would you rather go to work? Women, if it was all women, 284 votes, 93.7% would have stayed home and done the traditional women's jobs. And poll for men, same question, 88%. They would like the women to stay at home versus work. Interesting. I got to show you while I'm here, guys. iPhone users, if you guys have an iPhone and you did the latest update, thanks for Bree. Give me a hat tip. Give her a big hat tip on this one. Go into your settings on your iPhone, general, into AirDrop, and this thing is on. As soon as they do an update, which my phone did an update with, how it did an update with 30%, 40% battery when it's supposed to have like 70% or more and be plugged in. It did it overnight with like 30 or 40% battery and not plugged in. And when it came back on and I checked it, this was on, bringing devices together. Easily swap numbers with name drop or photos by holding the top of your phone close to another iPhone. Do you want that? Make sure you go in and turn that off, guys. Settings, general, AirDrop, and then right down here, bringing devices together. Shut that ish down. All right, and the last thing I want to bring up today is something that is having to do with this, guys. Hey, we got the U.S. Army Fort Sill waiting for fire mission. Is this just the calm before the storm? Interesting. So you may have noticed the Q Star thing came out later, and I'll probably talk about it with Mac and Lisa tomorrow about the Q Star AI stuff that's going on. And if you guys remember, there was some woman who came out and she's like, you know, I blame all the Q people for doing this, and Q made us stand on their hands, and people did nothing, and da. Well, here's my response to that. So ridiculous. It's Q's fault we're in this mess. Question for the people who never followed Q. What did you do? I blame the people who didn't follow Q and did nothing. Not. Really, I blame us all for being asleep at the wheel. And I said, I don't see anybody else out there that went and took the reins to move forward with some plan of action. It's not a time for a blame game. The country is far from over. Let's quit pointing the fingers and start working in lockstep like the left does, right? That's what we need to do. Start working together. And I found it interesting. The girl that came out the other day who was like, I blame the Q people. And then today she comes out with a video, or yesterday, says, you know, I'm really not a divisive person. Well, why are you going out there starting to point the fingers at people? People are looking to point the fingers at somebody because you always need a bad guy to point the finger at, right? So did Q tell the people and get your popcorn, right? Does that mean sit on your ass and do nothing? No, we know many people in our movement, like my buddy Mile, Patriot Politics, getting highly involved in the local politics scene, right? And I won't name drop anybody, but there was actually, I got a very nice message yesterday from somebody who's running for office in a state office level, who said that they used to watch my videos and may have been the reason that they got involved with this stuff. So from watching Q drops, okay? So let's not be pointing the finger at people over stupid stuff like this. We need to get more in lockstep like the left does. Period. All right. We need to yes, be more. Thank you. Q always suggested to dig, do your own research. Yep. Never said to be violent. Never said sit on your ass and do nothing. Watch. We're gonna do everything. You don't have to do anything. Watch what we're gonna do. Sit back and enjoy. No, grab your popcorn, enjoy the show. Yeah. That doesn't mean sit back and do nothing. Nothing. So yeah, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. I'm gonna make sure I release the scratchings over there. Okie with another pair of shades over there. Appreciate that. Woken Walk with the cookie. I am releasing the scratch. I'm relieving myself as I release the scratchings. The scratchings released over there on Pill. Let me go over to D Live. I wonder if we're getting any viewers over on Kick yet. Apparently we've had none for the first many weeks. So let's drop a 50 lemons in there, distributing rewards. So let's check this out live with you guys. Kick. Let's see what my Kick channel looks like. Let's see how many people are on there. Oh, look, we got Boobs, B-E-W-B. Boobs. Great thumbnail, buddy. All right, channel. Let's see who's on Kick. Anybody on our channel today? 3 viewers. Holy ish. Thanks, guys. I see Debbie in here. Anybody else? Say hello if you're in the chat and Kick. We got 3 guys. We've tripled our viewership over there. And apparently I didn't update the title, so we're dealing with a month old. But anyway.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and end that one there because of the fact that he's just pretty much going to do his scratch offs and thanks to people who donated and everything else. However, you guys can find him on Space Shot 76 on Rumble. You can also find him on Space Shot 76 on BitChute. And he's also on a platform called Pilled. So they're on quite a few. Okay, up next, like I said, now that I know that has dropped, we're going to actually, I want to take a look at this. Okay, so, and I'm going to, okay, so 37 minutes left on the countdown and Frazzle Drip. And the link, well, you saw where the link takes us to. So, you know, yep, to her. Yep. Yeah. Okay. So as I stated before, I'm going to jump us over to Nino's Corner and get us on there, and I will make a banner for this interview. Log in. There we go. And okay, I need to type so I can make a okay. All right, watch out there, Scout. Scout, you're in my way. Scout. Thank you. Okay. All right, let's get a banner made here. And I know I'm going to forget the name of it before it changed screens like it just did. I knew it. Okay, there's Nino's Corner. And let me go back here. Dave Snedeker. Probably in the interview, he probably is going to tell Dave that I played his last one on YouTube. So, okay, I need to get the rest of the words. SpaceX punctured the firmament. Okay. SpaceX dang nabbit. I don't want to spell firmament wrong. Okay, I thought it was. M. Okay, got the banner. Get this up on the screen. Those of you that are Snedheads that have friends on that are on Facebook, you may want to send out a message to everybody in the Snedeker groups to let them know that we are going to start this now. I'm also going to text Dave and let Dave know that I'm getting ready to play his video. As a matter of fact, you guys will get to hear the voice message. Hey, Dave, just want to let you know we are starting your interview with Nino on Hawks Mustard Seed number 22 right now. And he'll probably end up jumping backstage and joining me here shortly. So let's go ahead and get this going. Bink. There we go. If I get rid of that, okay, give me a second. I'm going to get rid of that so I can make the banner smaller. I get yelled at a lot for that lately. I don't know why. I'm such a nice guy. I don't know why people would yell at me. There we go. Okay. And let's do this.
I don't care if you think I'm Satan reincarnated. Coming at you live! That's enough. The apocalypse! Oh yeah!
All right, folks, welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm joined once again with David Snedeker. You knocked it out of the park the last time we did a show, man. That was really, really good. And I had to have you back. So, folks, you can also give to David's Give, Send, Go, get him back on his feet again. You know, we help all the digital soldiers when they're hurt, wounded, and fallen. So, Dave, please find it in your hearts to give to David Snedeker on his Give, Send, Go. I'll put down the link below. Dave, let's just recap on what's happening or what's happened and where we're going, because I firmly feel that 2024 is do or die. Like I'm not going to be one of these guys that it's 2025 and I'm like, well, just wait for the military. 2026, let's just wait for the military. I think it's do or die this year, 2024. I don't see this going past. I think whoever controls 2024 and beyond is going to control humanity. I don't think it goes past this. And that's just my opinion. I mean, but I could be wrong, but I'm sure my audience feels the same way. This is a do or die year.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say that, you know, a lot of people have talked about military is the only way, right? It's important to remember for those that follow Q or still trying to figure out if Q is real or on the fence with Q, whatever. It's important to know that Q mentioned military is the only way once out of almost 5,000 posts, right? Q mentioned transparency, accountability, and justice is the only way forward 20 times. And so I think what we're seeing is the transparency, the accountability, the transparency. We're going to get into the Pizzagate, right? That's come back around. We covered that five years ago, right? Now it's coming back around to now more people are ready to hear that, are ready to hear about that, right? So
you know, there's gonna be a lot of celebrities out there that are really nervous right now. They thought it went away. They thought that was done. They could sleep at night. Not anymore.
Yep. You know, somebody that's very closely tied to it is Stephen Colbert, because he's very close with John Podesta. I was taken to a drop yesterday in the Q drops because, you know, I've often shared with you that Q has never gone away. Like we're constantly getting Q comps, right? I showed your audience, like, is October 5th was Dianne Feinstein's, you know, funeral. She was in the Q drops, her picture, right? On that day, there were only 2 of her in the whole 5,000 drops on that day. The things that are linking, connecting are constantly happening. Too many, coincidences, so many coincidences, it's mathematically impossible. So I think what we're seeing is the accountability and the transparency, and then justice will come, I believe, through the military. But if the military acts before people really understand who the bad guys are, that's when you're going to have problems. And I think that's what Q has seen
prematurely, is what you're saying. They cannot.
Exactly. And I think that's what Q has said and shown by saying, remember, enjoy the movie. Q says 100 times. Why would Q have to tell us 100 times to enjoy the movie? Unless it was
they know the desperate, right? They know the desperate moves that are going to be played, and basically, what? Like I just heard on Air Force One, it was Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, Michelle Obama with Biden. Obviously, they're talking about something. It wouldn't surprise me if Michelle made a move, or The Rock. I mean, they're going to make some desperate plays here.
They have to. They have to. Once they realize that they're not going to get Trump off the ballot, they have to make major moves, because Biden has no shot. All right. And he is shot, as Trump has said. He's already shot. That's why it's a fake Biden, right? So I think that what we're seeing, and we're going to get into some things that are much deeper than this right left paradigm that we're seeing with the election. But getting back to what we're being shown, I think is really, really important, because I believe that we're being given clues that a lot of people are missing. Okay. And I always felt that with Q, that we were being given clues that a lot of people were missing out on. And I continue to see that, not just with, things that take me back into the Q drops, but also things that through the Ingersoll Lockwood website, which I shared with your audience and you the other day. And
let's talk about that for a second, because I want to know about that. So the Ingersoll Lockwood website, you took us down some rabbit holes that, look, you showed us the way. I mean, honestly, you took us down some trap doors, and I was like, wow, I had no idea. But a lot of people say, oh, well, the time came and went, nothing really happened.
So let me show that. Are you seeing the Mickey Mouse watch right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So on 11/15, you and I did a show. And I was telling you, listen, dude, we got to make this happen before the 16th, right? And you made it happen, right? So I shared with your audience on 11/16/2023. This is Michael John.
Jordan. You
Michael
the
Jordan.
basketball guy forgetting his name?
I'm a basketball guy. Yeah. Dude, I used to do every dunk that Jordan did. I made sure I could do. Like he'd come out with a new dunk, and I had to do it, man. And I would. But the difference is he was like, 6'6", I was 6'9", so I had a little bit of advantage. But I still couldn't take off from the free throw line like he could.
No, that's ridiculous what he did. But anyway,
that was insane. So anyway, so these are Michael Jordan's shoes. So the Ingersoll Lockwood, when this shoe first came up, was when they were trying to figure out who was going to be the next Speaker of the House. Ingersoll Lockwood had the Jordan sneaker up before that happened. And everyone thought, oh, it's Jim Jordan. It's going to be Jim Jordan.
Right.
But then when it was Michael Johnson, they put an Ingersoll Lockwood, Ingersoll.
So maybe
Trump
that's what the MJ
watch.
stands for.
That's what the MJ stands for. Michael
So
Johnson.
you got it wrong. You thought it was 23, or is it all
exactly? Well, we thought it was when it was without this Mickey watch. We thought it was Jordan. Then we realized it was MJ. It was Michael Johnson. And then the Ingersoll Trump watch. I don't have that up right now, but
so you think you deciphered this wrong?
Initially, yes.
When you thought something was going to hit the firmament and we were going to flood and die.
No. That I'll get to that in a second. But I just wanted to precipitate this with the Ingersoll Lockwood predicted Michael Johnson and also showed that Trump was in control, because it put the Ingersoll Trump watch, which actually existed from, I think, the 30s. in front of the Johnson sneaker, Michael Jordan sneaker, right? So it told us that the white hats were in control of the situation because people were saying Trump should go in. I even mentioned that. I thought that Trump might be speaker, but that just showed that the white hats were in control of Johnson. And since he's been in, it's been gold, man. We've been getting some great stuff out of Johnson, right?
So explain the hourglass.
So let me go to that. So then when we came back to this image, this is a totally separate image than the one I was talking about. They have the 23 sneaker 1116. This is also called the Jumpman sneaker. So is it a jump in time? We don't know, but it's 23. So we said 111623 is a decode. So what's going to happen on 111623? And these gentlemen I introduced you to in the last one did a great video on this. But what we showed your audience was that there's something that was going to hit possibly this hourglass, but this hourglass could represent the firmament. And
which was the same time that Elon was launching.
So here's the thing. So it was either going to come from outer space, which I don't believe in outer space because I believe that we are on a flat plane surrounded and Antarctica is holding the water and we've got a dome and a firmament above us, just like in the Bible in Genesis. It speaks of that directly. And every religious text speaks that we are static and we have a dome over top of us. So this is a black object supposedly hitting this firmament or this glass, and look at the splash, dude. Look at the splash. So, and it's black, right? And look at the splash. Now, what we didn't really get into on your last show, we had to jump off, but Musk's rocket was supposed to launch on the 16th, on this day. Okay. They postponed it 2 days. Okay. But now let me take you to this this other share here, and I'm going to show you that launch. And by the way, before this happened, okay, what's important to understand is that what was trending and what was flying around the internet was that the firmament that Musk was going to try to break through the firmament. So it's almost like, because what I've been telling my audience is that when you have predictive programming from The Simpsons and from all these movies about all these terrible events, 9/11 and things like that, that they use the predictive programming so that it's easier for the psyche to take it in, for the mind to accept it, right? That's why they do two reasons they do it.
Because your mind has seen it before.
Exactly. So they do it for two reasons. One, predictive programming to get your mind prepared for what's going to happen. And two, it's the revelation of the method of what they're going to do to us, which gives them, in their satanic cult, it gives them more power to hold and laud over humanity. So what I want to say is, so before it even launched, it was already trending. The firmament was already trending on Twitter, where people were actually looking into, oh, do we really have a firmament overhead? Do we really? This was to expose that, we do have a ceiling. We found out we had a ceiling in 1958 when Sputnik hit something and couldn't go into space. And ever since, from 58 to 62, both Russia and the United States sent up nuclear weapons. Some of them they would drop in parachutes really high up. It was called, in the U.S. was called Operation Fishbowl, because they realized we're in a bowl here, some kind of a fishbowl, but there's a lid on it. So they were trying to break through this lid from 58 to 62. They were trying to break through. So what started trending was that this rocket that Musk uses had 33 rockets on it. 33.
Right,
really? Come on, man. It's like, it's completely Masonic. It's completely. And why do we need one that big if Musk knows, like people say, is Musk a good guy or a bad guy? I said, I tell him he's being used. He's made a deal. He's being used because he's lying to us about the electric cars saving the planet. That ain't happening. Okay. Nope. He's lying to us about how he puts satellites up. They're just balloons, man. They're not rockets. They're balloons, and you could see the string of them, how they put them up there. And he's lying to us about space and going to Mars. We're not going to Mars. There's water above the firmament, just like in Genesis. Okay. There's waters above, water below. And the
I have let me read this real quick. David Icke posted this and I shared it. David Icke wrote, "Does anyone really think that Elon Musk runs SpaceX, Tesla, Neuralink, Twitter X, etc., spends 80% of his time designing, engineering, and manufacturing while scattering in position on Twitter X every day at all hours? Who really controls these companies is a question worth asking. At the same time, he flies around meeting world leaders who's supposed to not like his platform, disinformation, yet drool over him and interview him like Sunak and promote him for propaganda like Netanyahu. Here, Musk groupie Joe Rogan buys the lie that all of the above is true, that Musk is a genius and likens him to an alien. It's not possible to do all these things and more at the same time, and he obviously doesn't. It's all part of the making of the myth that is Elon Musk. The question is why. The answer will be clear in due course.
I have the answer to
I
that.
think they're positioning him for some kind of run for what, Antichrist or some kind of world leader, or I mean, they're making him look like superhuman.
I have the answer to that, and I've had it for a long time, and that is that when for example, when he bought Twitter, everyone was like, Vanguard tried to buy stock in Twitter then after he did. And people were like, oh, do you think Vanguard's trying to keep him from, buying, and the whole bit? I said, guys, look at who owns 7% of Tesla. It's Vanguard. These guys are having conversations, and Vanguard.
There you go. That's all you got to. I mean, I don't look at what sold me. This may be simple to everybody, but the Baphomet costume he was wearing on his profile picture, that said it all to me. That's who this guy represents.
Dude, that's been the case since last Halloween a year ago, and the only thing that changed it was when he changed it to X, when he changed Twitter to X, and he put the X up there. Up until then, it was the Baphomet costume with the upside down cross. I think I shared that with you on your show, and it was. And also we've seen him doing all these all-seeing eye things, all these symbolism. His the mother of his child, his mother does all the satanic symbolism. So what I believe was done, and I also proved, by the way, once, and then it was also proven twice that the white hats were in control of Twitter. Okay. I've proven that, and because the things that I saw being done, you had to know the code. You had to be able to change the code. One of them was.
Sometimes think, Dave, that the white hats and the black hats. Sometimes I think it's the same hand controlling both, man.
Hey, we've got to look at that.
The light and the dark. I'm serious.
We got to look at that as a possibility.
It has to be
without question. We've got to challenge.
They're destroying one system to bring in a new system, and they're going to represent the light. And sometimes I think to myself,
yeah,
it's like boxing, man. They own both fighters in the fight. It's
horse racing, NFL.
Why would this be any different? Why would it be any different?
And I'll tell you why. So, at any rate, I think that Musk was set up in this position because all this information flowing out of the Twitter files is the greatest information drop, third only to, it's right up there with Q drops is the greatest information drop ever in history, without question. 2, WikiLeaks, 3, Vault 7, 4, Pandora Papers, 5, maybe the Twitter files. Like, they're all right up there in the same realm that absolutely destroys WikiLeaks. Yeah. That it's all destroying this narrative that's happening. And one of the things I said, I did a show on just Thanksgiving. I did it on Rumble, which I'm the indoctrination on Rumble, no space, but which you can find all the links on davidsnedeker.com, which you'll have. But it on that Thanksgiving post, I basically said, if the black hats were in control, and let's say they're separate, if the black hats were in control, would we be seeing what we're seeing now?
No,
No.
we wouldn't. But I look at people like Michelle Obama, Barack Obama, all of them as pawns on the chess game. And I'm just asking the question.
No, absolutely.
Could there be a bigger force here at play? And people say, well, that's God and this and that. I'm like, I don't know. If you look at the Masonic floor of the checkered floor of the light and the dark that control both sides, how do we not? I'm just posing the question. How do we not know we're all just being used for this new system that's going to control us anyway?
Well, let's come back to that. Let me finish up with where we were on the last show. And I want to show what ended up happening, not on the 16th, that was foretold to us through the Ingersoll Lockwood website, but what happened on the 18th, because they had to delay the launch by 2 days. But watch this.
Make sure it has
gentlemen.
sound, Dave.
Oh, yeah. Let me know if it doesn't have it.
To think that this rocket is hitting the firmament dome.
Did you hear him?
Yeah, he said, is that what it looked like when it exploded?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? That looks like a splash, bro.
Absolutely, dude. Let me back that up. And he's gonna show it a couple times.
Truthers who are deceived to think that this rocket is hitting the firmament dome. But I'm about to show you the truth about what it actually hits.
Now, I don't know if I believe what he's doing, but I don't know what's up there. Neither does he. But this is the splash, okay? And I just want to go.
That right there says it all to me.
They say they blew it up. They didn't blow it up, man. If there's no fire there whatsoever.
Right, but did it come back down?
Well, let me show you. Let me.
Did it go through the firmament?
It did not. It went through. I believe it went through. Now, what are you seeing right now? That picture?
Screenshot. I don't see anything.
I
see the picture of the hourglass.
Okay, the hourglass. Look closely at the hourglass picture. What do you see here?
Water. A wave.
Yeah, it's a splash. It's a splash right there. Okay. Exactly what we're
seeing. But if you see that black, go back to that picture.
Hold on. Where'd it go?
Holy shit, man. So you think maybe they made it through the firmament?
Possibly, because I'm going to show you something else.
Because that black object is on the other side going.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow,
right?
man.
So check this out. Let me find that screen for you.
A lot, man. That would say a lot.
Okay, so you see
that black object and made it through and made it through.
Yeah. Right. And we see the splash, don't we? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And so let me show you the rest of this video, and then I'm going to come back with another one. And that
you know why this also makes sense to me, because that one explorer that was in the submarine that went below the ocean and found another body of water at the bottom of the ocean. Did I tell you about that? The lake at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, no, I've heard about that.
So as above, so below. So
Yes.
there's levels to this shit, man.
Yeah.
There's levels to this. If it's as above, so below.
No question. And that's biblical, man.
That guy was killed in a helicopter crash 3 days later or something like that.
Right. And this is also, I mean, it's biblical. I mean, it's ancient. All the ancient texts talk about that we are on a static ground. Okay. And I'll get to why. If we have the time, I'll get into the why.
God's firmament dome. That's why water, because they thought that it was the waters above the firmament that were causing that water type appearance. But they did not hit the firmament, because God said in Proverbs 25, verse 3, the heaven for height and the earth for depth, and the heart of kings unsearchable. So we know that the height of the heaven is actually unsearchable. Remember, in Genesis 1, God called the firmament heaven. So they cannot search the height of the heaven or of the firmament.
They will never be able to reach the firmament. What you saw was a superfluid realm called the ether that they are hiding from you. This realm of superfluid is also known as the blue air. And there's actually explorers who trapped samples of this air. So when you see this blue type liquid, you're seeing the superfluid ether realm that's above us. It starts at about 73 miles up, and it is not the firmament. It is a dense realm of air that is referred to as a superfluid. Back then, they used to believe that the ether permeated space. The reason they're hiding this ether from you is because it actually proves that the Earth is not moving at all. I want to show you this document here that's talking about the ether, right? It's normally transparent, meaning you can't see it. But it can be made visible by hitting it sufficiently hard to knock out a part. All right, so we know that ether can be made visible when it's hit by something, right? Now you see the superfluid realm being hit. Now look at this moon footage. You have these little waves going across. Here goes another one. So we know the moon is traveling through this ether type.
I've seen that, those waves.
Conducted the Michelson-Morley experiment to try and prove that the Earth is moving through the ether realm.
By the way, there's five
Wow.
scientific. There are 5 scientific experiments that prove that we are not moving.
Yeah.
5 of them. This is just one of them that tried to prove that we're moving.
For them, that the Earth is moving through space. Because remember, they said that the ether permeates space, or makes up space. Well, guess what? Lo and behold, they did not observe the movement of the Earth through this ether realm. So what did they do? They pretty much proved that the Earth is not moving. It's stationary. It's not moving through space, or it's not moving through this ether realm.
That's incredible.
God's word is
Man, that's incredible.
Right.
established that it cannot be moved.
The volume is real low, Dave.
Einstein released his special theory of relativity. And then the physics community started to accept that the ether does not exist. But of course, they're going to say that the ether doesn't exist because it disproves the ball Earth. But of course, 50 years later, here's more documents. The failure of the U.S. attempts to attain supremacy of the ether. So they know this ether exists. They're just not telling you. Here's another one where the U.S. tried to obtain supremacy of the ether once again. And like I say all the time, they have to put things right in your face. So, of course, they added into popular video games like Minecraft. You have the ether dimension. Here it is here. What do you see? You see that blue super liquid type fluid realm. Of course, they made it blue because they put it right in your face. Here's another game. You have the ether. That's why it's blue. That's why our sky is blue. You're looking at the ether realm, a super fluid. But this is why it's important to read your Bible first before you start believing conspiracy theories, right? Because no one can reach the firmament. God told us they cannot measure the heavens for height. God bless you guys. I hope you can spread this information onto someone who got deceived by this. Don't forget to like and follow.
Wow. That was pretty incredible.
Right. That's a shout out to @JonTruth, JonTruth on TikTok for putting that together.
Wow.
And it's so what I believe that we have seen is that the rocket hit the firmament, and there's one
But
of
it went
the-
in.
one of
It
these.
went into it, right? It went through it.
Well,
Because it
here's the
never came
thing.
down.
I'm going to show you something. It never came down. They said they exploded it, right? But to me, they never exploded it because we never saw fire. Okay. We never saw fire. We never saw, I did a show with my friend Hawk the other night, and I'm trying to find that piece because it has that video. But what on Hawk's Mustard Seeds on YouTube, and what I found was it sealed.
That dive down the rabbit hole you took us through actually was right.
Yes. And so the other thing too was, again, Ingersoll Lockwood had a few predictions for us. Okay. Going back to the 1800s when Ingersoll Lockwood's writing about Barron Trump and Donald Trump. and living on Fifth Avenue and the last president and the whole bit. So we already know that there's already a connection with that, right? But let me see if this is, no, that's not the seal. I still have to find that. But basically the firmament sealed up like after it exploded.
Yeah,
it sealed back up. And so that's what, I thought that they would fail at breaking the internet or breaking the firmament. You thought it would fail because
well, I thought
we
it
knew.
did fail. I thought it exploded. I didn't see that footage. I didn't see the footage where it obviously looks like it went into another dimension, like a splash almost.
And
like
if you
it's
go
like a saline fluid, or like I don't.
Yeah, and if you go on X's Twitter account, you won't see that explosion. They cut after it goes up past. They cut away from that. Wonder why? I wonder why they don't do that. And so, it's very much so. That's where we left off. Okay, what I'm also seeing from Ingersoll Lockwood, and I'll take you through this real quick. And the Ingersoll, if I could find that damn thing. Let me see if oh, there it is. Okay. All right. I got it, dude. I found it. Okay. So this is my, let me share this with you. Okay. This is, my friend Hawk, Marsden's, Hawk's Mustard Seeds show. And let me find that spot and see if this is the one. No, that's him. I shared that. Here it is. All right.
What are we looking at?
Can you see that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you guys see the sky heal itself after they went through the firmament? Okay, this is what I want to show you. There's no audio.
Wow.
You see that? They're going to show it again, but we'll really
this was
watch
the SpaceX
closely.
launch. This is the SpaceX launch.
This is the SpaceX launch, right? So that's the explosion I just showed you.
Right. No black smoke.
No black smoke. No yellow.
Sealing itself, like there was a splash of water, almost like it broke through, and then it healed itself immediately. Look at that.
There's the explosion.
Wow.
And then just watch it.
Okay, so Slow Country sent me a picture the day of the.
There it is, right?
Yeah.
There's this almost like the cut, right? And then it just like seals itself, like it disappears.
So the question is, where did that rocket go? Like, where is it now? Are they?
I think it's swimming. I think it's swimming. I think it just pierced through. And I mean, part of, one of the things
that's a lot of money. Are they? I mean, do they have any signal? Do they? I mean, I would like to know. Like, are they in contact with it? Are they able to see?
Well, I tell you one thing. We can't see it on this side, can we?
No.
There's nothing there. Okay. And so, one of the things that you understand as a fighter, I understood playing basketball, and any sport you play, you got to learn how to fight too, is that sometimes you want to take a blow, but you want to lessen that blow, right?
Yeah.
It's like a tree. Like I teach when I teach basketball, by the way, which I still do. I still love working with kids, and I even do Zoom calls and stuff, because like I have them stand really rigid, and then I try to push them over. They think they're strong, and I push them over, and they just like that. They just topple over. And I tell them a tree is not strong because of its rigidity. It's strong because it sways with the wind. Right. I said, so now relax, get still in a good stance. Now relax. Now I'll push, and it'll be like this. but it won't knock them off balance. They're absorbing, and you're absorbing impact. Right? You're absorbing and moving. So
100%.
this thing, part of the strength, I believe, of the firmament is not its rigidity, possibly, but its ability to take a blow like that and seal back up. That's just a theory. This is all speculation, guys. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm just finding stuff out. And
Okay, so that's what it just changed to. Still got the frazzle drip on there, but Sky Event Worldwide green light. So
another 2 days and 6 minutes.
Yeah, now it says 2 days and 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yep, it's not over yet.
Oh, are you talking to your peeps?
Yeah, it's a yeah. So we're gonna keep an eye on that. We're gonna keep watching it. See if the highlighted message there, frazzle drip, goes away. Okay. You know, but you saw that the message changed, right? Okay. So now it says Sky Event Worldwide green light in big letters instead of a countdown on the top there where it said how many hours. You know what I'm saying? So we'll have to start watching the skies. Okay. I wonder if this is going to be the time where, because I think because maybe frazzle drip might be coming to the surface. Okay. And everybody's been talking about Pizzagate. Okay. And Elon Musk bringing up Pizzagate on Twitter. Okay. That maybe they're going to try and do the alien deception in this period of time because of you know what I'm saying? Because they definitely don't want everybody knowing about frazzle drip. Okay. We know that they don't want anybody knowing about frazzle drip. Okay. And when I pulled up, okay, I'm going to pull this back over here. Okay. And I'm going to highlight this address. And this is how I do it. I just highlight it. And then I click go to that address. And that's whose face comes up. Okay. So for those of you just joining us, okay, the message was changed earlier from the green light that was small down below with the with the longer message what did it say? Because I sent it to Dave before. Let me pull that up. Okay, so what it had said was 6 o'clock is dangerous. Green sky en route. We can feel you breathing. Nobody escapes this. Nobody. Okay. And that was at the 7 hour, 11 minute and 53 second time period. Okay. On this countdown clock. Okay. And then just before, or about an hour ago, that message changed to this, leading us to what? This. Okay. And frazzle drip can only be found on the dark web. You're not going to find it anyplace else. You know, and Jody Nadu, I know exactly what you mean. I saw it myself. It took me almost a year before I could sleep a whole night. Okay. And it's one of the reasons that I fight so hard. It's one of the reasons why I talk about child trafficking as much as I do. And I would highly recommend to everybody to know about it is enough. To watch it, don't.
Yeah.
Don't. It will change your life forever, and you can never unsee it. Okay? You can never, ever, ever unsee it. Okay? And believe me, when I hit my knees and gave my life back to Christ, it was after seeing that. Okay? And Christ is the only reason that I'm still here today. Because when I hit my knees, I was ready to off myself. Okay. That there is such an evil among us that was unseen. I hated myself. And it took me a long time to come back from that. Okay. So let's not be stupid. Okay. Like I was. Okay. So we'll keep an eye on the clock. Okay. And let's get you guys back into this. Here we go.
And I'm trying to figure out, you know,
I
the
mean,
best
honestly,
way
I think you just, it makes all the sense in the world now that you've shown that video to me, to be honest with you.
Right.
He did
Right.
pierce the firmament. In my, from what I can see, it looks like he pierced the firmament. And now, where did that rocket go? It didn't come back down.
No.
There's not pieces of it everywhere. They're not even talking about that.
No.
There's no black
And-
smoke. I didn't see any fire. I saw water.
Yeah. And by the way, it's also it's only it's a black spaceship. That this is the first black rocket they've ever had. They've all been white. And so now they have like 3 more black ones that are ready to go, and they'll probably try it again. But the thing about it is that why are they lying to us about flat Earth? First off, we were created by a sentient being. This whole thing, this whole experience was created by God or gods. You know, in Genesis, it also says, let us make man in our own image, right? Which to me tells me there's more than one. And I know people say it's the Holy Spirit and Jesus and God, but even if I was God, I'd want to hang with more than 2 people. You know, I'd get tired of you 2 after a while. You know what I mean? We want to get some more people around us. You know what I mean? You know, bring some ladies in, you know, make it interesting, you know, but that's just me. But so this is much of this is very biblical, right? And so the fact that they don't want us to know that we were special, that we were created by a God or by gods, I think is the number one mission of not allowing us to know where we're truly from. Here's the other thing. If I can convince you that you're not sitting in a chair with a little Christmas tree behind you, and you know, that if I can convince you of that, I can convince you of anything. Right. So if we step outside and we don't feel like we're moving 1,000 miles an hour, we don't feel like we're hurtling through space. We don't, all of these things, it's confusing to our psyche. It's confusing to what we know intrinsically, instinctively to be true.
It's also by telling us we're in a moving ball going whatever 80,000 miles through space, hurling through space. We all of a sudden shrink. We become demoralized. We don't feel we're part of a grand creator. We just feel like we're part of evolution, the whole slow process of becoming from matter to existence. First of all, matter cannot create consciousness. Consciousness can create matter. So that's completely backwards. Matter, we just came from nothing and we were monkeys. It's not the case. I don't believe in that either. So they demoralizing humanity to accept this agenda. You know,
notice a difference.
Climate change is the fucking God, the new religion.
Yeah. Notice the difference between a friend of yours who was adopted, who was given up for birth, wasn't wanted by her birth parents or his birth parents, and how that sits with their head their whole life, versus somebody that was, created by 2 loving parents and raised through a loving family and just treated like they were the best thing on earth. Notice the difference between those 2 people. Weakened, strengthened.
Yeah.
Okay. So telling you and me that we are accidents from a huge explosion in the middle of a vacuum of space, and that we just evolved. It's just, all the laws of entropy went out the window. But you and I evolved into these sentient beings. Sorry about that. These sentient beings, right? And yet we're being we're being lied to about it. And here's the other reason that they don't tell us. So they weaken us. They keep us from connecting with God, who created this magnificent space, everything incredible, made especially for us. We're living in a big snow globe. And then the third thing, you put a dog in a cage. What's it try to do?
Get out.
Yep. Put an animal in a zoo. What's it try to do?
Get out.
Put it in a nature preserve. What's it do?
It tries to go further.
It lives its life.
Oh, and nature. Well, you know, I mean, you're
Yeah.
always trying to go. You're
But
always
it doesn't see the fence.
Correct.
They don't see the
And
fence. They
that's
don't
where
see.
we're at.
We're in a nature preserve. But the second we know there's a wall and a fence and we're constrained, we're going for the exit doors.
You go. It turns into a prison.
We're looking for the
So,
exit doors.
so is that how these Luciferians look at God? That He imprisoned us in this biosphere of this? I mean, I'm being serious here.
That's a great question. I think that first of all, I mean, what we're
Is
seeing.
that why they're so against God? Because they look at Him like the great captor. I
Well,
mean, and we're all just suffering from Stockholm syndrome.
My friend just he's been into this transgender and transhumanist agenda for a while, and he goes on a site that shows you all these people that you think are women that are men, and all these people that are men that are really women, and that it starts in the womb where if they want, because they'll give testosterone or what's the female
estrogen.
Thank you. Shots in the womb, depending on which direction they want this child to take. But the reason why they do this is because their God, their deity, Satan, everything's got to be against God.
Right.
And especially in that way where God chooses gender, man or woman, they're bastardizing that badly. And the other thing about that is that Baphomet is a transgender.
Right.
So they're honoring Baphomet, but also demoralizing and taking what's godlike away. And so I think that's the agenda, to make this realm as anti-God as possible. And I think that's what we're seeing. If all you got to do is go back and listen to Paul Harvey's, If I Were the Devil, right? Do you know that one? Right.
Yeah.
And everything that's
I read
happening.
the Napoleon Hill, Outwitting the Devil. I'm not sure about Paul Harvey.
Okay. Yeah. Paul Harvey's got a great bit on that. So, at any rate, that's where I think we are. That's why they're doing this. That's why they had to silence the people that are, talking about what's beyond. They had to hide all the maps, all the old maps that show that there are continents outside Antarctica, outside the Antarctic wall. We know that Richard Byrd actually, spoke of that quite clearly. He spoke of, finding this continent the size of the United States, 3,000 miles beyond Fort McMurdo Air Force Base, down in Antarctica. And this was an interview. We don't have time for it today, but this is an interview, and I'll see if I can put a link. Yeah, I'll and by the way, when I do a screen share, you have to do a separate sound, don't you?
Yeah. The box. You click the box, and there's a little box, and then you click
share
on
sound. Yep, I see it. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that in the past. I don't do Zoom much. But this is the Chronoscope hour. Let's see. This is, why is that not playing? That's odd. That just stopped playing. That's a mustard seed on a finger, not a boob. Because I knew where you were going with it.
Yeah.
But let me see. This is also I was interviewed by the maestro out of the Netherlands the other day. He was great. Stephen did a nice interview. All right, I'm missing that piece now because I had to refresh it. But basically, it's the Chronoscope hour where Richard Byrd, who was the greatest explorer in the 20th century, was basically saying that he found this place, 3,000 miles south of McMurdo, and there's nothing 3,000 miles south of McMurdo on a globe Earth. Otherwise, you run into Australia. So, so at any rate, the Pizzagate thing popped up, but at any rate, he did this interview, and these two guys were both mainstream. One was Newsweek, one was CBS, and they were just asking ridiculous questions because this guy just told them there was a whole new continent, and they just totally blew over that. Basically, in this interview, it was completely controlled opposition. So
I gotta say, man, this is I'm kind of at a loss for words after watching this video.
Well, I tell you,
there's no way you can deny what we just saw.
Right. Right. And that's what we were told was going to happen. So that's why I'll give you an example. I'll just I'll take you through this real quick. On the Ingersoll Lockwood website, I think it's right here. Yep, I have it right here. Okay, so let me share this with you. And so for me, and I think everybody, I think your audience as well, we're trying to figure out what the hell's going on, right? When's it going to happen? In terms of like the actual white hats, taking control of the media, seeing justice, I think a lot of it's happening behind the scenes. But here's the Ingersoll Lockwood website. Remember how I showed you go to dark mode, right?
Yes.
And on dark mode, you can see, and by the way, I'm going to go through this one by one on my Rumble channel, that people can check out. And so you can find that, but and I'd be happy to do this with you as well. But this is the website on dark mode, and you can see all the things that pop up here.
Yes.
Right. So I sent you down. This is how many links. I don't know if you can see the links, but this is how many links pop up on each of those. So I have them all popped up, right? The Abraham Accords, the Durham Report, President Trump's.
Okay, I'm going to pause this just for a second because people on Facebook haven't caught up with some of this information. Okay, so where he's at right now is called the IngersollLockwood.com. Okay, IngersollLockwood.com. Okay, and when you go onto the page, you can go up into your settings in the right hand side there, all the way up on the taskbar. You should see a thing there where you can select settings, and you set it to dark mode, and you see different things on the page. You'll see messages that are not highlighted. The other thing that you can do is actually just go on the screen, right click, and then I'm sorry, left click, and then go all the way down to the lower right hand corner of the screen. Okay, and it basically highlights anything that is that is added into the page, such as links and things like that. And basically what he's doing is he's showing you where so like right now where the etc is here, well, that C in etc takes you to one location. The C that's out here takes you to another location. The period that is visible at the end there takes you to another location. Okay, let me actually I'll just go ahead and pull up Ingersoll. Give me a second here. NG, and it should come right up there. Bang. Okay, I'm going to pull this up on the screen. So I'm just trying to catch everybody else up to where we're at. And guys that are on the Facebook side, I'm also going to grab a link and drop it off to you guys on the Facebook side of a guy who's in the chat here on the YouTube side that also did a YouTube video on that site. His name is Big Chap. Okay. As a matter of fact, if Chap can drop the link for me, I will take and copy that over to the Facebook side so that they can grab it. So what was I meaning by grabbing the screen? So you can see my mouse. I hope you can see my mouse. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up here to this upper left-hand corner, and I'm going to basically hold down my left key button and bring it all the way down to the bottom of the page. And then I'm going to scroll up. Okay. And so you see right here, okay, the parentheses with the period in the middle. Okay. Chap, I want the link for your Ingersoll Lockwood thing that you did, if you could, please, for that particular video. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this period in between these two parentheses that are up here. And by the way, when I click off to the side here, you notice that's not there no more. Okay. It's not there no more. But if I highlight, boom, it shows up. I'm going to click that.
There can be no coexistence
it brings me to
with
the
this violence.
News Hour.
There can be no tolerating
all the
it,
world leaders,
no accepting it,
okay,
no excusing it, and
okay,
no ignoring.
So each one of these things that are on the page, and basically you can just move your mouse over the letters, and you'll notice that instead of a cursor, all of a sudden you'll get a finger. Oh, what's this? The colon is a link. I'm going to click on that. What comes up? Oh, tickets to Jim Brewer. Who's Jim Brewer? Jim Brewer is the comedian who's been making fun of everybody for a long time. And he's actually really good. He's funny as hell. And he's woke or awake like you wouldn't believe. If you click on the Star Trek symbol there, Space Force symbol, that just brings you to the place where you can sign up to join U.S. Space Force. Okay. And gives you other information. But as you run your mouse across these letters, you'll notice that periodically one of them is going to turn into a finger. And when it turns into a finger, see, right on the period there, I'm going to click on that. And what's it do? It brings me to a Twitter account. A Twitter account for who? That same comedian. And guess what? He's got a video that says why conspiracy theorists are going to EnglewoodLockwood.com. You can't see what I'm doing on the screen? You can't see my mouse? You should be able to. Okay. Maybe if let me switch this to dark, and let's see, I got to remember how to do it on mine because I use Brave browser instead. Okay. Appearance, and I want to go, but see, I don't think my dark mode gives me the same dark mode that Dave gets with Chrome. I think I get a different kind, but Brave colors, dark. Okay. So, and you see, it doesn't make a difference. Let me see. Let me see if it does it. Yeah, see, I don't get a dark mode on this. Because I'm using Brave browser. So it's just basically move the mouse across the letters. So the period after inquiries at Englewood, IngersollLockwood.com, there's another one right there. Okay. That one leads to the book of Job. What? Bringing us to the Bible? Well, it brings us to a particular one, though. You know, Job 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Okay. So you see what I'm saying? So each of these things all, okay. Now this I in the will be prosecuted, the I, there we go. The I takes us to thousands of earthquakes rattle Iceland as officials warn of potential volcanic eruption. Hey, knock it off. Okay. So each of these things all, okay, and there's now the H in hacking activities. The H brings us to what? HARP. Why would it bring us to HARP? because it wants you to learn about harp. Okay. I'm over here busy and you're over there acting the fool. Knock it off. Baron, he's mad because his one of his children is trying to kiss him and the tongue keeps going in his mouth and he's like, don't French kiss me. Don't French kiss me. The A in Americans. Brings us to what? Sunset. Listen through. And this is a Phil Wickman song. I mean, really, you're going to take and out of all of the links in the world, you're going to pick a particular song, the Hymn of Heaven. Okay. Sunset, listen through. Okay. Something nice and calming. Funny. It's not funny, but it is funny. Okay. The space in between QAnon. There's a finger there. What's it do? It brings us to the web archive of MAGAPill. All of Donald Trump's accomplice. So when people say, what did Donald Trump do? Well, let me tell you. There you go. That's what he accomplished while he was in office. And that's a lot of things to accomplish for somebody who'd never been in office before. Okay. So that's what Dave's talking about right now. Is this site right here, Ingersoll Lockwood and Big Chap. I got to look and see if he put the link here for that video. Check out Big Chat. Okay. All right. So I got to give me 1 second here. Trying to get a link to it so that, I'm going to get you the link to his channel. That's what we're going to do. We're going to get you a link to the channel. And we'll have to work from there. Okay, guys, is that fair? Where's my live? Where are you? Come here, your channel, my live. Let me click here. I really hate it interrupting Dave's video there. So, dang nabbit. Am I not? Oh, here we go. Okay, now that I'm in chat, I should be able to pull up and grab that link because I definitely do not leave YouTube open while I'm playing videos because man, it will slow down StreamYard like crazy as far as what I see. I'm just waiting for the chat to load here, so give me a minute, folks. Okay. Oh, here we go. This is the one Ronnie got bombed for. Did you do the Ingersoll on that, or is that the whole one where you did the breakdown? Because that's the one that I'd really like. But I'm going to send them to your channel, and then we'll let you work. Oh, number 3 is here. Oh, hold on. Number 2 is here. Oh, you did 3 of them. Okay, so give me a second here to get this. Okay, and this is the first one of 3 that he did in regards to the Ingersoll. And this will be great for you guys to, okay, now I got to bring this over to Facebook. Okay. Boy, I'm not really too fantastic at this stuff. It's not generally my forte. Let's see. Go here and then go here so I can make sure that I'm in there. Okay, so give me a second. Go here and then go here so I can make sure. Give me a second. Go here and then go here. So, okay. Facebook is another one that totally slows down my computer big time. Okay. So at the same time, I also want to show this to you guys because this changed. The final countdown, Sky event worldwide, green light, still got that same link. Okay. Want you guys to see that changed. Matter of fact. So Dave is live right now with Rob Cunningham. And we will get to that video in a little bit. Because this is going to turn out to be a multi-day podcast where a lot of this stuff is going to get broken down and shared with you guys, and everybody's going to be better for it. So patience is a thing right now. Okay. All right. So back to Nino's. Here we go.
It's accomplishment list archive. Okay. That's mega pill, right? Sorry. The sunset, the different songs that they put up, right? The and when I click on them, they go up automatically. Thousands of earthquakes rattle Iceland. That was November 10th. Then they show the HARP website. Okay, this is how they create those things. This is how they disrupt us. The Federal Register, sanctions in the event of foreign interference. This is the executive order by Trump. Okay, and look at all the information coming out about the elections that are shifting gears. Here's Google Earth, okay, which takes us to a link. I don't want to explore Google Earth. Get out of there. This link takes us to Antarctica, okay, and there's a hole here in Antarctica, which could be, where they go in and get out of the firmament, because they ain't getting out through the dome. So are there tunnels underneath? And this is huge, by the way. This is probably several football fields, this thing, okay? And that is in Antarctica on a Google Earth map. Obviously, they show Antarctica as a continent, which it is not. It's the ice wall that holds all the water in, right? But that's
I
an
would have said
example.
you're crazy just not long
What's that?
ago. I would have said
I know,
you were
right?
crazy.
I know.
Yeah, but after watching what I just watched, I have to really rethink everything right now.
Yep. And don't let me get off without talking about what I think's coming in the next couple of days, because I think that's really
What's
important
coming
to
in the
look
next
out
couple
for.
of days? Let's jump to that.
Okay.
In the
Okay.
next couple of days. Next couple days?
Yeah. Well,
Days. Weeks, months, or days?
one of the things that that Ingersoll Lockwood keeps taking us to is the debt clock. Okay. And on the debt clock, one of the things that we keep seeing, and I'll show you this. One of the things that we keep seeing is that, excuse me, here's the secret window, right? Open the secret window. These just started happening recently. Okay. These popping up. And it takes us to the Treasury wealth money, the U.S. Department of the Treasury, 1776. Now, we know that Trump did this back in May of, I believe it was 18. He handed the Federal Reserve over to the Treasury. The debt-free currency, okay, it's got X on it, X $10. Washington is on the $10 bill, okay. Money supply increase, it shows that if you yearly increase the money supply, this is what it looks like. It's issued as credit and spent into circulation, and they show the train of California, the bridge to nowhere, which is, they never built that train, right? But it also shows the pyramid inverted. And I've always said that we got to flip the pyramid upside down, because we're
And Trump
underneath.
has that on one of his buildings.
The inverted
Inverted-
pyramid.
He has an inverted pyramid in one of his
I didn't
buildings.
know that. I didn't
People
know that.
can go look that up. I fact checked
Okay.
it.
Very cool. And then you've got the Federal Reserve debt. And here's a $10 bill with Hamilton on it. United States Federal Reserve, the money supply increase. Look at what happened in 2020, 3.79 trillion increase. And now it's come back down to negative 800 billion in 2023. Issued as debt, foreclosures, bankrupts, defaults on loans that were put into circulation. And that way, the top 1% get 40% of the income, and the bottom 40%, which is us, gets less than 1%. Okay. So if the
Where
black
is this
hats,
on the debt clock? Where do you go to get this?
okay, so go up to the upper right hand corner and you click on secret window. See that up there?
Let me see. Hold on 1 second.
So upper right hand corner of the usdebtclock.org is secret window, and you can open it and you can close it.
Okay.
Open.
That's just there in the open right there.
That's open.
It's not so secret.
No, but it's they just started putting this up, recently, right? In the past couple of months.
Are you
right?
serious?
Yeah, so they're telling us something here. Okay?
Yeah, they are.
If the black hats were in control of this, would they show us how they're
No.
screwing us over?
No.
No. This is showing us what the U.S. Treasury wealth money is. The U.S. Treasury, we actually
So are they
own.
saying that $1, that says 10? What are they showing us? That the wealth is going to go up, and and then below it shows the $10 bill. What is it?
The
Let me see that.
$1 under the Treasury is going to be worth more than $10
Right.
in the Federal Reserve debt by far. And you see, it's in the color of gold.
Right.
Okay.
So you
That
better
means
have
it's going to
gold.
be backed by gold. And that's what we're seeing with the BRICS. The UAE just came out and said, we're not going to trade oil with dollars anymore. Okay. So we all feel that something is going to happen here with the banks, right? We all feel that the current fiat currency situation is not sustainable, and we're seeing that because of what the rest of the world is doing. And when you think about the capitulation tour that Trump did, where everybody had to get on board, right? Starting with Saudi Arabia, then going, to, all that, where he did all those things. We've talked about it together on the show. And when you consider all those are BRICS nations, okay, Brazil, Russia, India, right? Okay, China, South America. I'm sorry, South Africa. All right. All those countries are the BRICS nations, and now they're having more and more countries coming on board. The UAE, the Turkey, major places, because we screwed up the whole system by printing so much money in during the COVID that it screwed up. I think intentionally to create this this situation we're in now. So basically, there's also a countdown clock on the internet.
You think that's going to happen in the next few days? That this debt clock is going to run out, or what is it?
Well, the clock that I've pulled up is it shows that something's going to happen at 6 o'clock tonight. It's already been changed. It's already been changed from something was supposed to happen yesterday. But we do see, just like we saw with this Musk thing, we do see these things changing. And the countdown is basically, saying that it's going to be today at 6 o'clock. And there's a Q drop, about 6 o'clock.
Today.
Today. Yeah.
6 o'clock. What, Eastern time? What?
Eastern. I believe it's Eastern. And I'll show you this 6 o'clock. Now, again, so let me pull this up. This is a Q drop about 6 o'clock. $35.99. November 16th, by the way, which is the day that this was all supposed to go down with Elon Musk's SpaceX, right? SpaceX, by the way, X Spaces. There's a lot going on there, a lot of comms there. The harvest crop has been prepared and soon will be delivered to the public for consumption. A higher loyalty. Why? We've tracked that to the Rothschilds. The Ys are the Rothschilds. Hunters become the hunted. Treason, sedition, that goes to Hunter, about to testify. How do you remove a liability? 6 o'clock can be dangerous. Family proud? ? Q. So, maybe something with the Bidens, maybe something with the Rothschilds. I believe, and I've always thought that that Hillary would be the first arrest or Obama, because Hillary was the first Q drop, and Obama, they've mentioned that he's going to be pointing at at something with a weapon, with a not an AR but a AK-47, and it's about what he's pointing at with the AK-47 that's supposed to make it look really bad. And then they're going to come out. Q has said they're going to come out and try to say that that's photoshopped, and then the proof is going to be in the video that they have. So Q talks about how they have that all, and that's going to be somewhere at the beginning, whether it be Hillary arrest or Obama arrest. Obama was not on the plane with all them yesterday. Obama hasn't been seen with Michelle in public since the Larry Sinclair interview with Tucker Carlson, where Larry Sinclair said they did coke together and had sex. So then there's so that's all happening, but also we're seeing with the everything coming to a head, with all the strife and all the problems in the world, we just have to ask ourselves, when is this going to start shifting, right?
It has to start this year, next year, at least.
Well, yeah. I
Before,
mean, at some point we say, okay, if things aren't happening, Q's out the window, Trump's out the window, everybody's out the window, if things aren't being taken care of, and we're going to take care of this ourselves. Because the bottom line is, the reason why Operation Trust worked in Russian Revolution, which is a lot of people equate Operation Trust with the Q, because it was a disinformation campaign to get people to be complacent, is that they had taken the guns away from the Russians. They have not taken the guns away from you and I. Okay.
Right.
We have enough guns for our neighbors. Okay. We have 350 million people in this country. We have at least that many guns. Okay. They cannot conquer us unless they brainwash us, which they have. And that's the only way they've been able to control us, is that they've brainwashed us. I think that the flat earth issue is the biggest awakening, because once you awaken to that, you realize that, number one, there is a God. Number two, we are special. We were created to be in this realm, and we are special. Number three, what's outside of those walls? Who else is out there? And are we not allowed to go there because we're not evolved? We're still killing each other. We're still fighting each other. We're still flipping each other off in traffic, right?
Yeah.
And so for all these reasons, and number four, we realize the length, the extent that our government has gone to lie to us about this. And I'm talking about Carl Sagan, 33rd degree Mason. I'm talking about Roddenberry, who created all the Star Trek. He was 33rd degree Mason. Okay. Matt Groening of The Simpsons, 33rd degree Mason. All these guys are Masons, and they've all been placed here. Freud, Mason, was told us that we want to have sex with our mother, to throw us all out of whack there. Darwin was a Mason. okay, to tell us we came from apes or that we evolved just out of the blue. We came out of the sludge. All of this has been to separate us from divinity. And one of my, I call him a mentor because I've put my daughter in his education. And that's Rudolf Steiner. And Rudolf Steiner talked about in 1917, Steiner talked about how they will use medicine, they will use vaccines. He actually used the word vaccines to separate us from spirit. He said this in 1917, dude. This guy was
I've
way
always
out
thought
ahead.
that just instinctively. I just had thought it instinctively, but I've always said you get the vaccine, it's gonna separate you from God. I've said that. I feel like first and foremost, you've had to have a spiritual awareness about you to not the people that there's a lot of very intelligent people got it. But
yeah,
what scares me the most is what you just said right now, separating you from God. And I feel like the people that got it, I'm sorry, but disease is the least of your problems, man.
What, say that again?
I said diseases are the least of your problem.
Absolutely.
That's just how I see it, man.
And I'll just share this since you were just bringing this up, or your instinctive take on it. And I'll show you, you are in good company, my friend, because why is this doing this to me? Hold on one sec. And let me see, here you go. There it is. It will be the main concern of these spirits of darkness to bring confusion into the rightful elements which are now spreading on earth and need to spread in such a way that the spirits of light can continue to be active in them. They will seek to push these in the wrong direction. I have already spoken of one such wrong direction, which is about as paradoxical as is possible. I have pointed out that while human bodies will develop in such a way that certain spiritualities can find room in them, the materialistic bent, which will spread more and more under the guidance of the spirits of darkness, will work against this and combat it by physical means. I have told you that the spirits of darkness are going to inspire their human hosts in whom they will be dwelling to find a vaccine that will drive all inclination towards spirituality out of people's souls when they are still very young. And this will happen in a roundabout way through the living body. Today, bodies are vaccinated against one thing and another. In future, children will be vaccinated with a substance which it will certainly be possible to produce, and this will make them immune so that they do not develop foolish inclinations connected with spiritual life. Foolish here, of course, in the eyes of materialists.
That says it all to me.
Dude, that was 1917. He said this. Okay. And this is why, by the way, he created the Waldorf schools. Okay. And this is why the Waldorf schools have been decimated, because people that go to Waldorf and study Steiner know there's no vaccines. They're not my child. My daughter's never had a needle in her body. Okay. This is, and she's the healthiest kid I know. And I used to run basketball camps, and I used to see hundreds of kids every summer. Right. And she's the healthiest kid I've ever known.
I believe you 1,000%. But Dave, I gotta cut it here. Let's do a part 3. I gotta cut it
good,
here,
brother. Yeah.
Let's jump back on this. I'm gonna end it here, folks. We're gonna do a part 3. A lot was covered today. I hope this was good for everybody. I'm at a loss for words. Man. Compelling stuff.
There's a lot going on, brother.
You just switched over my paradigm another notch, bro. Thanks to you.
Cool.
Seriously.
I'm glad to hear that. That's what I try to do, man. I try to think outside the box, and I try to go with things that we can tie to other things that have been successful. And
folks, with everything that he's doing, that this man's doing, please give to his Give, Send, Go. I'm going to put it down there in the box below. get this man back on his feet. He's a valuable asset. He's a treasure to the Patriot community.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. And it's been a
All right. So that's the first interview. And when Dave finishes his interview with Rob Cunningham, he's going to join us here, and he will get it playing here for us. So we can we'll be able to continue on with this stuff, right? Which is cool. Yeah, we already talked about the final countdown Sky event worldwide. We got that. Give me 1 second. I'm going to tell you something crazy. I just got off the phone with my local CenturyLink repair guy. I'm actually adding his number to my phone, and he wants he wants the name of the podcast, and he's going to come and tune in. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, real crazy. It's but he's a truther himself, and so you learn something new every day, right? Okay, so I'm gonna get that going, and let's go ahead and bring up our next video, which is going to be "And We Know" with LT. Here we go.
The American dream, who believe Wyoming has spoken on behalf of everyone all across this great country who believes in the American dream, who believes in liberty, and who recognizes that our natural rights, the freedom of speech, freedom of religion, equal protection, and due process come from God. They do not come from government. And the government cannot take them away.
And it's going to wash hundreds and hundreds and thousands of Democrat socialists out of office with an unstoppable surge of Republican patriots. And they're going to be doing it. You're going to be heading to the polls. This is maybe the most important election we've ever had.
Fear thou not, for I am with thee. Be not dismayed, for I am thy God. I will strengthen thee, yea, I will help thee, yea, I will uphold thee with the right hand of my righteousness.
Well, folks, we have again embarked on so many issues the past few months. The level of drops are hitting the giant tsunami waves, hitting like giant tsunami waves each day. When President Trump says the deep state will be obliterated, well, you have to see it. Black Lives Matter is turning on Dems. People are standing for their rights against the military push of jabs. Millions are red-pilled on Joe Rogan, and the Carter funeral is one to remember. Wait till you see that one. Here we go.
Tell your wife and children I'll be sailing with you. It's gonna rain. Better get on board. It's gonna rain.
I invite you to join me and the And We Know family on a cruise to Majestic, Alaska, August 11th through the 18th, 2024.
We will chart our adventure aboard the luxurious Holland America's Westernum, cruising us to historic Alaskan ports like Juneau and Ketchikan. Destinations renowned for their scenery, teeming with forest and wildlife, the freshest caught salmon, and other delicious cuisine, and known for the locals' family charm. The Isaacs are coming too, and we can't wait to sing worship and patriotic songs by this renowned award-winning group. We'll also enjoy powerful biblical messages and share life stories with my family and me. Listen in on a live podcast recording and have Q&A time and interviews with special guests. So visit andweknow.com and book your trip with LT and the family today.
Get on board.
What an amazing song, huh? Get on board. What a perfect selection for all of this as we put it together. Been wanting to have a gathering for a while, and we're going to be secluded all together, hanging out, guys. It's there's ways to get on this by paying payments and stuff, so it'll be affordable for you. And we've just been trying to get the word out so you guys know. We've been trying to get together, and hopefully you guys check it out. So we've got our first thing here, Oliver Stone, about the 2020 presidential election with Bill Maher.
It's the most fair, well-run election that we've had ever.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
Well,
Let me play that one more time right here.
it's the most fair, well-run election that we've had ever.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, if there's nothing that can be said or argued that would convince you,
I think what shocked people was
then
that
it's called a closed
Trump
mind.
won so many, got so many votes. You know, that was what was shocking, that he did so well compared to what he was expected to do.
Right.
Because we believed.
Then
all
why
the
don't you believe
East
he could
Coast-
have lost?
We believed all the East Coast, the media elite, that he was going to fail, and boom.
Yes.
They were wrong. We love to see them being wrong, don't we? The media elite. Because they really
they're wrong a lot,
They
yeah.
went too far in hating, in dumping on Trump. And people don't like that in America.
You're right.
They don't like dumping on.
You're right.
And they did it too much.
The only reason, says Ultra Pepe Lives Matter, the only reason Bill Maher is so desperate to convince Oliver Stone not to question the 2020 election is because he's legitimately terrified that Trump will send him to Gitmo. You don't have to take my word for it. He literally said this out loud. Nothing he says about the election is unbiased like he pretends to be. Bill Maher has 1,000 skeletons in his closet, and he's sweating at the thought of Trump publicly holding the levers of justice and power. Once again, why would he be scared? Why bring this up? He, wore the red shoes. He's been caught. He knows it. It's been exposed. Tries to play good guy sometimes, and it's not going to work. We figured you out. It's really even more interesting as things are getting exposed. As I mentioned earlier, Melania's business for 5 decades is fashion, says Swamp Drainer. What color is she wearing to this funeral? Well, we've got gray. A lot of folks thought it was white because she has a bright sunshine shining on her. Everybody else is seemingly in the dark. Some folks say dark to light is like a comms type thing, but some folks are saying, isn't it awesome how God puts the light on the one who's standing for our country and all the others, the evil ones who worship Satan, worship the devil? Most of you say, well, I don't agree with all of them. Well, go do your research. She's sitting next to Mike, the Bushes, the Clintons, and the Bidens. Kind of strange how they have them sit in this direction, in this order. Kind of makes you wonder. Doesn't it? Also, the strange thing was the strange song they had to sing at the wedding, or at the funeral, excuse me. You're not going to believe this. They just played John Lennon's Humanist song, Imagine, at Rosalind Carter's funeral instead of a church where they sing the lyrics, Imagine there is no heaven or hell. This is the globalist theme song that celebrities sang to the serfs during the pandemic. I've never seen this played in a church in my life. What were they thinking? That's Brooks and Trisha Yearwood. And that is sickening that they would even play such a song in a place that's supposed to be a building with a cross on it that belongs to Christ, right? But no, they just had to mock God in front of everyone. Another thing that's interesting about this is White Hot Mike put this out. Maybe it's a coincidence, right? Is that this state funeral, she's wearing gray, Melania. And what's very interesting is that if you look closer, and I'm going to try to zoom in on this bad boy, you'll look at December 1st from 2018. They called it the gray wolf Canis lupus, also known as timber wolf, right? That was the U.S. Secret Service code for George H.W. Bush Sr. Shares a common ancestry with the domestic dog. State funeral next week. Coincidence. The gray wolf, and she's wearing gray. Another thing that's interesting about all this, I'm going to show you the clip in a minute, is the tree, DC tree, the White House National Christmas tree. It's fallen. Timber. Oh, I wonder what this is all about. Just check this out.
Near the White House, the National Park Service, they told us just within the last 15 minutes that a big gust of wind knocked over the national Christmas tree. It's all set for a big tree lighting ceremony on Thursday. Ardelia Gonsalves just arrived on the scene. So, Delia, we know that the National Park Service is assessing the damage. What can you see from your vantage point?
Unfortunately, we can't see a whole lot. We did circle around the ellipse for some time, but we can see this massive crane that they brought in, and that crane is working very carefully to try to upright that Christmas tree that fell. We're told the Christmas tree fell just around 2:00 this afternoon. It was a completely decorated tree. I'm told the contractor is willing to come back and redecorate, but they're not even certain if this tree is salvageable at this point. As you can imagine, and you saw me all bundled up, the wind is biting today. Very strong gusts here in downtown.
Yeah, so anyway, some folks chalk this up to God Almighty blowing that tree down. But very interesting. Very interesting how it all kind of just strangely connects. And then this one was another strange one that I saw, and I couldn't believe it, but I felt like folks might want to know anyway.
Black Lives Matter, Rhode Island, Mark Fisher. Mark, thanks so much for joining the program.
Mark Fisher is the Black Lives Matter leader out of Rhode Island.
This is my favorite story of the day because it identifies with what I've seen in the barbershop. All the brothers, for some reason right now, are turning tides right now. And I just wonder, what is the big reason?
I think personally, it's the duplicity of the Democrats, the hypocrisy. We're not stupid. The brothers are not stupid. We understand when someone's for us and when someone is not. And it's obvious that the Democratic Party is not for us.
Yeah, I keep...
Their policies actually strike at the heart of the Black family and the nuclear family.
Yeah, so, you were a part of Black Lives Matter. You founded it there. And now you're saying, you're not saying the entire Republican Party. You're saying Donald Trump. So what is it about Donald Trump? Is it the economics? You noted the Black family. What is it going to take for him to shore up this support amongst Black voters?
Well, I just think that it's going to take information. A lot of people are misinformed. They don't really understand because they don't educate themselves on Donald Trump as a person and his history. But if they do that, and it's going to take, leaders, educated leaders, getting the word out there, I think that it'll happen on its own and it'll be organic because personally, I love the man. I mean, how could you not like man? How could you not relate to someone like that?
Yeah, he watches every morning, so I'm sure he's cheering as you're saying this. We looked at some of the polls for Trump over Biden in the battleground states. In 2020, it was 8%. Now in 2023, he has 22%. And that's just not Black mid. So the election is right around the corner. If you had the opportunity to talk to the former president, I'm sure he's watching right now. What would you tell him?
Call me on my cell phone, man. I'll stop for Trump.
Mark, I'm fascinated by you. Why did you end up leaving Black Lives Matter? Or are you still affiliated with it?
No. I'm still affiliated with it. all day. Because the thing about it is, my message that I preach and that I tout is unity. It's a message of unity. It's unity driven. I want to bring together all the marginalized groups from the margins and bring them to the center, because we're stronger together as a one nation under indivisible under God.
Yeah. Mark Fisher, I think all Americans can go with a message of unity. We thank you so much for coming on the program. I hope you'll come back and check in with us.
I appreciate you. Keep up the good work, Lawrence.
You got it, bro.
Interesting. How they would start putting out information without fear. I mean, you would think that he had someone tell him, hey, you don't want to go out and tell folks all this to the entire public. And it just makes you wonder how they're going to play all this out. How in the world would he have the guts to even talk about this? And so I thought it'd be a perfect thing to show you this. It's time to totally obliterate the deep state. Came out from a reply to real Donald Trump. Donald J. Trump retruthed this. 1322 timestamp. Confirmed. Things are moving faster than you know. Public interest forces the sun to shine. Why are we here? Isn't it great just to have some comms thrown at us sometimes? Some of you aren't into it, but I tell you what, it's really important for all of us to know and to see this, because little by little, we're seeing exposure happen, and many are going to wake up, and I can sense it now, and I see it more and more, even with that interview showing that 22%, right? Is that the what he showed us there on the stats? I think it was right about here. Yeah, 22% now support for Trump over Biden among black voters in swing states. Up from 8%. That means almost 1 out of every 4 that you walk up to, they support President Trump. Isn't that amazing? Amazing. This is also amazing. Exciting announcement. BioOptimizer's Black Friday mega sale is happening now and will last throughout the entire month of November. And listen carefully, because this mega deal is available only for my listeners, only with my code. Now, we all have those ever-growing Black Friday wish lists, but this year I challenge you to make your health a top priority. Instead of those impulse purchases, let's focus on what really matters. We all know the importance of sleep when it comes to our overall well-being. And while some might say you can't buy a good night's sleep, I'm here to tell you that yes, you absolutely can. I'm talking about Magnesium Breakthrough from BioOptimizers, a true game changer in the quest for a better night's sleep. So keep in mind that when you supply your body with these essential magnesium forms, you're in for an incredible upgrade. Magnesium supports a balanced inflammatory response, promotes healthy restorative sleep, relaxation, calmness, and better stress response. BioOptimizer's Black Friday mega sale is happening right now and lasting throughout the entire month of November. The biggest discount you can get and amazing gifts with purchase are available only on my page, biooptimizers.com/LT with the code LT10. Choose your health over unnecessary things this Black Friday. Head over to biooptimizers.com/LT and enter code LT10 at checkout.
There's a surveillance program that affects anyone who has AT&T's phone network. So we're talking very few people, very few. AT&T is part of something called the Data Analytical Services, or DAS, and it's coordinated with federal and local law enforcement agencies. And here's what it does. They have been secretly collecting and analyzing over 1 trillion domestic phone records. 1 trillion. And they do that every year. If you have AT&T, you're being snooped on by the federal government. It used to be called Hemisphere, and it's run by AT&T in coordination with different agencies. Now, Congress just found out about this, and they're going to do something about it, but I'll just throw this in. This is what it does. It goes after anybody who has been in direct contact with a criminal suspect. and anyone else who has had communication with them. So some guy that you don't know called somebody who's a criminal of any sort. That's recorded. Then that guy calls somebody else, and somebody else calls somebody else, and that somebody else calls you. That's the chain. All of your records. They're tying everyone together, which I think is good. Kevin Bacon, we'll finally have absolute proof that it is 7 phone calls away to Kevin Bacon. So we got that going for us. Again, that's an AT&T thing.
From Broken Anthem. For better or for worse, we must stick together. We don't have time for division. We don't have time for fear. They want us divided, scared, and isolated. So we forgive each other, understand the full situation, and stay on mission. If any one of us gets attacked, we stick together. I'm going to pause this for a second. I'm showing this. Thank you, Scotty, for putting this together. But we stick together. I thought this was interesting because you might have seen it in the news, but the Chiefs fans, NFL Chiefs, they're planning to all wear black and red face paint to the next game in massive show support for this boy. This boy was under attack because of what he's wearing, if you see him on the screen. Yeah. He was attacked by the media who called him a racist, mainstream media. So they're sticking together. Stick together. I'd love to see a lot of videos come out of that one. This is the People's Revolution of the United States of America. Our nation has been commandeered by an illegitimate regime that has violated the HAVA Act of 2002 repeatedly. They are practicing lawlessness and open rebellion against these United States of we the people. We fight with our intellect, our voices, and the pen. We will never back down, never surrender. We want our nation back. We will not be slaves, will not tolerate tyrants nor their sick psychopaths. Those greedy for power and deranged from perversions will try anything to stop and end the unified people of the United States. The future is ours. We'll restore the rule of law, restore the authority of state constitutions and the U.S. Constitution. Endure momentary pain, friends. Victory is soon to be ours, freedom, and nothing less will endure with. So this is very important. Laura Logan put out, Texas is being used. We can stop it. Aaron Stevenson says, tag all Texans that you know, HHS, Homeland Security is attempting to legalize child trafficking. Read this article from @SecureBorder, Texas. Texas receives far more unaccompanied minors than any other state, and consequently, there are more HHS contracted facilities housing UCs operated in the state, more than 50, according to the latest publicly available information. This means that the attempts to make the incentivizing and dangerous policies permanent will have a substantial negative impact on Texas. Continue to move forward. If Q wasn't real, says Wyatt, then Trump would tell you. Think logically, there's a 0% chance that Trump would allow his base to be taken by someone out of his control if he was not affiliated or a part of it. It would take 1 minute and one tweet to save his base from a massive conspiracy theory lie. Boom. Liz Crokin says, first Elon comments on Pizzagate this week, and now Q. Fake news meltdown starts in 3, 2, 1. Yeah. You go through all of this. President Trump then puts out, whenever I sarcastically insert the name Obama for Biden as an indication that others may actually be having a very big influence in running our country, Ron DeSanctimonious and his failing campaign apparatus, together with the Democrats' radical left disinformation machine, go wild saying that, quote, Trump doesn't know the name of our president. Crooked Joe Biden. He must be cognitively impaired. No, I know both names very well, never mix them up, and know that they are destroying our country. Also, and as reported, I just took a cognitive test as part of my physical exam and aced it. Also aced a perfect score, one taken while in the White House. Biden should take one so we can determine why he wants open borders, no energy independence, a woke military, high inflation, no voter ID, men playing in women's sports, only electric cars and trucks, a weaponized DOJ, FBI, and so many other crazy things, capital CRAZY. Spook blog, keep in mind that Hamas was created and funded by Israel at the insistence of Netanyahu, the same as ISIS. These are false flag ops designed to mask Israeli Mossad operations to seize total control of what used to be Palestine. The final step to destroy Gaza to convert it to an Israeli deep water port. Israelis laugh at America. And that's from all of these listed here. And that is coming from, again, if I go to this spooked blog. We talked about this. If you go to my October 9th, 11th, and 13th videos, you can see a breakdown with all this stuff that we're showing you and more. And here's Elon talking
was certainly been
in Jerusalem, November 27th.
A day, I would say an emotionally difficult day to see the places where people were murdered. I just did a talk with the Prime Minister, and I think obviously there are three things that need to happen in the Gaza situation. I mean, there's no choice but to kill those who insist on murdering civilians. There's no choice. They're not going to change their mind. And then the second thing is to change the education so that a new generation of murderers is not trained to be murderers. And then the third thing, which is also very important, is to try to build prosperity.
Elon Musk under attack. Mediaite. Washington Post becomes latest company to stop ads on Twitter, X, amid Musk controversies. Also, Liz Crokin showed us Vice News attacks Elon Musk for posting about Pizzagate and continues to insist it's a debunked conspiracy theory. On the same day, their former contributor is sentenced to prison for arranging to sexually abuse a 9-year-old. You can't make this up. Vice News. Child pornography possession from Vice News. It keeps popping up right in front of our face. Why they can't stand Elon anymore. They don't like the truth getting out. They don't like us sharing because Twitter's got a big following. A lot of folks paying attention, sharing things like crazy. And we keep bringing it up. We keep showing you. And Dave Smith on why the establishment turned on Elon Musk with Joe Rogan.
The point really is that they were furious at him already just for the gall of saying you were going to come make this a free speech platform when, as we know from the Twitter files, right, that it wasn't simply that Jack Dorsey was deciding he didn't want to hear anything that was skeptical about the COVID vax or lockdowns on his platform, but it was literally that the FBI, our federal government, political campaigns, 3-letter agencies were telling Twitter, colluding with them, and making sure that, again, like I was saying before, that their government propaganda that they felt was necessary in order to institute these tyrannical policies of the COVID regime, that was not allowed to be dissented against on there. And that's what his real crime against them was buying Twitter, saying he's going to make it a free speech platform, and releasing the Twitter files. That's really what got the establishment turned on Elon Musk, who, as you probably remember, was once a darling.
Once a darling. Not anymore. Sound familiar? It's like President Trump. Once a darling. Not anymore. So, of course, they want to stop and silence the speech everywhere. They're going to work on it, different countries. Ireland, the Green Party lunatic, Paulina O'Reilly. We are restricting freedom for the common good.
When you think about it, all law, all legislation is about the restriction of freedom. That's exactly what we're doing here, is we are restricting freedom, but we're doing it for the common good. You will see throughout our constitution, yes, you have rights, but they are restricted for the common good. Everything needs to be balanced. And if your views on other people's identities go to make their lives unsafe, insecure, and cause them such deep discomfort that they cannot live in peace, then I believe that it is our job as legislators to restrict those freedoms for the common good.
Restrict them for the common good. Restrict free speech. That's actually good. When we have all control of the government, when we can tell you what to think and how to think, and we can control the media on telling you how to think, we don't agree with free speech. So that's Ireland's Criminal Justice Incitement to Violence or Hatred and Hate Offenses Bill 2022. The translation of this bill, CJ bill, anyone who possess on their phones or computers memes and anything else that hurts someone's feelings from a protected group will be sent to prison for up to 5 years for the common good. To make matters worse, Ireland's Prime Minister Leo Varadkar vowed to modernize free speech with CJ Bill 22 after there was outrage. There was another illegal migrant stabbing. This time, 3 children and 2 adults in Dublin, Ireland. Think about that. Illegal migrants who stab children are more protected over natural-born citizens.
We're going to make sure that we make those changes to our laws in the next couple of weeks to allow the Gardaí to use that evidence and go through that evidence and identify the people who are involved in these actions, and we are going to get them. In addition to that, I think it's now very obvious to anyone who might have doubted it that our incitement to hatred legislation is just not up to date. It's not up to date for the social media age, and we need that legislation through, and we need it through within a matter of weeks, because it's not just the platforms who have a responsibility here, and they do. There's also the individuals who post messages and images online that stir up hatred and violence, and we need to be able to use laws to go after them individually as well.
So instead of going after all the folks that they just bring in from other countries illegally, and instead of going after them and looking into why they go out and stab children who live in Ireland or have been there for their entire life, families, generations, no, we've got to go after these folks because they're putting out their speech stating that they are against all of these illegals coming in. They're against their children getting stabbed. Oh no, that we don't want them going against those groups. That's hate. Who decides what's hate and what's not? These fools need to be replaced. Conor McGregor then goes out, MMA champion. He's under investigation for online hate speech. Let's see, what did he say? Conor McGregor, I don't care about President Higgins' statement or Varadkar's statement or Mary Lou's or Justice McKenty's or Garda commissioners. Announce our plan of action. What are we waiting for? Your statements of nothing are absolutely worthless to solving the issue. Innocent children ruthlessly stabbed by a mentally deranged non-national in Dublin, Ireland today. Our chief of police had this to say on the riots in the aftermath. Drew, not good enough. There's grave danger among us in Ireland that should never be here in the first place. Then he asks, is any update on the well-being of those stabbed today? Absolutely horrific scenes all day. My stomach is churning with no action being taken at all during these ever more frequent events, like literally zero action taken whatsoever. How do we expect an end to this? They call that hate speech. He's speaking up. The Irish police force, known as the Gardaí, is currently evaluating McGregor's social media posts as part of an investigation into the spread of online hate speech. So take these guys that have big names, flaunt them out for the public to see, so then it puts fear in all of the people to make sure they don't say anything or speak up. Create laws to scare everyone from talking to each other. They're sick. Keith Olbermann, after Musk's endorsement of the QAnon and Pizzagate conspiracy theory, I won't be posting here anymore on X. It's done. There are a couple of pre-scheduled promos for the podcast that last run. I'm on the other socials under my name or some variation of Countdown. The freak opens his mouth. And then Trump filed a motion in the J6 indictment case requesting all documents regarding informants, cooperators, undercover agents, representatives who were present or within 5 miles of the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. The deep state has no choice. Drop the charges altogether before being forced handing over self-incriminating documents, or they hand the documents over and expose their own crimes. Trump is a genius. And there it is on your screen for all to see. Let's see. We can zoom in just a little bit for you. Request, please provide any all documents regarding informants, cooperators, undercover. There it is. Number 26. Discovery contains FBI's 302s for investigations related to events on January 6th. Please provide all investigations related to foreign interference and efforts by foreign actors. Remember, they had Ukrainian Azov battalion people there. They found many redacted documents. The truth just keeps coming out. Folks, if you want to know more, you can go to amweknow.com. Amweknow.com, you'll find our podcast. We have an exclusive audio-only podcast now that we're putting out on Saturday. I'm trying to work on a Tuesday, Thursday to get those out to you. We've got our crews. You can click on the partners page that is coming. It's going to be absolutely amazing. We had our meeting this week to go over some of that. I was just so amazed. And folks, you know, we have the Patriot Light that we created also for all those that are looking for resources. They're looking for news, social news that we follow, faith, markets, world news. It's got a little bit of mainstream media in there, but also mixed in is the social news. You can mix and match, go do your own research and find out a lot more. But we try to keep it above board, and it refreshes about every 5 minutes. You also go to _828 on Instagram. That's where we post the videos and pictures of folks wearing our gear. Also on Facebook, we've got a following there called Awk Updates. You can look for it there. We can't call it And We Know. Facebook kicked us off. You guys remember Instagram also kicked us off when we called it And We Know. So pretty cool. And just wanted to show you also that we have that podcast. When you go to Podbean, all you have to do, excuse me, not Cyber Monday. I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. I placed the wrong. Anyway, you've got the LT with And We Know exclusive podcast, audio only. You can go to that exclusively on Podbean. To get to that, go to amweknow.com, click on our podcast, and subscribe to Podbean, would you? And then you can catch those, and you'll get updates also when you ask for them. Also, just wanted to share this with you, a photo. God's Children Are Not For Sale, and that picture wearing her gear. Hi, LT. We know his favorite show of both my son and myself. We eagerly watch every episode. We first heard about the movie Sound of Freedom on your show, watched it on opening night. Deeply moved by it. Adam's 17 years old, organized a rally against child trafficking at the Rhode Island State House. We marched through the streets of the capital city of Providence with a loudspeaker chanting child trafficking statistics. A young girl off the streets joined in the march and quietly walked beside us. She was carrying a suitcase. She was clearly in distress. She asked if she could have the microphone, and we gave it to her. I could see that she wanted to release an overwhelming amount of pain and secrets, but she couldn't. We all just stood there in silence for what seemed like eternity. We all welled up with tears and could feel the pain in her eyes. She finally uttered a cracking whisper of the words on the sign I was holding: God's children are not for sale. It turned out she was trafficked herself. She took her chance of a counter of our march as a sign from God, is now being helped by the woman in the march who was on the mic. Way to go. Seeing our future leaders right there, guys. Absolutely amazing. They're wearing our gear. Just to let you know, we have Christmas tees are 40% off. Use code 40Christmas at our store, shop.amweknow.com. That ends November 29th. And also you get a $6 puzzle when you buy anything on our thing. Just use puzzle 6 in our store. We've got all kinds of goodies, guys. Here's more great pictures of Patriots wearing our gear.
But why do you think it is that when you say the economy is improving and President Biden says the economy is improving, that a majority of Americans outside of this building are not buying it?
So here's the thing. When we walked into this administration, the economy was on a tailspin. That is the fact. Because of the last administration, because of the Trump administration, because of how they dealt with COVID and the pandemic, because they didn't have a comprehensive plan. The president came in, he passed the American Rescue Plan, which was able to get the economy back on its feet, which was able to open up small businesses. Well, small businesses were able to open up. Schools were able to open up. And we understand what Americans have been feeling over the last 2-3 years. It's going to take some time. We get that. It's going to take some time, but it does not take away how we have seen the economy getting back on its feet. We actually had to fix the problem that we saw that the last administration left us.
Fix the problem of the last administration. Blame it on Trump. That's the go-to whenever they're caught. Gas prices were lower. Folks were able to put food on the table. Rent was cheap. Houses were great. Everyone's finding jobs. Those that couldn't find them for a long time, people were getting pay raises. Small businesses were growing like crazy. We were bringing businesses back into America, and they came in and destroyed it all. And instead of answering the question, let's just blame it on Trump. That's how they usually work, right? Monetary system. Here's more on the Joe Rogan show.
The whole system of fractional reserve banking is really kind of this fascinating thing, because everybody still kind of has in their mind that if you kind of have in your mind that the money in your bank account is your money and that you're holding it, that they're holding it for you.
Right.
But that's not right. That's not what's going on. And if you ever actually read the contract that you sign when you open a checking account, that's not what it is. It's more like you're loaning money to the bank and they owe that money to you, but they don't have to give it to you. You could, legally speaking, you could walk in tomorrow to a bank. I mean, no one actually walks up to a teller anymore.
It's a Wonderful Life isn't a Christmas movie. It's a banking movie.
Oh, yeah. So that is the scene. I was right about that. Okay. But so you could walk into the bank tomorrow and your checking, account balance is whatever, say it's $5,000, and you could go, I'd like to take out $2,000, and they can say, no, you can't have it. Now, they owe it to you, technically, but they don't have to give it to you. They're not just holding it for you to give to you on demand. Now, the system hasn't collapsed, so they will give that to you today if you walk into a bank. But
if too many people come in and they want too much money,
well, they don't have it.
Yeah,
is the point. So when you open a bank account, and I don't know exactly what the reserve rates are now, because I know they did change this during COVID, but for a while it was 10%. Was what the Federal Reserve set as the reserve that you had to put away. So when you come into your bank and you give them $100 to open a checking account, just to make it an easy number, they hold $10 and they loan out $90. And now, so they'll loan that money out, and so essentially they owe you $100. But the effect of this, right, is that now there's this guy. So let's say you open the account with $100. Now there's another guy who takes out a loan for $90, and you're now in the economy, and kind of like you think you have $100, and he thinks he has $90, but really there's not $190. There's only $100. That you get what I'm saying? Now here's where it gets even crazier than that. This guy doesn't just hold his $90. He goes and puts it in the bank. And so the bank holds 10% of that money and then loans out 90% of that to somebody else, who then puts that money in the bank. And then they take 10%. So when you actually look at the effect of it, there's not nearly as much money in the bank as we all think we have.
Yep. And so we talk about stuff like this with Dr. Kirk Elliott. If you missed our interview, it was this Sunday. The Dutch Central Bank prepares for gold standard and more. And it continually brings this up. And if you guys want help on this on a personal level, you can go to amweknow.com/gold and he'll help you out. Dr. Kirk Elliott will speak with you. We talked on these things. Here you go.
Through that. But this is where our journey begins, right? It's not ends, because we don't expect you to watch the markets like a hawk. We will. And we'll always let you know it's time to buy, sell, reallocate, get out of Dodge, do whatever needs to be done moving forward. And here's something really interesting. I'm glad you've got this chart on the screen. If you look at the very, very top, it's not even on there, this massive chunk, that's iron ore, that's steel, right? And then the next biggest one is aluminum, and they're massive. You have to scroll all the way down to these dinky little numbers under technology and precious metals. Silver's like 28,000 tons of 1.5 million tons.
Yep.
And gold is even less, right? So it's like All the gold ever mined in the history of the world can fit into 2 Olympic-sized swimming pools. That's it. I mean,
We have a great talk about that, how our money works and more. Man, they have great strategies for precious metals and more. And let me show you something else that we just had given to us recently. Great billboard signs going up across the country. This one's on 6200 South Sunbury Road, Westerville, Ohio, facing south. Really, really cool. Getting these up. Banners for Freedom's been helping us out to get billboards up in different areas. We had another one in 1299 Dublin, Granville Road, Columbus, Ohio. We've got another one at 1505 Alum Creek Drive, Columbus, Ohio. And there we go. A great photo with all of our friends together. It's great to see them. And just big smiles. Thank you guys for that great work. And so here's some more Joe Rogan, Dave Smith on the Biden administration encouraging the firing of nurses over vaccine mandates.
They fired those nurses that weren't willing to get vaccinated.
Yeah.
Even the ones that had COVID and got through it.
Even the ones who were really good at TikTok dances. They all got out. They all got out. Yeah.
They knew that it imparted natural immunity. And they're like, no, you got to be a part of the marked team.
Yeah.
You got to get marked.
Well, and
you got to be on the good side.
The craziest thing about that was that many of these nurses at the point, right? Because when they were firing them was already well into 2021. I mean, it must have been like in the summer of 2021 when that started happening.
Mm-hmm.
And so these people had been working around COVID positive people since at the latest January of 2020.
They went through the worst of it when there was no treatments available.
So 100% of these nurses had either had COVID and gotten over it or figured out how to protect themselves from getting COVID by being, like super careful with, like N95 masks and washing their hands and stuff.
That, it's probably their antibodies. It's probably their system that fought it off.
Yes. But I'm just saying none of them have not figured out how to work under the conditions of the reality of COVID-19. And so to then at that point, and it was just what was amazing about it, and it shows you a little bit about how the propaganda machine works, is that the propaganda starts with, and this happened several times throughout COVID, right? Where the propaganda starts being, oh, the nurses are the heroes. Every day at 6 p.m. in New York City, we're going to open our windows and clap for them while we're all locked down because they're the healthcare workers and they're really on the front lines of this battle. And then as soon as you're not compliant with the latest requirements of the regime, your life's ruined.
Yeah, because there's no room for nuance. There's no room for, oh, you've had it, then you don't have to get it, because then you're going to sell less vaccines.
Right.
It's really that simple.
But there's also no loyalty to the weren't they our heroes last year? And they're like, nope, they're not helping the current agenda. But you saw that a lot with you can hear Fauci talking in 2020 about how we're never going to get a vaccine. And even if we get a vaccine, it's going to take a decade before we'd know it'd be safe. And so blah, blah, because he was trying to sell the lockdown regime at the time. And so he was saying no. Don't think there's going to be something that gets us out of all of this. We have to lock down. That's the only way to do it. But then as soon as that switched and it was like, okay, now the plan is to push the vaccine. It was like, no, you have to get the vaccine. Everybody has to get it. No questions. Don't think about it. Mm-hmm. Don't do your own research. I'm your own research.
Yeah.
Millions of people tuning in to this show. Talked about this over and over again. Whatever we think of Joe, at least he's having these folks on. He's letting them talk. And of course, he was the brunt of many of the horse dewormer videos when they went after him. When he said, "Hey, I'm fine. I took vitamin C. I took some ivermectin and more. It was working out fine." Yeah, you will take this or not. Pfizer sues Poland because it doesn't want to buy more COVID vaccines. Filed a lawsuit. Yeah. Sued the government of Poland. Alleged failure to buy 60 million contracted doses of its COVID-19 vaccine. Spokesperson for Poland's health ministry, Iwona Kania, told local news outlet on Thursday that over a year of negotiations failed to yield a compromise over tens of millions of contracted doses that Poland doesn't want to buy. Their civil suit, filed early this week in Brussels, Belgium, demands that the Polish government pay roughly $1.5 billion for the 60 million doses. A lot of money these folks are making. Not only are we seeing a pushback on this on many levels from many people saying we've had enough. We've had videos put out in support of our military when they're trying to say, hey, you know, you can come back. You can come back. Check this out.
And I want to elaborate on that and give you an example as to why reinstatement, back pay, and apologies isn't enough.
Remember, he's talking about the thousands of service members were treated with disrespect and fired because of tyranny, yet citing recruitment challenges as a reason this should be a priority diminishes the sentiment, right? It's like, well, we're having recruiting problems. Let these folks come back in, you know, that we kicked out for taking the jab. He continues.
So in July, Undersecretary Cisneros acknowledged the DMET data, the database working properly, and also acknowledged things such as myocarditis rising 151%. So what I did, I went in today. I'm doing the same thing, 5-year average. However, I'm comparing it to 2022, and I only am using fixed wing pilots and helicopter pilots, active duty. So we get hypertensive disease, 36%, ischemic heart disease, 69%, pulmonary heart disease, 62%, heart failure, 973%, other forms of heart disease, 63%, cardiomyopathy, 152%.
Did you hear those numbers? These numbers are startling. I thought I heard
69%.
Let me try this one again.
Pulmonary heart disease, 62%.
Heart disease.
Heart failure, 973%.
Heart failure from pilots. Remember? 973%, I think is what I heard. Then we had somebody else out there sharing her thoughts. Let me go to that. I've got it right here. Jordan Carr, things the U.S. Armed Forces want you to forget as they try to boost recruitment. They medically raped their members. They punished them for their faith. They physically, mentally, and emotionally abused them, but want you to believe they've changed and won't do it again. The same leaders who committed these crimes are still there, have more power. They're promoted. They broke the law. They rewarded their crimes. Add your own comments. Here we go.
Jordan Carr, and I'm a former Air Force intel officer and captain that was
This is Jordan Carr.
discharged over the COVID-19 mandates. I've seen a lot of representatives in the last week tweeting about some sort of restitution, and we really appreciate that. We really appreciate the support. But I did want to touch on a couple of the things that I've seen from these representatives, and that's calls for an apology, restoration of rank, back pay, and that sort of thing. While all of those things would be wonderful, the reality is that an apology would not be genuine, because in order for an apology to be genuine, there has to be an admittance of wrongdoing, and the DoD, DHS, and Officer Corps will not admit that they were wrong. The message being received so far by them is that they can commit crimes and get away with it. As far as restoration of rank and back pay, again, while those would be wonderful, we have a Democrat-controlled Senate, and so I don't see that as a reality. At a minimum, what needs to happen is that all of those members who are discharged with the General Discharge Misconduct Code, they need to have their discharges upgraded to honorable. They deserve that. They did nothing wrong. In fact, they were punished for their faith, the majority of them. The number one thing from that the veterans like myself would love to see is accountability, because the recruiting and retention crisis will not be solved when you have an officer corps that inflicted moral and physical injury on their members and they're still serving. They have not been held accountable. In fact, a lot of them have been promoted. That being said, there are veterans, a group of us, at least 24 of us, who have been working with representatives. Some of us met in DC a week and a half ago with at least 11 representatives' offices, and we had a 2-hour discussion with them on proposals that we would like to see in amendments, investigations, realistic expectations as far as restitution. I'm going to tag the representatives who showed up. It doesn't mean that they've committed to anything, but it means that they had a conversation with us. It means that they heard us out. They took notes. They engaged in the reality of having a Democrat-controlled Senate and what that means as far as bipartisan legislation. If you don't see your representative tagged, please tag them, because we're going to continue to engage with these representatives. We're going to continue, especially the ones who have tweeted about some sort of restitution in the last week. We want to have those discussions with them. So please tag your representatives. thank you for your support. We're not going to stop fighting. We've been fighting for almost 3 years because we care about this country and we care about the military. And especially as a former officer, we care about the enlisted corps. The amount of pressure that they received both from their senior NCO chain of command and their officer corps chain of command, it's disgusting what happened to them. And as an officer, we have an obligation to protect, uphold, and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And the officer corps broke the law. We have a moral obligation and a duty to not obey unlawful orders. And
thank you, Jordan Carr. Absolutely amazing. Here we go. We'll finish it.
Court case, the judge acknowledged that the DoD was mandating vaccines from an EUA vial in my court case. So we know that they broke the law. Now we just need accountability. We need to make sure that this never happens again. And if we have any hope in restoring the military and solving this recruiting and retention crisis, accountability is the number one thing we need.
That's right. And so it's important. And for me, as I've mentioned before, for those that listen to me all the time, 2 older sons served. I was in the Marine Corps 20 years, retired. One son went Marine Corps, the other went Army. They got out. I've got 2 more sons. They wanted to join the military, but they've held back because of these mandates, because of the craziness going on in the military and more. There's a host of reasons, but the big one is, are they going to force me to put this stuff into my body? Many of you know that have been in the military. You walk into boot camp, they just start throwing all kinds of stuff in your body right away without telling you what's going in your body. It's more than just this COVID death shot. I usually take you to sudden deaths, COVID BC, vax sudden deaths. I show you over and over again folks that post on social media for the world to see, bragging about getting the jab. And then they have a shock death. Australian professional wrestling Superman Kyle Eade was rocked the sporting community. 23-year-old passed away suddenly earlier this week. Constant feature. That was in August 2023. That's how long it's been since that's been posted. You got pictures of people and more. Let me see if I go to the very bottom. What's the latest? You got more folks sharing. See their jab. Look at me. I got it. And the next thing you know, they're gone suddenly. They brag about it, and then they're gone. They brag about it, they're gone. I can just keep showing these pictures over and over. You can go to that on Telegram and see it all playing out. And of course, they just a reminder from MJ Truth, stay home a few weeks. It's for the greater good. Close your business. It's for the greater good. Stay home longer. It's for the greater good. Wear this mask. Wear 2 masks. We recommend injecting the vaccine. We need you to spend the holidays alone. You're mandated to inject this vaccine. We need to hold you in a facility because you're not complying. It's all for the greater good. We need you to stop eating meat. We need you to stop driving your gas car. We need you to stop saying things about a protected class. It's for the greater good. We need you to stop having children. It's for the greater good. It's all for the greater good. They want you to just be quiet and comply. As a matter of fact, they keep pushing another one, what we know about the respiratory illnesses causing havoc at China's hospitals, New York Post. And guys, I'm not saying nothing's happening. I mean, I've been watching a lot of stuff. Folks on Twitter are sharing, hey, I've had some things, Patriot Voice and some others. They're saying, yeah, I've been having some weird respiratory problems, RSV and more, a lot of weird stuff. And people are saying, are they spraying something in the air? They want you to believe all this and think something bad's about to happen. But remember, be not afraid. This post was a while back, but a reminder.
When I was in psychological operations in the Army in 2003, it was illegal to run psychological operations on the American people. Well, Obama changed that in 2014. Now it's perfectly legal to run PSYOP on the American people. You're living in a multifaceted psychological operations exercise.
You're living a PSYOP exercise. They play this out in front of all of us, and we know. Destroys many lives and more. I mean, folks, as we go through all of this, I mean, think about the things that we just shared in this small span. Oliver Stone talking with Bill Mayer about the stolen election. Strange things happening in the funeral service for Carter. Black Lives Matter leader now endorses Trump. We've got comms and Joe Rogan about Elon Musk. Ireland going crazy with their laws to stop people from speaking up. They can't stand free speech. Obliterate the deep state, re-truthed by President Trump. We got the so many things from Joe Rogan show coming out about the mandates and more. COVID, military members standing up, former military standing up. Man, thank you for your service and being so strong. And also, we've had great comms. Here, remember Captain Clay Higgins shared a while back, very interesting meeting with President Trump yesterday at his home in Mar-a-Lago. This was years ago. America, have faith. I'm not at liberty to discuss details. I'm just saying, have faith. Kind of reminder as we see all this, just Joe Rambo is always putting out great comms for us, things to remember. Remember, he was given a 21-gun salute.
You who are just joining us, you're watching as President Trump
as he left the office. Biden was given a funeral, incoming adversary salute. Biden was sworn in early. Trump did not attend the ceremony. Trump left with nuclear football. National Guard was sworn in as U.S. Marshals and took over D.C. Joe Biden's Marines were out of uniform and turned their backs to him. Trump told us of the pause. Q told us the people must be shown, not told. So you tell me what's going on.
To Mar-a-Lago, the resort where they live. Let's listen.
Amazing. You remember he was standing in front of 17 flags, and there's folks still out there. I'm seeing some comments in other places, other videos that post my stuff, a lot of love, but they're still out there going, oh, I used to watch this. He still thinks that President Trump is the Messiah coming back as Jesus to save us all. You know, I'm like, you guys have lost your mind. Don't let him bother me anymore. We're going to keep pressing forward. The comms are there. We do all we can to keep you guys informed. I feel like I'm directed and led by the Holy Spirit for all of this. And it's just been an amazing journey with all of you. So just kind of keep the reminder, just like we hear from Captain Clay Higgins. America, have faith. I'm not at liberty to discuss details. I'm just saying, have faith.
For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, again, we are so grateful for how you continue to guide us. You provide us the resources to be able to discover, research things, and find out about this enemy who's been hiding behind Hollywood, music, politicians, media, and so many other places, brainwashing us day in and day out with demonic sayings, do what thou wilt, do whatever you want, says Satan. Yet we know your guidebook is wonderful. It's a mirror and shows us just how messed up we are and how badly we need a Savior and how amazing it is that you send your Holy Spirit to us when we just have faith that your Son believed that he died on the cross and rose again after 3 days. Confess with our mouth. How amazing to live in a time when so many people are searching for something, they're hurting. And we know that you've created this guidebook for us and you're pulling so many away from that demonic force, from the enemy who even questioned at the very beginning to Eve. Did God really say? Oh, yes, you did. You remind us over and over again your love for us. You remind us when you were tempted from the enemy. Over and over again, 3 times, it is written. Your holy word is amazing. We thank you for that. We know that we are fallen, have many faults, but we know we can come to you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, boldly before your throne, making requests. And we just request as we move forward each day that many more people will be softened up and realize what a mighty God we serve and how great things are going in such a positive way. We ask all this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen and amen. Folks, thank you for tuning in. Thank you so much for hitting that subscribe button and for also hitting the like button. I wanted to just update you on one more thing that you guys have done for us, and we've just been so appreciative of this. But my sons, I just like to show them. I usually do it at the end of the video, but they worked really hard on probably one of the biggest tournaments they put together on their own. And I wanted to show you just the intro for that here as we go in forward. Here, check this out, how they're learning, they're growing, okay? Then we'll close.
Welcome to the exciting world of bowling. Get ready to witness the ultimate showdown as nearly 30 skilled bowlers compete for glory in the highly anticipating Bowling Bros Elimination Tournament. In this thrilling event, the best of the best will gather at the Kadena Bowling Alley to showcase their precision, technique, and sheer determination. From seasoned professionals to rising stars, these bowlers will leave no pin standing as they battle it out for their coveted championship title. With each frame, the tension builds as competitors strive to outperform one another, aiming for that perfect strike and the chance to advance in the next round. But it's not about the competition, it's about the camaraderie and passion for the sport. As the pins fall and the cheers echo through the lanes, you'll witness the true spirit of bowling, where friendships are forged and memories are made. Join us as we bring you exclusive coverage of this epic 30-people elimination bowling tournament. Our cameras captured every exhilarating moment, ensuring you don't miss a single second of the action. Enjoy.
That was my son, Raphael, doing the voicing for this. And watch this intro. It's just amazing.
The rules today are simple. Every competitor must throw one shot, and the lowest score each round is eliminated until we have a winner.
Pretty amazing, guys. So I just hope you go check that out. My sons put this together. Huge tournament. 32 people, I believe, showed up. They do the top 10. It's an amazing drive to the end. And I just encourage you guys to go check it out, subscribe, and watch that. Just a shout out for my sons. Great work. For now, this is LT saying Semper Fi with them we know. Signing out.
All right, that was LT. And we know up next, we got Melissa Red Pill. Telling you, I bring them all back every day. If they post them, it comes back here to YouTube every day. I'm done playing games. We're done censoring the truthers. It's not going to happen. Here we go. Let's bang it out. Melissa Red Pill, Freedom Force Battalion. This is biblical, man. Oh, I forgot I turned off. I forgot I turned down the volume.
Damn Melissa, Red Pill the world. We are busy Red Pill the world, aren't we, Patriots? I'm so glad we are here together. I'm so thankful for Brighteon.tv. Make sure you go and definitely support them. Check out the BrighteonStore.com. It's over on, the links are all on my site, freedomforce.live, and you can check them out because they have terrific products to help us stay well. So let's get started today. Did you guys, okay, if you watched my video yesterday, you would have seen I did one with Nicholas Binyamin where we talked about what's going on with Elon in Israel. Now check this out, you guys. A senior Hamas official invited Elon to visit Gaza. I'm telling you, what happened when he was there, they showed him scenes in Israel. They showed him all kinds of different scenes. I think, you guys, that if he does this, which I bet he will, if he goes to Gaza, the difference, it would be stark. It would be so obvious that something clearly has gone terribly wrong in Gaza, and that our media has lied to us, has misled us, has deceived us, because there's no explanation, there's no excuse for the absolute decimation of Gaza. And so even President Biden I use that term loosely. Even he is saying they cannot do in the southern part of Gaza what they did in the northern part. They can't do that. Whether they'll listen or not is unlikely. Okay, so I wanted you to see this, and let's just see what happens next, because I really do think that Elon is playing a huge role in this. Of course, and you'll definitely go on and see what I did yesterday. Let me see if I can find, this was the video I did yesterday. And this was, pardon me, some of the videos that they were showing, some of the things they were showing Elon in northern Gaza. And it looked very staged. It looked extremely staged. And again, it's so hard to know what is the truth, what really happened there, and who did it. And it's when you catch someone in a lie, everything that they say is suspect. Okay, so definitely go and watch this video if you haven't seen it yet, because it connects the dots about Elon with SpaceX, and now he's calling Twitter X. And there's a giant X of solar eclipses that are being done over the United States. Not that it's just a destruction of the United States, it's the destruction of who's been running our country is what I really believe is happening, and all this exposure, and how they've got all these power players that were talked about on the board. I've got it all in this video. All these they talked about how they were running the world, basically, changing up basically what's going to happen in our future because of these power players, these big money people who are taking over in a good way. The white hats are taking back our space, as in Space Force and Starlink, as in just so many different things that they've been taking back for our country. And so I really do think, watch the video, it'll connect the dots for you too. I think you'll really, really like it. All right, so it's very, very encouraging to see how these big money players are helping to get our freedom back. All right, so yeah, this was the video, part of the video where they were showing him these scenes, and it just didn't make sense. Anyway, so I wanted you to see. Also, don't forget that Elon has worked tirelessly to make sure that these oppressed people get the internet service that they need when the cabal tried to turn their power off and their internet off. But who flipped the lights back on and made sure that they had access to get the truth out about what was going on? That's the whole reason they were turning off the internet, because they didn't want the truth to come out about what was going on in Gaza. And I'm telling you, with this big mouthpiece that he has, I just feel like he's going to get the truth out about what really went on in Gaza. I just can't imagine him going to Israel to show what looked staged and not go to Gaza and show the absolute devastation. We will see. All right. This is what he said after his meeting in Jerusalem.
Certainly been a day, I would say an emotionally difficult day to see the places where people were murdered. I just did a talk with the Prime Minister, and I think obviously there are three things that need to happen in the Gaza situation. I mean, there's no choice but to kill those who insist on murdering civilians.
Who's he talking about? He is really being very careful with his words, and he's not making it super clear with that. But bottom line, if anyone has been killing civilians, they must be brought to an account. That's what he's saying. And clearly, by all accounts, this has been done by the Israeli cabal. There's no two ways about it. The evidence is clear. And of course they might say, oh, well, they were Hamas. Yeah, but you can't say 4,000 children are Hamas. There's no way. So I appreciate him saying that. Let me play that one little clip back if I can. That one little bit.
A day, I would say an emotionally difficult day to see the places where people were murdered. I just did a talk with the Prime Minister, and I think obviously there are three things that need to happen in the Gaza situation. I mean, there's no choice but to kill those who insist on murdering civilians. There's no choice. They're not going to change their mind. And then the second thing is to change the education so that a new generation of murderers is not trained to be murderers. And then the third thing, which is also very important, is to try to build prosperity.
So, he's not naming who did it. And that's really what we have to get to in humanity is we don't really care where someone is from, what is their ethnicity, what is their race, what is their financial status or social status, but what did they do? The crime. They must do the time. They must bear the consequences. And he was saying kill, but what he means is execute. He didn't use the word execute, but yeah, he was doing a great job. I really appreciate him coming out to do that. And I know a lot of the people who are protesting the genocide in Gaza, they may not understand this high level strategy that he's doing. And when you look at that other video, you will see how he's brought so many big money people to bear to get back the power that we have to have, because you and I are doing everything that we possibly can with the resources that we have, right? And I love Bradion doing everything that they can with the resources that they have and to get the truth out. But he has huge resources, as well as he's got friends who have huge resources, and they have been working behind the scenes to get control of, get our governments back. Yeah, so that's very, very exciting. I really do think that that's what's happening with X. But check it out. If Elon goes to Gaza, this is from BioClandestine. I really, really like BioClandestine. No, you don't agree on everything, but many things we do. The most important things we do. If Elon goes to Gaza, he will break the internet. Isn't that the truth? It will be wall to wall. The pro-Israeli crowd will lose their minds after just praising Elon for his visit to Israel. The pro-Palestinian crowd will praise Elon again after just crying that he's a Zionist shill bending the knee to Israel. I actually talked to a friend that she was saying that. I'm like, just stay tuned. Just watch what happens next. Elon now has the optics to go visit Gaza if he chooses, because he first visited Israel. Now the critics and media can't say he's anti-Semitic. So wise. If he would have gone to Gaza first, it would have been chaos. Advertisers would have yanked. The media would have gone into an all-out frenzy. Elon might have just set the stage to do the coolest thing ever. Okay, let's watch and see, you guys. Watch and see. We'll stay tuned and see. All right, and don't forget, when you go over to my channel right here, freedomforce.live, where you could see all the social media, definitely join all the sites that I have and follow there, and as well as the video channels. And whatever comes out, I will be on it as quick as I possibly can. Okay, so this was from a video from Scotty Martin. I love his videos. He does a great job just pulling out the biggest things that are happening, putting them on a really cool video. Scotty Mar, the number 10. And so here he was bringing out this, and I said, it's time for the madness to stop. Okay, let's see if I have, yes. Keep in mind, let me make this a little bit bigger so you can read it. Keep it in mind that Hamas was created and is funded by Israel. That's one of the things that I don't think that the young people who've been on at least the ones I've seen on TikTok and on Instagram, I don't think that they've connected those dots right there. I don't think they realize that Hamas was created and is funded by Israel. What I've heard more of them say is they're fighting back, their killing is justified. So that's where they're coming from. I'm saying Hamas was created and is funded by Israel. That is a gigantic red pill. That is a pill that a lot of people are not ready to swallow, that so many of these are false flags. That puts everything we have ever learned into question, everything that the media has purported into question. And makes you wonder what has been true and what has not. So as I said the other day, I was on Nino. If you didn't watch that, definitely go and watch me with Nino. Here's the video. Melissa Red Pill stating the case for Israel's genocide. It's an interesting title that he gave it. Very confusing title a little bit, but I went into a lot of detail with him, and I showed him how President Trump had posted false flag, or FF rather, with FF 6 times, and I think he was telling us false flag, and that's what no doubt, and there's no doubt in my mind that this is an orchestrated event. And so we don't know, what really happened, if people died, if they didn't. We don't know. The whole thing, again, as I said before, is just is suspect. But anyway, this was funded by Israel at the insistence of Netanyahu, the same as ISIS, because they want that canal. They're going to do that. They're going to get that canal. They're going to get that land. They want a deep water port, and that's what they're going to do. And it doesn't matter who has to die for them to get it. As Elon was saying, they're not going to change their mind. They're going to kill. They're going to do whatever they have to do to get what they want. It's awful. It's awful. Just continually, Lord, please help us to wake people up, wake up the patriots who are falling for this false flag. And thank you for Wyatt, whatever his name is, who has said, kudos to those who didn't fall for the false flag. These are false flag ops designed to mask Israeli Mossad operations to seize total control of what used to be Palestine. The final step is to destroy Gaza and convert it into an Israeli deep water port. So then he goes into, let's see, this one, and that's a little bit hard to read. The Israelis laugh, they do this, and then they laugh at America, calling us goyim, expendable, stupid cattle who were led to the slaughter. And you and I are not. We jumped off that merry-go-round. We're like, I'm not buying anything. When you catch someone in a lie, you don't believe them anymore. Same thing with mainstream media. And everything that we are doing, we have to live in this brave new world where we research everything, and we pray, and we ask the Lord to guide us into all truth. That's our only hope, right? And so now when you look back at all these events, you realize these were done by the cabal. They were done by the Israeli cabal. King David Hotel, which, to be honest, I don't even know about that, what that one was. That's one that's new to me. The JFK assassination, which we know that it was the CIA, but working under the direction of the Mossad. Again, they didn't like the fact that that JFK was trying to stop them from having a nuclear weapon. So that's, there's no doubt there. The USS Liberty, I just shared that on this video. Let me show you this video right here. So these are all on Rumble and on BitChute. And if you scroll down, this is dated 7/11. No. What have I done here? No, that's not 7/11. It's Daniel 7. 11/26/23, where it's called Trump Points Out Israel Military Operation. Okay, and I go into the SS Liberty red pill and the JFK red pill. Okay, I go into all that there. So he's reiterating it there. Marine barracks in Lebanon. Remember that? This is horrible. I didn't even know about this one, you guys. The CIA/COS Beirut, where William Buckley, I did not know this. I did not know this was a red pill for me. William Buckley was kidnapped by the Mossad, and he was tortured and killed when he reported that they blew up the Marine barracks. William Buckley, what a brave man. What a brave man. And that he was tortured and killed. It's just awful. It's just awful. What a brave man. And he didn't deserve that. So, and then also ISIS, and of course the World Trade Center and Epstein Island, which we know. And that's what's so odd to me. But the Patriots, so many Patriots are not getting it when they know about Epstein Island being run by the Mossad, right? And I go into all that on, I think it was on this video here. I go in on the one, what is X? I go into the honey traps and how they've used these honey traps to control all these politicians. All right, so all this has got to come out. And that's why, we keep digging deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole, and we have to keep sharing and sharing and sharing. And the good news is there are enough of us out here sharing that it makes it safer for all of us. So keep going, Patriots. All right, so definitely please go and share that. I want to make sure that that everyone sees this one. Like I said, this one on, it's called Nino's Corner is what his channel name is on Rumble, and I'm glad that he wanted to have me on to explain this, to reach out, and we didn't have it on YouTube because he said I'm too toxic. That's not exactly what he said, but anyway, this was. Tell me if you think this looks like a fake or real. Sandra of stories. I know you can't respond. I just feel like when you have 20 of these vehicles out here and they're all flashing their lights, it just looks made up to me. You got the photo up here. It just, the whole thing looks completely made up. Of course, they're saying that they're waiting on the hostage victims, whatever. I'm telling you, the whole thing just doesn't look real to me. It's just, yeah. Again, when you catch someone in a lie, that's just, and multiple lies over multiple years, and you see their pattern in everything that they say is suspect. Okay, so then this is was actually on CNN. I've been really surprised at how much truth is coming out on CNN. I'm very, very surprised. So check this one out. This is awful, but I'm glad the truth is coming out, and I'm glad they're posting it. I'm really surprised.
Says Fatima attempted murder, and yet she was only detained, not charged.
Okay, this is a young girl who was just released, and they wouldn't let her family celebrate her release except in private. But she had been in prison in an Israeli prison for years, but she'd never had any formal charges. It was never held. She was just held. Anyway. Detained, they say. Most of these people are detained.
She didn't go to trial. She wasn't given. Israel says Fatima attempted murder, and yet she was only detained, not charged. She didn't go to trial. She wasn't given any opportunity to defend herself. And this is a story we keep hearing again and again from released prisoners, that they aren't given due process, and yet this crime exists alongside their names.
The Israeli Prison Service responded to these allegations, saying national security prisoners who were released from the Israeli prison during the past 2 days were serving time for serious crimes, such as attempted murder, assault, and throwing explosives. All prisoners in IPS custody are held according to the law. That's not true. CNN broke down the numbers in a list of 300 Palestinian prisoners identified by Israel as eligible for release. 80% are listed as just detained, which means they have not been formally sentenced. Israel operates 2 systems of law in the occupied.
This is their records. This is their records. Now, I didn't make them say this. And this is exactly what's happening with the January 6th prisoners. Many of them have been detained without ever going to trial. This is against our rights. So again, this is exactly what's happening to these people in the Palestinians in Israel. Very important point to press with people and help them understand. This is not a free nation. The people there have no freedoms. Just before this event on October 7th, the people were going to march in the streets because of what Netanyahu was doing to their constitution. And they're taking away their rights. As you know, they were vaxxed without having any option to opt out. This is not a free country.
By territories, Palestinians under the military, Israelis under civil law, creating a low bar for the arrest of increasing numbers of Palestinians. And as Israeli hardliners like Ben-Gvir and others in this far-right government seek to characterize every Palestinian as a terrorist, that number is rising every day.
That's what they're doing. Just you call someone a terrorist. That's what they're really trying to do here. If it weren't for President Trump, they would have listed every one of us. Every one of us. Brighteon.tv, Brighteon.com, everybody who's on our channel, all the patriots that you follow, they would have listed us all as terrorists, domestic terrorists, and had us locked up and detained without trial. But thankfully, we have President Trump, as he said many times, that he is they're not really after him. They're after us. And he's just standing in the way. And they hate every word out of our mouths. They hate every tweet, every text, everything. And don't forget, please go and make sure to join Twitter if you possibly can. Get back on Twitter. You might have to use a different phone number, whatever, but see if you can get on there and start sharing, because clearly it's under attack right now. They are trying to remove, the advertisers have pulled back, and, you know, I just prayed the same thing with Mike Lindell and MyPillow. Definitely go to support them for Christmas. Go to mypillow.com/Melly. Use the promo code Melly. They've got free shipping. They just extended it. You know, trying to help these companies continue when they're under attack. And so when they're under attack like this, that proves to me that they're, you know, not perfectly, because some of these people, whatever, it's complicated. But anyway, but they are definitely following, doing what they can to use their platforms for to save our country, and I really, really appreciate it. All right, so let's definitely go back and join on Twitter, and definitely go to my channel. It's Melissa. No. Let's see. Hang on. It's Melissa Red Pill. Okay, I'll show it to you in just a minute. Actually, did I do this? Let me see if I put Twitter on here. Let me just check real quick while we're in motion. Yes, I did. Here's my Twitter link right here. I did put the Twitter. I didn't put the YouTube. The YouTube one that I'm using right now, I'm just trying to stay under the radar, is at Melissa Red Pill. So definitely go and share those videos on at Melissa Red Pill on YouTube. All right, but yeah, that's my Twitter. So definitely join with me over there. All right, so that's what she was saying. Okay, this one is hot. Remember how I told you the other day, I'm going to start sharing some of these red pills that I feel are too hot for the social media, and I'm going to share them on the videos. Okay, so this red pill is super hot. This is why, again, they tried to say Kanye West is, and he likes to be called Ye, that he is that he's crazy. This is why this video right here is why. Okay, and he is a billionaire, highly successful, and they're trying to cancel him, just like Elon, just like Mike Lindell. So again, let's just support these people as much as we possibly can. Red. Sorry, that is so loud. I didn't realize it was going to blow your ears out.
Are the executives that are Jewish at these companies. This right here is a chart of Universal Studios, 20th Century Fox, ABC News, CBS News, Columbia Pictures, Warner Brothers, ESPN Sports, Fox News, Washington Post, Metro Goldwyn Mayer, MTV Music Television, Nickelodeon, USA Today, Wall Street Journal, Comedy Central, NBC Entertainment, Google, what else do we have? Disney, ABC Kids and Family, YouTube, Los Angeles Times, Discovery Network, Paramount Pictures, Facebook.
Let me show you this consolidation from 1983. They had 90% of Americans were owned by American media were owned by 50 companies. Now it's 6 companies in 2011. I don't know how many it is now, but bottom line, they all parrot the same thing. That's why we are the news now. That's why we are backing away from these media outlets, and we are going to Brighteon. We're going to alternative sources. We're going to Twitter. And some of these are like, because Elon did that, we're not going to post on Twitter anymore. Great. Great. Yay. We've been wanting you to do that for a long, long time. And bye. Don't let the door hit you in whatever on the way out. So yeah, check this out.
Huffington Post, Yahoo, Marvel, Hulu, Cosmopolitan Time, Touchstone, Associated Press, Pixar, The Red.
Yeah. So I want to make sure that you saw that, and how Kanye, I'm telling you, he's very brave. He's very brave because, yeah, I don't even want to say what could happen to him. I'm so thankful that he is still out there and he's trying to expose the truth. This is not about ethnicity. This is not about ethnicity. This is not about a race of people. This is about those who have joined in league. And I'm going to read to you before here in just a second about these who have taken the mark of the beast. Now, some of them have been forced into service because they had a video of them example from Epstein Island or wherever. Some of these people are having to do as they're told because of the blackmail. Okay, the honey traps. This is how they work. This is how, if you remember, Satan went to Jesus and said, all these kingdoms of the world I will give you if you bow down and worship me. And the Lord Jesus said, no. But the enemy, these ones said, yes, show us how. And this was how, that you have all these, you blackmail these people and you force them into doing what you want them to do. And you control all the media. So everyone is put in fear and locked down. This is how it works. And this is why he's saying all these media outlets, they have such a voice. They can ruin you like that. That's what we've seen it time and time and time again. So I wanted you to see that and just pray for him. So this is what happened after the quote ceasefire. You look at this and you see southern Gaza is on fire. Clearly, there was no ceasefire. Now, you didn't see the bombs being lobbed over, but something was going on, and it makes me wonder if some of these places are not booby-trapped. I wouldn't, and that's what I think has been going on for such a long time. I don't trust this guy, Trey, whatever his name is. I don't trust him as far as I could throw him. But anyway, so what has happened time and time again, and you guys know this, is you'll see that an earthquake will happen, or some crazy thing will happen right after someone in the government, for example, in Turkey, speaks out against the powers that be, and next thing you know, there's an earthquake, or there's like here in this case, there's bombs from underground, or this, like what happened in Ireland. I just talked about this the other day. They're exposing this criminal network and saying they need to be brought up on crimes against humanity. Well, there you go. The next day you get Antifa riots. This is why this is taking so long. This is why we've got to do this methodically and carefully and remove slowly, piece by piece, getting these pawns off the chessboard. And anyway, so this is exposing them. Everyone needs to see this. Everyone needs to understand you cannot trust a word out of the cabal's mouth. They will lie and lie and lie and lie and lie again and again. So that's why I hope Elon will go over to Gaza and prove beyond a shadow of a doubt to everyone what the truth is, what had really happened. This is our wonderful Doug McGregor. He is he's a red pill if I ever heard of one. He is doing an amazing job. He said, we're on the road to a regional war in the Middle East. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get this war started. And it's really surprising to me that it hasn't gotten to that point at this yet. When the ceasefire ends, I don't see any evidence of an end state other than the elimination of Gaza. And they've said it. They've said it. We have to eliminate Hamas, and they consider everyone who's in Gaza Hamas. This is their goal. And they're not going to stop until they do, unless they are stopped. When this commences, the people, I mean, they're being starved right now. That nothing goes into that area unless it's allowed by the Israeli cabal, the Israeli government. When this commences, Middle Eastern nations will coalesce into a full-scale war on Israel. That's what he's thinking. The question becomes, will Israel survive? Pay attention. Pay attention. That's what we're doing. We're trying to pay attention, and we're trying to share the truth about what's really going on. So this is something else I wanted you to see. Actually, this one is about Judge Chutkan blocking President Trump from seeing the prosecutor's evidence. What does that tell you about January 6th? They don't want him to have this evidence. You can't do a trial. You cannot present your case if you don't have the evidence. I mean, this is like Law and Order 101, and this is what they continually do. So Chutkan just stopped him from being able to see this evidence. Judge Tanya Chutkan blocked former President Donald Trump from seeing federal prosecutors' evidence ahead of his federal election interference trial. A federal grand jury. I mean, how can you have any justice at all when you don't even have the information about the evidence against you? A federal grand jury in August indicted Trump on 4 counts, including conspiracy to defraud the U.S. Department of Justice Special Counsel Jack Smith has investigated Trump's alleged efforts to overturn the election results, including attempts to submit false slates of pro-Trump electors from swing states he lost to the Electoral College. Trump maintains his innocence, accusing prosecutors of targeting him for political purposes. He pleaded not guilty in this case, as he has done in the 3 other criminal cases. Chutkan, who's overseeing the trial, issued an order on Wednesday blocking Trump's legal team from seeing some of the government's evidence against him that has been deemed classified. So, can you imagine? Can you imagine? You're put in this untenable position where you have to try to tell the truth and keep yourself from being prosecuted, and you can't even see the evidence against you because they say it's classified. I mean, the whole thing is it's maddening, and it's outrageous, and it seems a little psychopathic, but that would make sense with these people, right? And I really appreciate President Trump going through all this. He's a billionaire, you guys. He doesn't need to do all this, but he's doing it to expose this evil criminal system. And so many people how many people are behind bars? And this was talked about on the 17 board. How many people are behind bars who had trumped up charges like this, trumped up trials like this? And it even said at one point, it says, what would happen if you found out that all these trials have been a mockery of justice? What would happen? Every trial would have, every case would have to be thrown out. You have to clean out the prisons. I don't know. I mean, we're living in a wild, wild day. I will say that it's very interesting that, it says the part of Gasara and part of really Jubilee is that the captives are freed. So, you have to see, which ones did have accurate evidence and which ones did not. I guess the bottom line is President Trump has it all. The white hats have it all. So it's a lot. It's a lot. They've been doing a mayhem for a long, long, long time. Of course, this military operation has been going on for a long time too. All right, so I wanted you to see that. But there was another thing I was going to show you. The thing that came out today. Oh, actually, I'm going to show you this. Let me do this one first. Okay, this is more about the January 6th. This January 6th evidence that has come out with all these videos that came out. Thank you so much for Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Look at this. This is from DC Drano. Shout out to Trump supporters on the January 6th front lines who tried to stop the disguised agitators from attacking the police without provocation. Clearly, they were not patriots who were doing this, to attacking the police. I've been to dozens of MAGA events. I've never seen violence. I can get an amen on that. How about you guys? Never. You got the nicest people in the whole wide world are at MAGA rallies. Antifa, feds, foreign agents, these were not our people. So check it out. The whole thing looks just so made up and fake to me. I don't know who knows. They lost count of the federal agents at the Capitol on that day. That just didn't ring true to me at all, and it certainly doesn't ring true that this was what any of the patriots would do. We are not a violent sort. We just want our country back. That's all we want. Anyway, so I wanted you to see that. So something else that came out this morning. What was that? Something about the bankers came out. This was a big win for President Trump. They came out at the trial yesterday, said we made a ton of money, a boatload of money. A boatload of money on President Trump on these loans. We're happy with the loans. We were not harmed. We were we made a lot of money on those. So that came out yesterday. So this whole thing is, if no one's harmed, you can't, this whole trial is just made up. But they're trying to keep him so busy that he can't run an election, run a campaign. That's the whole point. We know that. All right. So this came out yesterday. Okay. So this is about the Hunter Biden being subpoenaed before Congress. And so he has to do both. It was kind of confusing yesterday. It was like, what's the argument? What's the problem? Hunter Biden is saying he wants to just have the one in the televised one. He doesn't want to have the one behind closed doors. Why would we want to have the one behind closed doors? Because much of this might be confidential information or information that can't be shared in the public, for one reason or another. And so, but behind closed doors, they can get to the bottom of it. And you know how it is. Whenever they have these congressional hearings, it's mayhem. It's all for the TV cameras and all that, and you can't even get, 5 minutes, and it's just, you can't even get anything done. It's really, really maddening to watch some of these congressional hearings, right? Okay, so, but Hunter does not want to do the one where they really get to the bottom. He wants to have the circus one. He wants to have the one where it's all this mayhem going on and before the cameras. He doesn't want to go to the one where he has to be asked these questions where they can really get to the bottom of the criminal activity. But he doesn't get to choose that. He's being subpoenaed. A subpoena says you come and you tell and you say what you answer the questions that we ask you, and that's all there is to it. So anyway, I want you to see that, but here's what Comer had to say.
Lawmakers on the House Oversight Committee in public as part of its impeachment inquiry into the president. Does this mean he'll be held accountable, or does this mean he's not afraid of any repercussions because he knows Congress may never make him answer for any of his crimes? Joining me now to explain the latest on Hunter is Chairman of the House Oversight Committee and Kentucky Congressman James Comer. Welcome back, Chairman. Chairman, good to talk to you. Give us the latest now. He's willing to testify to you. Will he testify, or will he take the fifth?
Well, I'm glad he's willing to testify publicly. These congressional investigations, they always conclude with some type of public hearing. But as you know, throughout the course of congressional history investigations, you bring people in and you depose them first. That's what the subpoena was, for a sit-down deposition. That's exactly the way the Trump impeachments were handled. That's exactly the way the Democrats handled the January 6th committee. We expect Hunter Biden to come in on December 13th and answer questions. Remember, we have tens of thousands of pages of documents that we've accumulated over the past 8 months. We've studied them. We've been very transparent with the American people about wrongdoings that we found. Now we expect to have a very thorough, substantive deposition with Hunter Biden. Then we'll have the public hearing, just like every other congressional investigation in history.
Will we get both? In other words, I think the public wants to see Hunter testify. Right. In other words, you do a behind closed doors deposition, I assume, and then hopefully he follows up with public. Yes,
absolutely.
They'll both happen, you think?
Yeah. Well, that's what his attorney said, that Hunter was looking forward to publicly testifying, and that's great. But as these congressional investigation, these hearings go, you've got 20 members on each side that have 5 minutes each. We have tens of thousands of pages of documents where we need to sit down and ask specific substantive questions without filibustering, without interruptions, without going 5 minutes back and forth with Jamie Raskins and Dan Goldman and little Moskowitz jumping up and down, filing motions and trying to disrupt the committee hearings. This is very important. This is a credible investigation. This is substantive. We're doing this investigation the way it's supposed to be done. And the subpoena calls for Hunter Biden to come in for a deposition. And that's what we expect to have, a deposition where the transcripts will be released. When you have a deposition, the committee votes to release the transcripts. After the January 6th committee, the depositions were filmed. So this deposition will be filmed. This will be testifying in public, but not in a chaotic scene where the Democrats, who have already demonstrated they can't conduct themselves in a mature, credible manner during a hearing. So we expect the deposition, then we'll have the public hearing that everybody wants to have. We have hundreds of questions that we need to ask Hunter Biden. You can't do that in a committee hearing. There will be plenty of information for a committee hearing, but this has been a very long
If he refuses,
investigation.
Can he be held in contempt of Congress?
We're going to hold him in contempt of Congress if he refuses. The subpoena called for him to come on December 13th for a deposition. That's what we expect. Then we'll have the public hearing. I can't wait to have the public hearing. I'm excited to have the public hearing, but we have to have a sit-down deposition. There are too many questions about these shell companies, too many $100,000 million transactions from our enemies around the world that we have no idea what they were for. We have to have that deposition first.
There you go. There you go. I want you to hear all of that. That's the skinny on it now. I want to make sure that you got that. And so we don't need the zoo. We don't need all that. And then this deposition will be videotaped so that it will be aired, accessible for all of us, so we can get to the bottom of it. That's what we know. And I'm so thankful that we now have, because of Mike Johnson as the Speaker of the House, we can have these subpoenas, because under McCarthy, we never would have gotten such a thing. All right, so I want to show you guys Revelation chapter 14. This passage here is talking about, this is, well, the famous one about, I talked about the 144,000, right? And that we are the 144,000, and that we are the ones who are fighting this battle alongside our Lord. It's amazing, this day that we are living in, that we're getting to do this. I want you to really just rejoice that you were chosen for this day, and that God has put you in this position, in this, at just this perfect time in history, and has helped you to understand and shown you what you can do to be part of this. It's really actually quite amazing. But the thing I want to show you is there are three different angels, and they're all having a message to send out. And this angel right here, this third angel, it says, anyone who worships the beast and his statue, or who accepts his mark on the forehead or on the hand, must drink the wine of God's anger. Okay, so this is talking about the mark of the beast. This is talking about the mark that people will have taken, and they will be under God's wrath. I want to make sure that you understand this, because there's so much misinformation about this mark of the beast. And I've brought this up to people, and they're like, oh, this is not just some chip. This is not just some credit card. This is not something like that you won't be able to buy or sell. No, this is the mark of the beast, as in the mark of joining in league with this criminal operation, intentionally, knowingly, willingly. It is this anger of God has been poured full strength into God's cup of wrath, and they will be tormented with fire and burning sulfur in the presence of the holy angels and the Lamb. The smoke of their torment will rise forever and ever, and they will have no relief day or night, for they worshipped the beast and his statue and have accepted the mark of his name. So I wanted to bring this up. If anyone tells you, oh, I remember even as a kid, they're like, don't take the mark of the beast. I'm like, but I'm going to be hungry. It's not about not being able to buy or sell. It's about who's on that team, so that they can be the wealthy and the powerful. They can buy and they can sell. They can be a part of all the top muckety bucks. These did this knowingly. They took the mark of the beast. What is this mark? It's also called the sin unto death in 1 John. The Lord says it's also called I can't remember the name of it right now. The blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. When they cast out the Holy Spirit and take in demonic spirits and make this choice willingly to be a part of this criminal network, this beast network of evil, to kill, to steal, to destroy. And President Trump just posted yesterday a truth. He's saying we're going to destroy those who have killed and been part of the ruination of our country. Who is he talking about? He's not talking about just the regular common people who sin, a little sin, whatever. He's talking about those who have done this type of evil, who've joined in league to destroy America. This is who he's talking about. And I wanted to make sure that you knew that this is what it is to have the mark of the beast. I go into this a lot on my videos right here. When you go to freedomforce.live, you go to videos, you go to playlists right here, you will see the, you can just search mark of the beast, or you can look up 666 or whatever. If you want to find out anything about Third Temple or whatever, you can find that over here on video playlists. Okay. And then whenever I do a video, just want to make sure that's where I have the show notes in case you guys want to go and look at a video and see the show notes for that video. You can find them all right there. So we have all the links that go along with that video. All right. So I wanted you to see that. It's very important that we understand the truth so that we're not put in fear. But now we know the truth is that these people have taken this terrible mark. Okay, so I want you to see that. Here's where you get the book actually on Amazon. Just search for End Times and 1,000 Years of Peace. When I read to you from Obadiah and Habakkuk and all these minor prophets, that's the one major clues from minor prophets. And also when I tell you about these amazing stories like Joshua in the Battle of Jericho and the wonderful story about Jael, who destroyed Sisera. All these stories are in here, and we are reenacting them in this day. If you want to listen to the audio, actually, right here, if you go to freedomforce.live, you go to audiobooks, you can listen to the audiobook right there. And I get emails all the time with people saying, I'm on my third time to listen to it. I'm just so glad that it's helping people to piece this together, because I'm just sick of being lied to. I'm glad we know the truth. I'm very, very thankful to know the truth. All right, so I think that was it. I think that was everything I wanted to share with you on that. Definitely go. Oh, no, I know. I had one more thing. This Saturday, we're doing a special video on chapter 5 in the book, and it is called Tribulation Fake News. Okay, can you see that? Tribulation Fake News. I want you to go get your book and read that chapter. And we're going to be doing a group study. I'm trying to compile a group study guide. And so this one we're going to do this coming Saturday. So get ready and have it read and kind of to look over it. And we're going to join together. And this is one of the key pieces of deception that they have used to control the whole superstructure of the end times errors. And I'm going to break it down. We're going to blast that big error out of the water. So get ready. Don't forget. And if you want to look at all the videos that we're doing on the end times, we're doing it chapter by chapter by chapter right here. When you go to the categories, small group Bible study on end times, you can see the different Bible studies that we have done right there. There's 1 through 6 so far. Okay, I think that's it. Oh my goodness, my time's running out. Let's pray. Thank you again, Lord. We praise you and we thank you that this is the great day that we've been waiting for. This is the great day that you have chosen us to fight in this battle. Thank you, Lord, that the things that they told us are not true. The wonderful truth is that we're going to have wonderful peace on earth and they're going to be gone. We'll look for our enemies and we will not be able to find them. We pray again for all these who are on the front lines, for Elon and for Kanye and for Mike Lindell and for all these who are fighting the battle. Of course, for our wonderful president. And just pray that you will help them in this battle. Thank you for these big money men who have worked hard to get our country back from this evil cabal. We praise you and thank you that you've called us into service. Thank you for Brighteon. I just pray that every day that you will guide us on whatever you'd have us to do. Lord, we are your willing servants. We're very happy to be a part of what you are doing to set the world free from this evil cabal and see this beautiful day come upon us. We pray all this in your wonderful name, King Jesus. Amen. I love you guys. I will see you next Wednesday at 10 a.m. Central on Brighteon.tv.
All right, that was Melissa Red Pill. Yeah. All right, moving on to our. Whoops, I got to go here because I forgot to pull them up on this side. Let's see, am I going to get a clear shot here? There we go. Thank you very much. We got one, we got two. Not sure about that one, but I know that that one is a must. Okay, so we're going to hit X22 next. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Green Giant.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3223 AM. Today's date is November 29th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Central Bank Just Signaled That the Economy Has Been Pushed Off the Cliff. Down it goes. Let's talk about our health. When it comes to weight loss, we're all searching for a miracle pill. Generally, you have to use multiple products that target each area of fat differently to fully manage weight. Some supplements may focus on burning fat, while others boost metabolism or control cravings. But believe it or not, I may have found a solution that removes the need for juggling through multiple weight loss products. It's a special keto powder that no one has heard of, and it helps with boosting metabolism, reducing unwanted body fat, and promoting overall weight management better than most weight loss products typically found on store shelves. Tens of thousands of five-star reviews back up the notion that it's not only a breakthrough in a bag, but it also removes the need for us to use countless diet pills and weight loss supplements. But there's more. If you place your order now, you'll receive 51% off free VIP live health and fitness coaching, a free new ebook titled The Top 14 Ketogenic Foods, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and last but not least, free shipping. Simply go to ketowithx22.com to take advantage of this limited time before they sell out. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private West Central Bank, the World Economic Forum, once again, as they push us down their path of destruction, where they want to bring us to the Great Reset, the Green New Deal. Hey, before I forget, X22 just launched its second drop called We the People. It is now live. All you need to do is go to x22store.com. This launch consists of all new items. Everything is going to be limited quantity. These are all new designs that you've never seen before, and they're going to blow your mind. Head over to x22store.com. That's x22store.com, or visit x22report.com and click on the banner, or just go to the description down below and click on X22 Store. It'll bring you right over to the store. On Monday, November 27th, we'll be unveiling the mystery merch. So head on over to x22store.com. That is x22store.com, or click the link in the description. The people can truly see what's going on, and they're realizing the Green New Deal doesn't work. Electric vehicles that they've been pushing doesn't work. Everything that they're talking about has to do with net zero, climate change, global warming. All of this is one gigantic hoax to control the people of this world. And that's what the people are saying. Again, all you needed to do was allow the people to see the truth, allow the people to actually experience what they had planned for this entire world. And once the people experienced it, the people would understand that everything that they've been saying does not work, and it does not benefit the people. Otherwise, if the people didn't go through this and experience it, and we had some type of an event where we had war, or we actually had the pandemic, the people would be none the wiser, and they would just go along with it. So I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they decided, you know something? Let the people make the decision. Let the people have all the facts. Let them live through it, and let them, in the end, decide, Do you want this type of world, or do you want something different? And I do believe in the end, when everyone sees what's going on, they're going to choose something completely different. Because every day that passes and every move they make, and I'm talking about the deep state, the central bank, the World Economic Forum, they're just destroying their entire narrative. I mean, I guess as the saying goes, why interfere with an enemy while they're in the process of destroying themselves? You don't. You let them do it. And like we said, Germany, they are the template for Europe. We have California, the template of the United States, where they want the United States to look like California. And yes, there's going to be other states that are following along. But what do you think the people are going to start to understand, realize, and notice? That their agenda is destroying their state. And that's exactly what is happening. And we could see that Biden right now, he's not going out to Dubai to the UN climate summit. He's sending Kamala Harris instead. I do believe he's in Colorado instead. And the deep state players, the central bank, the World Economic Forum, they can keep pushing their agenda. And actually, we want them to keep pushing it, because the more they push, the more they reveal. And the more they reveal, the more the people understand that this entire mission that they're pushing is not going to work for we the people. Look what's happening out in Michigan. Gretchen Whitmer has signed a legislation to completely eliminate the state's fossil fuel industry and transition entirely to green energy by 2040. It also gives the state authority to override local decisions blocking wind and solar projects at the expense of oil and gas. And the people are going to see exactly what the people of California are seeing. They're going to see that this does not work in the end, and it doesn't benefit the people. And in the end, the deep state, the central bank, the World Economic Forum, they're going to end up destroying themselves. They're going to destroy their narrative, their agenda, and everything that they've been pushing. And we could see they've been trying to get the blue states, the blue cities, they want them all electric. And that's where they've been spending the money. Tom Fitton put this out on X and said, we're spending too many tax dollars helping wealthy Democrats buy electric vehicles. About half of EVs registered as of last year were to the 10% most Democratic counties, and about 1/3 to the top 5%. Let them have the electric vehicles. What do you think is going to happen in the end? They're going to realize they don't work. And when they want to travel, they won't be able to. And when they want to charge up, they won't be able to find one. Because we know from all the experts that are out there who are countering the entire narrative saying this is not going to work. We need millions and millions of chargers. And the chargers that you're going to install will only allow vehicles to drive a short distance. This is going to be a complete and utter disaster. And if actually we start to change the trucks and make them electric, that won't work either. The people are seeing the truth. The people are understanding what's going on. And the entire economic system is completely imploding as they try to push us into the Green New Deal. And it's not helping the economy. It's actually hurting the economy. Germany is hurting right now. California is hurting right now. And the Europeans, they're realizing they have major, major problems. And the people of these countries, they're realizing that they have major, major problems. More than half of Europeans say their budget has tightened over the past 3 years. And rising prices have pushed almost 1/3 of Europeans into a precarious financial situation. The second European Barometer of Poverty and Precariousness examined Europeans' ability to make purchases and found that it has declined over the past 3 years, forcing a majority of them to skip meals and resort to making difficult financial choices. Of the 10,000 surveyed by Ipsos for French Secours Populaire, 29% said their financial situation was precarious, and any unexpected expense would make their balance tip over. Nearly 1 in 2 Europeans think that they face a high risk of falling into a precarious situation in the next few months, succumbing to rising prices and relatively stagnant pay. And the people, they're having a very difficult times. 38% of Europeans no longer eat 3 meals a day because they can't afford it. I mean, really think about what's happening right now. And you could see that here in the United States, the economy is falling apart. Yes, it's falling apart in Europe. It's falling apart around the world. And it's falling apart here in the United States. And I do believe out in Europe and many other places, it's going to crash way before the United States. The United States will probably be one of the last countries to crash. And you could see that Biden, he's trying to convince the people, along with the White House press secretary, trying to convince everyone that everything is great and fine. And actually, you wouldn't have to convince people if the economy is great. You know why? Because the people would just feel it. You wouldn't have to pay people to push the message out there. You must believe that the economy is great. You must believe. You wouldn't have to do that. You know what? People would have money in their pocket. People would have a high-paying job. Fuel prices would be very low. Inflation would be very low. People would feel very secure. The houses would be going up in price. They'd be able to sell their house at any time and make a profit. They would know that the economy was doing great. But they don't see that. The people don't see any of this. And this is why the White House is out there, and Wall Street Silver on X put this out. This is why the White House is working with TikTok creators to tell positive stories of Biden's economy. Why in the world would you need someone to tell positive stories about the economy? The only reason you would do anything like this is if the economy sucks and people feel it. And you're trying to brainwash them and convince them and gaslight them into thinking that the economy is doing well. That's the only reason you would send this message out. Because did Trump need to send the message out? Did he have to pay TikTokers? Did he have to do anything? No. The people went to the gas pump and said, hey, look at fuel. It's at $1.98. That's incredible. The price came down. Hey, look, inflation is very low. I can afford things. It's incredible. Housing prices are going up. Oh, look at the interest rates. They're very, very low too. This is nice. I can go purchase a house. I'm paying 2-3%. This is incredible. Hey, look, manufacturing is coming back. There are more jobs opening in my town. This is incredible. You see, you don't have to convince people. People already know. People already see it. But let's look at Biden's economy. This is what he's trying to convince people of. He's trying to convince everyone that malls aren't closing, stores aren't closing, that everything is fine. But when you go out to San Francisco, and Ed Wokeness put this out on X, the downtown mall in San Francisco is called Crocker Gallery. Once a hub of business and food. And when you take a stroll through this mall, what do you see? All the stores closed. It's empty. This is an incredible economy we're living in. Absolutely. I mean, look at New York City. After they paid for the illegals to come in, they have no money for services in the city. There's a $7 billion budget gap because of illegals and because of what's happening with the economy, which means they're not going to hire police, which means they're not going to have employees working in the schools, sanitation. They're going to cut that. They're going to cut libraries. And the people of this city, they're going to start to get really pissed off and angry. Let's talk about our health. When it comes to weight loss, we're all searching for a miracle pill. Generally, you have to use multiple products that target each area of fat differently to fully manage weight. Some supplements may focus on burning fat, while others boost metabolism or control cravings. But believe it or not, I may have found a solution that removes the need for juggling through multiple weight loss products. It's a special keto powder that no one has heard of, and it helps with boosting metabolism, reducing unwanted body fat, and promoting overall weight management better than most weight loss products typically found on store shelves. Tens of thousands of 5-star reviews back up the notion that it's not only a breakthrough in a bag, but it also removes the need for us to use countless diet pills and weight loss supplements. But there's more. If you place your order now, you'll receive 51% off free VIP live health and fitness coaching, a free new ebook titled The Top 14 Ketogenic Foods, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and last but not least, free shipping. Simply go to ketowithx22.com to take advantage of this limited time before they sell out. And I do believe this has begun, and the people are going to say enough is enough. But don't worry, Biden is out there and he's trying to buy his votes. How? Well, he's telling the 813,000 Americans he has wiped their student loan debt and you don't have to pay it. It's all free and clear. The gender studies and everything we told you to study and go to college for, you don't have to pay a dime. Wait a minute. But who's paying for this? Oh, that's right. You know, the people that are struggling, those people that are working, they're picking up the tab for all these people. So it's not free. It's actually to come back to haunt them in the end, because when they can't get a job and they can't work and other people are struggling, it hurts everybody at the same exact time. But you can see why he's doing this. He's trying to buy the votes of the young people. But yeah, you can get rid of their student loan. What happens when they can't find a job? What happens when they're out on the streets? Are they really going to care about that? No, they wouldn't care about the student loans anyhow because they're on the streets. And in the end, this is going to be a complete and utter disaster. Remember, the Supreme Court actually ruled against him, but he decided to do it anyhow. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, since the economy, as Biden would say, is incredible, and the White House press secretary is saying that the American people, this is the best economy they have ever felt. Well, I think the people, they're seeing something completely different because the typical American household must spend an additional $11,434 annually just to maintain the same standard of living they enjoyed in January of 2021, right before inflation soared to 40-year highs. So the people need an extra $11,434. Where are they getting this? I mean, do they have to get a second job to get this or a third job to get this? This is a complete and utter disaster. But let's look further to see how great Biden's economy is. Remember going back in 2018 when Trump decided, okay, we're going to place tariffs on China. We're going to revitalize the steel industry. We're going to allow people to go back to work in the Granite City of Illinois. Well, he got people back to work. And there were something like 500, 800 employees working at the Granite City, Illinois steel mills. And the steel workers were coming back to their jobs. They were happy. And Trump traveled to the Granite City in Illinois in July of 2018. And the people just welcomed him there. Thank you. Thank you for revitalizing our industry. Thank you for having these factories open up. Thank you. Now we have a job, and more than 800 people went back to work. Well, you know what happened since that time? Because the economy is even better than what Trump had, according to Biden. Well, it looks like these factories, they're closing. And they indefinitely are now idle. So up to 1,000 employees will be laid off. So this is the difference between Trump and Biden. Trump reopened the plant. Joe Biden shut it down. Enough said. I think the people are starting to realize who actually helped the economy and who's hurting the economy. But we could see as we go down this path, and we know that the central bank, they are destroying this economic system that we're in today because it's their system. They want to bring us into the Great Reset, the Green New Deal, and they need to have a controlled demolition. And this is exactly what they set out to do. And they have been raising the rates, which means they've tipped the economy off the cliff. And what are they going to do now? They're going to pause for a little while. They might up it one more time, or they're going to start lowering it very, very quickly. Now, I do believe they'll probably start lowering the rates probably at the latter part of 2024, not in September, October, probably in the summer sometime. But again, you have to remember, this is part of the plan. If you go back to 2006, 2007, this is exactly what they did. They raised the rates, then it plateaued. They held it steady. They wanted to see, did we tip it over? Oh, yep, it's off the cliff. Down it goes. Okay, let's start lowering the rates very, very rapidly to say, hey, we did our job. The economy is great. No problems here. See, they're calling it a soft landing this time around. We'll be talking about that in just a sec. But the other thing that's very interesting is that Jamie Dimon says the U.S. is addicted to debt, and it's created a dangerous sugar high in the economy. He points to the enormous surge of new debt taken on during the pandemic. He says that money is like heroin in the hands of consumers. Well, basically, the whole system is based on debt. The system was created by the private Western central banks, and it's a debt system. That's why it's called the Federal Reserve Note. That's why there's interest attached. And if you got rid of the private Western central bank system, we would no longer be in a debt system. The debt system does not work. The debt system does not benefit the people. The debt system leads to high inflation. It leads to poverty. It leads to a system that collapses after a certain period of time, and it has to be restarted. And that's what people are seeing now. And that's exactly what the central bank is doing. They have now brought the rates to a point where now the economy is going to actually fall off the cliff. Actually, FX Hedge put this out and said, Fed likely done raising interest rates. Fed policymakers look likely to end this year with interest rates on hold and begin 2024 with their first cut in borrowing costs as they try to engineer a soft landing for the economy. Translation, yes, they push the economy off the cliff and they know that it's going to crash, and it's going to crash pretty darn hard, because actually when you start to look at it, it's starting to look very, very similar to 2008, 2009, and most likely as we go through 2024, you're going to see a huge amount of layoffs. They're already projecting layoffs. You're going to see more inflation. You're going to see people struggling, not just here in the United States, but around the world. And yes, you're going to have those installed individuals telling you that everything is fantastic. And this is all going to work against them in the long run. And the people, they're going to see through their lies. And that's what the deep state has been doing for a very long time. Plus the central bank, the World Economic Forum, they've been lying to the people for a very long time. They tell you what they want you to do. And the way they do this is they point to something like gold or Bitcoin or anything else, and they say, don't look at that. Don't use it. Criminals use it. That's a barbarous relic. That's how you know to do the opposite. Because every time they tell you, hey, you don't want to be looking at that because that's a bad thing. Well, once again, they're trying to force you away from it and back to their system. And now they have a major problem because going back in time, you had gold and silver. Now you have Bitcoin. And now people are starting to really see the difference between alternative currencies that hold their value and currencies that lose their value. Now, what's very interesting is that Rizzo put this out on X and said, exactly 1 year ago, the European Central Bank publishes a report claiming Bitcoin is rarely used for legal transactions and on the road to irrelevance. Today, Wall Street is clamoring for an ETF, and Bitcoin is up over 100% ever since. And it's not just Bitcoin. When you look at gold, where is gold today? 2065? I mean, I remember when people said it's going to go to 800, 700. And here we are, 2065. Remember after 2008, 2009? Remember when gold shot up to 1900 and the deep state, the central bank, they needed to shut it down because they couldn't allow gold to continually rise because people would know that there's something wrong with the currency? Well, it's very odd that the gold is continually rising as the currency is falling, because that's what inflation is. It's the devaluation of the currency. So you have both Bitcoin and gold rising against a falling currency. Now, remember, gold right now is controlled. They know how to control it. They've been doing it for a very long time. Bitcoin is a little bit more difficult to control, and you can see this is why it's much higher. Now, this doesn't mean that gold and Bitcoin aren't going to fluctuate. Remember, they're pegged against the devaluing currency. And once again, when you do that, yes, you're going to have fluctuations. But I do believe in the end, what the people are seeing and what the people are witnessing, they're starting to understand that the fiat currency is losing value every single day. And people are feeling it every single day. And people are wondering, why is this happening? And this is what you see all over the internet. You see it on all the social media platforms where people are saying, all right, I don't understand this. I'm working every single day. I'm making a good living. My husband, my wife, whoever it is, we're both working. We're making a good living. Nothing has really changed in our household, but we can't afford anything. We can't make ends meet. We don't have the same amount of money that we had before. Something is going wrong. And as time goes on, it's just getting worse and worse. Why is this happening? First, they have to experience it. They have to ask the questions. And eventually, as this continues to happen, they start to research why. Why is this happening? We didn't change our life. We kept our life steady. We knew what our bills were. We knew how much was coming in. Why is everything becoming so difficult? When the people start to ask questions, they start to find the answers. And the people are going to start to realize the system does not work for them. The system never worked for them. It was an illusion. And they kept, and I'm talking about the deep state, the central bank, the World Economic Forum, they kept the illusion up by using tricks. Oh, going back in time, when the value of the currency declines, oh, we got to introduce credit. This way, people don't notice it. Oh, wait, if we keep manufacturing in this country, People are going to notice that things are very expensive. Let's move manufacturing out of this country, pay people pennies on the dollar, and they'll just ship it back here, and there'll be no tariffs whatsoever. So this way, people won't notice anything, that the Federal Reserve note is losing value. As time goes on, we're going to have two people work, and maybe they'll have to get another job while they're working, a side hustle or something. Now we'll have to extend payments for automobiles, cars, and products. We'll have to use layaway. And you know what? You can buy it now, pay later. We can continually give them credit cards and extend their credit limits. This is how they trick the population over time to make you think the economy is still working. And so people don't understand that inflation is really, really bad because it's cumulative. What we'll do is we'll manipulate those numbers, and we'll continue to manipulate all the numbers so people can't figure it out. And that's what they've been doing this entire time. And now people are realizing it. Now people are feeling it. They're understanding it. And as we approach 2024, more and more people are going to question it. More and more people are going to say enough is enough. And this is going to bring, I do believe, the majority of the people to a point of where they say, we can't do this. This system doesn't work. We know why it doesn't work. And this is going to allow the patriots to shift everyone into a new system. And the new system, I do believe, is not going to be with the central bank. I do believe the central bank will be restructured, probably brought into the treasury. And we will have a system where we, the people, create our own currency. We're not going to borrow the currency. There won't be interest attached. We will use tariffs to fund the government. And we're going to see an economy like no other. This is why I do believe Trump is continually out there telling everyone, when I get back into office, it's going to take me like 6 months or so. And we'll have this economy like no other. People are going to see something completely different. And people are going to be shocked. I mean, really think about it. Think about how you felt when he was in the White House and he made the economy incredible while playing in the private, what was a central bank illusionary economy. What do you think he's going to do when the central bank is removed? When we're out of that illusionary economy? Oh, the economy is going to be absolutely incredible. And we're getting closer and closer to that point. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
Okay, so we're going to stop that right there because we're jumping right into part B. This was actually about 10 minutes longer than he normally does his financial. So it's good to see that he's on an uptick with this and covering a little bit more in regards to the financial news. Although, you know, I know we all get kind of tired of hearing it, though. You know what I mean? Because it's like we see it, we're living it, you know, but at the same time, there's a lot of people who are questioning it. And we have to give everybody the opportunity to learn everything that they possibly can. So, all right. So here we go. Part B, political, geopolitical.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this episode 3223 BN. Today's date is November 29th, 2023. The title of the episode is Trump will offer classified info relating to the elections, military intelligence, Pandora's box open. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. Are you new to investing and have savings you need to protect right now with the Middle East war, the Ukraine war, maybe Taiwan soon? You need a new playbook that's safe. Allocate some gold now and avoid the frenzied panic of the unprepared. When fear reigns, gold protects the wise. Noble Gold Investments offers a free 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin with new IRAs this month. Shield your savings with a Noble Gold Investment IRA. Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com, the only gold company I trust. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, they have opened Pandora's box. And think about what Trump and the Patriots are doing. They are going to use everything against them. And a way to stop and destroy and expose the entire system is to allow the system to do everything to Trump first. And I do believe this is exactly what he's been doing. He wants the people to see. He wants the people to see the system. He wants everyone to see how corrupt the entire country really is. And look how they infiltrated all the cities, the states, the prosecutors. They infiltrated DC, the court systems, Congress. You need to see it all. But the problem that the deep state is going to have is that by going after Trump, they opened up the Pandora's box, and now everything that they're doing to him can be used against them. And I do believe in the end, it will be used against them. Actually, we're already starting to see certain individuals call certain people out saying, listen, when you were coming after us, this is what you said. We're doing the same exact thing. So you have no argument here. And I do believe with Trump's trials coming up, he's going to show that foreign countries interfered in the election. And I do believe this is why he will offer classified info relating to the 2016 and the 2020 elections, and he's going to show foreign interference in the elections. Think about that for a second. Think about why he's showing this. Now, is he going on trial to bring the deep state down, expose them all, and arrest them at this moment? No. He knows the people, they're going to have a very difficult time accepting this. Yes, they know the elections were rigged. They're ready for this information. A lot of the D's are not. He's going to put it out there and show that there were foreign countries who interfered in the election. They were able to access the systems. Think about that for a second. Because think about 2024. Think about what's building right now. Why is he laying this groundwork? Because he needs the people to accept that there are foreign governments interfering in the election. Because remember, we're heading towards war. I do believe most likely there's going to be a cyber attack. Is it going to be from a foreign government? Yes, it is. So what happens when he shows the people that foreign governments did have access and they did interfere in the 2016-2020 election, and it happens again in 2024? Will the people accept what comes next? Will the people say, you know something? We don't trust the elections. Why? Because Trump showed us classified information, which was declassified, and we could see there were foreign governments interfering in the election back in 2016 and 2020. And now we're approaching war. We were hit. They're doing the same thing, but on a larger scale. We need to do something with the elections. We cannot use the systems that are out there today. And I do believe Trump is going to provide evidence showing there were systems that were interfered with, that were hacked. And actually, I do believe this is going to lead into 2024. And remember, most of the information that he's going to be producing, yes, some of it might come from Executive Order 13848 when they had to put out a report, but I think a lot of it's going to be coming from military intelligence and from other agencies that they've collected. And remember, Space Force was brought online. They didn't fall under the Paz Comitatus Act until 2021. So were they able to monitor what was going on? I do believe so. So I think in the end, he's going to present this. This is not to bring down the deep state. It's not to go around and arrest everyone. It's to give the people the knowledge, to show the people what has been done in past elections, because the people must accept what's going to happen in 2024. And I do believe Trump has been leading up to this. But I think everything that we're witnessing, everything that we're seeing revolves around 2024. The planning in 2016, when he first came into the White House, the 2020, where the elections were rigged and the president was put into place, every step of the way was to prepare everyone for 2024. So the people can experience, they can see the system is going to be exposed. The people needed to understand the system. The people needed to see the two-tier justice system. The people needed to understand that the elections were rigged, not just in 2020, but in past elections, which I do believe people are now seeing that, yes, 2022 midterms, 2020, 2018, 2016, people are starting to see, yes, we believe they're rigged elections. And now, moving to 2024, people already believe that there's election interference, and they already say, yes, 2024, the elections are going to be rigged. Now, when Trump produces this information and he shows that foreign governments were involved in hacking the elections, what do you think is going to happen when we go to war and we're attacked? The people are going to say, I don't trust this. Is there malware? I mean, we don't want our elections controlled by a foreign government. We must do something. What can we use? Is there something else that we can use to have these elections? Oh, wait, paper ballots. They're not electronic. We can have the National Guard protect them, and we can have a safe election. Now, of course, the deep state players, they don't want this. They don't want paper ballots. They can't cheat in paper ballots. It's very, very difficult to cheat. And they don't want their people removed because those people help with the cheating. Those people cover up what's going on. And I do believe all of this is going to be removed. And what he's building right now is that narrative so people can understand. So people will accept what needs to be done in the end. And I do believe this is where all of this is headed. We'll be talking a lot more about this a little bit later. But first, let's talk about what's been happening with this child who dressed up in a Indian headdress, painted his face black and red. Well, we come to find out that this child, he's an authentic Native American. He belongs to the Chumash tribe, and his grandfather is on the tribe board. So this entire narrative completely and utterly fell apart. This is a complete and utter disaster for the fake news. And the people are seeing this, and it's all over the place. Once again, we could see what the deep state has been doing. We could see what the fake news has been doing. And now, with the other platforms, the people are fighting back, and the people are calling them out on it. The people are thinking logically. They're not just going along with these narratives. And the deep state, the fake news, they are losing. How do we know they're losing? Well, it looks like the Biden's Christmas tree that they set up, well, it fell over. And I think Eric Trump just completely and utterly just sums it all up. If the administration was depicted by a Christmas tree, this pretty much sums up the entire Biden residency. And that's absolutely true. Everything that he has done has completely and utterly fallen apart. And what's very interesting is we could see that Hunter Biden and his attorney, they're trying to make their own rules with the subpoena. They want to do this out in public, but when you look at the House rules, this is not what they say. Now, of course, remember, the Democrats, they were able to subpoena people. They followed the rules. They had people in the back room talking to them, asking them certain questions. And now what's very interesting is they're saying, oh, no, this is not done this way. Oh, no, we can allow to have these people testify out in public. That's the way it should be. Well, it seems that it's all backfiring on them. Remember, everything that they did is going to come back and haunt them every step of the way. And what's very interesting is that the Oversight Committee put this out on X and said, Jamie Raskin, this you? Why? Because this is what Jamie Raskin said. He said, but the Maryland Democrats suggested Bannon would first have to sit for a taped deposition behind closed doors, as has been the process for other witnesses. So yes, what has to happen? Hunter Biden must follow the process. He must go behind closed doors. They have to ask him certain questions that probably can't be out in the public because they probably are in a classified nature. And this will then be done. And then you can have him testify out in public. But again, they're trying to say, oh, no, look what the Republicans are trying to do. They're trying to pull a fast one. No, this is the rules. And now when you go back in time, you can see that this is exactly what they did. So how are they going to argue with this? It's going to be very, very difficult. They're going to try, but they're going to lose. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we know that Biden has used a lot of email addresses to hide his business dealings, because why would you have all these email addresses? Why wouldn't you just use your governmental address? He's using the other addresses because he didn't want anyone to see his actual business dealings. But what's very interesting is we can see that NARA is trying to hold back all this information. They don't want this out there because if they release the information, it's game over for Biden. I think everyone knows that. But the Heritage Foundation Oversight Project has identified what would be a relatively small cache of documents that could help Congress get to the heart of the issue in just a matter of months. So the National Archives, they revealed to the Heritage Oversight Project through a narrowly targeted Freedom of Information Act request that it possesses 731 documents relevant to the creation of these alias email accounts and potentially who authorized their use. So the Oversight Project's targeted Freedom of Information Act request and its discovery of this smaller cache of documents could provide congressional investigators with new leads and witnesses in a more expedient manner. In essence, rather than waiting for the 82,000 pages of documentation to be released over a period of years, in a matter of months, these 731 core documents could provide the names of witnesses whom Congress could then call to testify about the matter. And let's see how this plays out. This is going to be very, very interesting because we know that NARA, what are they doing? They're holding all this back. They don't want to release this because it would be game over for Biden. But since they got this information through the Freedom of Information Act request, let's see if this provides some information for Congress. And I do believe it will. And this is going to make it even harder for the Biden administration to explain. Remember, every step of the way, what do you think the Biden administration is feeling? They're feeling pain. Remember, this is the court of public opinion. This is not the court of DOJ, the court of FBI. This is the court of the people. The people are what counts. It's not the FBI, DOJ, especially when they're corrupt. Because in the end, the people need to see this to make a logical decision when it comes to the elections. Now, think about this for a second. When people see how treasonous Biden is, and they realize he's been dealing in all this, and this was under Obama, you know Obama knew about this. If they bring in Michelle Obama, yes, they're going to bring out other candidates in. Yes, they're going to try Newsom. Actually, I hear Mark Cuban, he might be slated now to run. He's, dropping his basketball team. He's off Shark Tank. So they might be saying, okay, this guy's pretty popular. Let's try him out. You think he'll make a good president? Yeah, let's see how he does in the polls. And I think what they're going to do is they're going to test each one of these individuals to see who's the most popular until they make their final decision. And yes, they will push certain people. But in the end, I do believe none of them are going to pan out. And I do believe they're going to have to go with someone completely different. And let's see how this all plays out. This is going to be very, very interesting because every step of the way, as we go down this path, we can see there's more and more evidence pointing to the criminal activity of the DNC, of the Ds, of the Biden administration, the Obama administration. And I do believe this is going to get worse and worse as time goes on. We've just come to find out that a federal judge has ordered the FBI to hand over evidence in a former DNC employee, Seth Rich's murder case within 14 days. So Ty Clevenger is the attorney, and he's a bulldog attorney, and he's been after the DOJ and the FBI for years to get to the bottom of who supplied the DNC and Podesta's emails to WikiLeaks during the 2016 election. And after years of denying they had anything related to Seth Rich, the FBI and DOJ were caught lying over and over again. In September, a judge finally demanded the FBI and DOJ provide all they had in regard to Seth Rich, and the FBI responded requesting another 66 years before releasing the information. Now, a federal judge has just ruled the FBI must hand over evidence regarding former DNC employee Seth Rich's murder. And we know from the Post that Seth Rich was taken out most likely by an MS-13 gang member, and he was killed because he downloaded the information to a USB key, and that was given to WikiLeaks. Everything else with Russia, hacking into the system, taking the information, that was all debunked. And now we can see the true information will be coming up. And Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, she confirmed the judge ruling. She put this out on a post in X and just wrote on top, Seth Rich. And that reminds me of post 4710, September 14, 2020. It just says, Seth, Rich. And it looks like we're getting closer and closer to the truth here. And that's what this is all about. Letting the people see the truth, letting people see how evil these people are and what lengths they would go to protect themselves and what lengths they would go to cover up their crimes. And I think in the end, when all the information comes out, you're going to see people start to really understand that these people are truly evil. They are the criminal syndicate, and these people need to be put away. And I do believe this is what people are going to see in the end. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we can see the borders are wide open. It's causing havoc across the country, especially the blue cities now, because now the illegals are being shipped up there. And it looks like the illegals are going to continually be shipped up to these areas until these blue cities, the mayors, the governors of the states, finally say enough is enough. The border is a problem. I wonder how long that's going to take them, because if you look at New York City, they can't pay for police. They're going to be laying them off. So that means there's going to be more crime. They can't pay for sanitation service. They can't pay their people because they're supporting the illegal population. And it does take a toll. It's a drain on the system. And as the red states, Arizona, Texas, Florida, as they keep shipping these people up there, eventually these people are going to have to say, Mother, may I, if everyone remembers that game. And they're going to have to say, enough is enough. We need to do something about the border. I know Mayor Adams went down to Mexico and other places saying, hey, listen, can you send the people someplace else except New York City? It's amazing how he didn't go down there and say, shut the border. Eventually, I think they're all going to fold because the people in those areas are going to force them to say it. Say it. Close the border. And when that happens, oh, that's going to be absolutely unbelievable. But the other thing that's very interesting that's going on is that Joe Biden has officially announced his opposition to congressional legislation that, if enacted, would prohibit the federal government from developing federal lands into tent cities and sprawling migrant camps. So Biden's office released a statement saying the administration strongly opposes H.R. 5283, which will prohibit the use of federal funds to provide temporary shelter to certain non-citizens, including migrants seeking asylum on federal lands falling under the jurisdiction of the National Park Service. So right now, the Biden administration doesn't want this to go through because they want the Department of Interior and the Department of Agriculture to make decisions regarding the appropriate uses of their lands and resources, even in emergency or other situations. So are they saying that they're going to be using these lands for illegals? It's starting to seem that way. But again, what about all the virtue signaling about the environment, about keeping these lands free and clean? This is going to all backfire on them. This is going to be a complete and utter disaster. And their base is going to turn on them. I think in the end, as they keep this up, the D Party is going to cease to exist, because once people learn about all that's been going on, it's going to be a complete and utter disaster for them. And since we're talking about the border, we can see there are more and more people coming in, and drugs, they're flooding the U.S. And Wokeness on X put this out and said 2,800 plus illegal crossings in a span of 24 hours in one sector of the border in Arizona. 300 pounds of fentanyl were recently seized at this sector, enough to kill 68 million people. Now, if you were going to infiltrate the country from within and you wanted to make the country weak, yes, you can go after the food supply. Yes, you can brainwash the people. But what better way than bringing drugs in where you kill a lot of people and get them hooked on it? I think everyone's starting to see this and everyone's starting to realize what's going on. And we could see that Marjorie Taylor Greene has had it with Mayorkas. I think a lot of people have had it with Mayorkas. We could see that he's a liar. We could see that his agenda is to keep the borders open. And every time he takes the stand, he just lies to the people. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, well, she just reintroduced articles of impeachment against DHS Secretary Mayorkas. She said, While some members like Tom McClintock want to bloviate endlessly while imagining themselves wearing a powdered wig, the American people want action. These members whine about due process while protecting Mayorkas from facing accountability for his violation of our border security laws. Impeachment is due process. It would put Mayorkas in front of the Senate to face trial. We've seen the evidence of him breaking the law. It's time for the Senate to try him for it. Today, I reintroduce my articles of impeachment against Secretary Mayorkas because impeachment is exactly what the founders intended for the House to do when a member of the executive branch intentionally violates the laws written by the legislative branch. And she's absolutely right. And this has to be done. A message has to be sent to show all these people that there are consequences. Now, remember, we're dealing in the criminal syndicate. You think these people are going to vote for this? Maybe, maybe not. But if history serves as what's going to happen, most of these people won't vote for this because they're part of the criminal syndicate. And even if they do, the Senate most likely will block it and he'll still stay in his position. Remember, they protect each other unless the person in the criminal syndicate goes against the criminal syndicate, like Mayor Adams, who actually started to speak out against the illegals coming into the city. So they decided to go after him. If he actually says close the border, he's done. Because the criminal syndicate, just like the mafia, they take out those people that actually go against their entire system. And we can see that's exactly what they will do. Just like they're still trying to get the weapons away from the people, they're still trying to censor the people. Remember, they're following their entire playbook, their 16-year plan. And their 16-year plan, well, it requires them to get the weapons away from the people. It requires them to censor people. It requires them to brainwash the people in school, the children in school, and it requires them to bring us to an event, war. Because remember, the 16-year plan is about destroying the Constitution. It's about destroying the country. So they're not going to deviate from their plan. Their plan is to try to destroy the country. And their plan calls upon certain things to bring them to that point where they have destruction. So they're going to keep trying and trying and trying, but it's backfiring. The people aren't going along with this. The people now are awake. Actually, this Black Friday, the FBI conducted a record number of background checks on Black Friday. Gun demand is surging. Everything that they did going back in time with all the mass shootings and everything like that, with gun control, trying to convince the public, it's all falling apart. It all fell apart when Hamas decided to go right into Israel. And the people didn't have anything to defend themselves except for those people that kept weapons. They're the ones who defended themselves. The other people, they were murdered, tortured, raped, and kidnapped. So the people saw that and they said, holy crap, I understand why we need a weapon. Now, when you look in this country, what are people seeing? Wait a minute. We're seeing crime on the rise. We're seeing people get hurt. Stores are being robbed. Nobody's stopping them. The borders are wide open. Criminals are coming in. Drug traffickers, human traffickers, child traffickers, and terrorists. Yeah, I'm getting a little nervous. Who's going to protect me? Oh, that's right. They're defunding the police. Oh, that's right. They don't have enough money to pay for the police. So who's coming to my rescue? Nobody. The only person that's going to save you is you. The only one that's going to save your family is you and your family. Period. The end. That's it. Our founding fathers knew this. They didn't depend on anyone else. They knew they had to fight to the very, very end. But you can see the deep state players, they're still following their plan. And they want to censor. Now, what's very interesting is that Rumble video platform has filed a federal defamation lawsuit against Check My Ads co-founders. So we could see that Truth is going after the fake news. Rumble is joining Elon Musk. They are also suing Check My Ads. So we could see these other platforms, they're moving forward in going after the deep state players. But what we come to find out is that the deep state players, they have been working with government to censor the people. And Michael Schellenberger, he put out another Twitter file, or actually just a thread on Twitter or X. It used to be called Twitter. And it says, Many people insist that the governments aren't involved in censorship, but they are. And now a whistleblower has come forward with an explosive new trove of documents rivaling or exceeding the Twitter files and Facebook files in a scale and importance. US and UK military contractors created sweeping plan for global censorship in 2018, new documents show. Whistleblowers makes trove of new documents available to public and racket, showing the birth of the censorship industrial complex in reaction to Brexit and Trump. Well, that's interesting. Trump's election in 2016. A whistleblower has come forward with the explosive new trove of documents rivaling or exceeding Twitter files and Facebook files in a scale and importance. They describe the activities of an anti-disinformation group called the Cyber Threat Intelligence League, or CTIL, that officially began as the volunteer project of data scientists and defense and intelligence veterans, but whose tactics over time appear to have been absorbed into multiple official projects, including those of the Department of Homeland Security. The CTI League documents offer the missing link answers to key questions not addressed in the Twitter files and Facebook files. Combined, they offer a comprehensive picture of the birth of the anti-disinformation sector, or what we have called the censorship industrial complex. The whistleblowers' documents describe everything from the genesis of modern digital censorship programs to the role of the military and intelligence agencies, partnership with civil society organizations and commercial media, and the use of sock puppet accounts and other offensive techniques. Lock Your Shit Down explains one document about creating your spy disguise. Another explains that while such activities overseas are typically done by the CIA and NSA and the Department of Defense, censorship efforts against Americans have to be done using private partners because the government doesn't have the legal authority. The whistleblower alleges that a leader of the CTI League, a former British intelligence analyst, was in the room at the Obama White House in 2017 when she received the instructions to create a counter-disinformation project to stop a repeat of 2016. Over the last year, public, racket, congressional investigators and others have documented the rise of the censorship industrial complex, a network of over 100 government agencies and non-governmental organizations that work together to urge censorship by social media platforms and spread propaganda about disfavored individuals, topics, and whole narratives. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security, Cybersecurity and Information Security Agency, CISA, has been the center of gravity for much of the censorship, with the National Science Foundation financing the development of censorship and disinformation tools and other federal government agencies playing a supportive role. Emails from CISA, NGO, and social media partners show that CISA created the Election Integrity Partnership in 2020, which involved the Stanford Internet Observatory and other U.S. government contractors. EIP and its successors, the Virality Project, urged Twitter, Facebook, and other platforms to censor social media posts by ordinary citizens and elected officials alike. Despite the overwhelming evidence of government-sponsored censorship, it had yet to be determined where the idea for such mass censorship came from. In 2018, an SIO official and former CIA fellow, Renee DiResta, generated national headlines before and after testifying to the U.S. Senate about Russian government interference in the 2016 election. But what happened between 2018 and the spring of 2020, the year 2019, has been a black hole in the research of the censorship industrial complex to date. When one of us, Michael, testified to the U.S. House of Representatives about the censorship industrial complex in March of this year, the entire year was missing from this timeline. Now, a large trove of new documents, including strategy documents, training videos, presentations, and internal messages, reveal that in 2019, U.S. and UK military and intelligence contractors, led by a former UK defense researcher, Sarah Jane Terp, developed the sweeping censorship framework. These contractors co-led CTIL, which partnered with CISA in the spring of 2020. In truth, the building of the censorship industrial complex began even earlier in 2018. Internal CTIL Slack messages show Terp, her colleagues, and officials from DHS and Facebook all working closely together in their censorship process. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. Are you new to investing and have savings you need to protect? Right now, with the Middle East war, the Ukraine war, maybe Taiwan soon, you need a new playbook that's safe. Allocate some gold now and avoid the frenzy panic of the unprepared. When fear reigns, gold protects the wise. Noble Gold Investments offers a free 5-ounce American Beautiful coin with new IRAs this month. Shield your savings with a Noble Gold Investment IRA. Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com, the only gold company I trust. The CTIL framework and the public-private model are the seeds of what both the US and the UK would put into place in 2020 and 2021, including making censorship with the cybersecurity institution and counter disinformation agendas. A heavy focus on stopping disfavored narratives, not just wrong facts, and pressuring social media platforms to take down information or take other actions to prevent content from going viral. So right there, you can see that everything was created because Trump won the election. They started to use it against Trump. They interfered in the election, and they used it, and they're still using it on many of the platforms. And now the people can see the truth. And again, it's not just here in the United States, but you can see this is worldwide because they want to control the narrative. They want to control speech. And we could see out in Ireland, that's exactly what they're doing. Ireland's media minister calls on the public to report any hate speech they see online to the police, vows new era to make the online world safer for the next year. So isn't it strange how all of a sudden this is all now being pushed as we approach the 2024 election? They're really ramping this up because they just want people taken down, because now people are just going to report hate speech, hate speech, hate speech. What's hate for someone is not hate for someone else. This is why our founding fathers never said you have the freedom of speech except for these hateful things. They said you have the freedom of speech, period. You could say whatever you want. It could be hateful as long as it doesn't get violent, as long as it doesn't break the law. But you can say whatever you want. And again, it might be hateful for one group, but not another. So who's determining what's hate? You're allowed to speak freely. And this is why the United States Constitution is very, very different than the Constitution of every single other country. Because the Constitution, the rights of the people, this is what tells the government what they can't do. You're not allowed to violate any of this. And you can't change it. Not in the executive branch, not in Congress, nowhere. Period. The end. But you can see this is what they do. They start in all these different countries first, and they try to bring it here to the United States. You know what happens every single time? It gets shot down because the founding fathers, they were brilliant. They knew in the end, they will keep trying and trying and trying. And we needed a constitution that was created by the people, and we needed rights that we were born with, which could never, ever be taken away. They try, but they fail every single time. Conor McGregor put this out, and he's responding to the prime minister, and he's referring to the school stabbing. And this is what this individual said. I really would ask people to try avoid connecting crime with migration. It's not right. He added that a few migrants will commit terrible crimes, just as some Irish people commit crimes. Well, Conor McGregor responded to this, and he says, I do not connect crime with migration. I connect crime to your government's many failed policies in protecting and securing the inhabitants of Ireland. This is a real lapse in national security. We need a brand new task force founded to assess all entrants into Ireland. Our native and our visitors will all benefit from this peace of mind. We need deportation of those here illegally or that have committed a crime here. There needs to be a brand new unit founded specifically for this task. Call it Ireland Protect. And he's absolutely right. Remember, they just brought these people in. They didn't vet them. They don't know who's a criminal, who's a terrorist. They just brought them in. And now the people are getting angry. The people are getting pissed off. And it's all backfiring on them. And as time goes on, it's going to get worse and worse for these people. Remember, they brought a third world into these countries to make them a third world. And the people of these countries don't want their country to be a third world country. And they don't want their country to lose their identity. And they don't know who's in their country. And as every day that passes, they see that these people that were brought in, these people aren't good people. There's good people and bad people. And you need to be vetted at the border because you only want those people that are going to help with that country, the society. Why would you want to bring in criminals? Why would you want to bring in the dregs of society? You wouldn't. That would make no sense. It's like if you live in a neighborhood and you just allow everyone in there. Okay, we'll take the drug traffickers, we'll take the human traffickers. Why would you want that in your neighborhood? You wouldn't. So why would you want that in your country? You wouldn't. And I think the people now are starting to realize this. And the people now, well, they're fighting back, and it's going to get a lot worse for the deep state players. But the other thing that's very interesting is that we could see as we approach 2024, we could see the deep state players, they're ramping up everything because, again, they're going to interfere with the election. They're going to try to cheat, and they don't want people speaking the truth. And we know they can bring down Instagram. They can control that. What I mean by bring down, I mean bring down those people that are saying certain things. They can bring the people down on YouTube, on Facebook. But they're going to have a problem with X, but you could see they're trying by going after the advertisers and trying to bankrupt it. But they're also going to have a problem with True Social and Rumble. Now, can they attack these sites? Yes. Can they tell them what to do? No. And what's very interesting is that the North Atlantic Fella Organization, NAFO, an anonymous activist group created to combat pro-Russian information, has launched a series of internet raids on Trump's social media platform, True Social, in an effort to bring the platform down before the 2024 presidential election. And they said the goal we have in mind, which is lofty, is to help bring the platform down ahead of the 2024 election. We know it's going to be an aggregator for extremism and probably violence the way things are looking at this point. So you have to remember, True Social right now is going after the fake news. They filed a gigantic lawsuit of $1.5 billion against multiple mainstream media outlets. And you could see that now they want to bring down True Social. Why? Because they don't want the truth out there. So they're going after X. They're making plans to go after True Social. And you're going to see Rumble fall into the mix. Because what do they need to do? They need to shut down communications. They need to control what is being said as we approach the 2024 election. I do believe when they can't control anything, they're just going to have a communication blackout to try to regain the control and control what is being said, control the narrative. But I do believe in the end, it's all going to fail. I do believe the Patriots, they already have countermeasures in place. We already have the communications up in space because of Elon Musk, because of what Trump did with Space Force. And I do believe in the end, this is going to completely and utterly fall apart on them. Just like everything else is falling apart on the deep state players. People are seeing the truth. I mean, look what happened with Israel and Gaza. Did you see any of the Democrats fall to their knees crying? Remember when AOC went down to the border and stood in front of the fence and covered her eyes, went to her knees because she was looking at the children in the cages and they were suffering? Oh, wait, no, this was a photo op and she was at a fence and there was an open field, but she acted pretty good there. Well, Libs of TikTok asked her a question saying Hamas held women and children hostage in cages. Where was the outrage from AOC and all the others who claimed to be horrified by kids in cages? And you have to remember that whole entire episode with AOC, that was fake. There was no one beyond that fence. It was an open field. It was a stage event. So where were they? Why weren't they all going to Israel? Why weren't they falling to their knees? Oh my God, this is horrible. Isn't that interesting? Now, the other thing that's very interesting, and we know that Joe Biden doesn't write his posts, but this is the post that his administration put out. Hamas unleashed a terrorist attack because they fear nothing more than Israelis and Palestinians living side by side in peace. To continue down the path of terror, violence, killing, and war is to give Hamas what they seek. We can't do that. Now, this is a very confusing message here. Even Tom Fitton says this is dangerously confusing tweet, and he's absolutely right. What are they trying to say here? Are they calling on the terrorists to do something? This is very interesting because they're playing both sides. We know they want war, but it's very interesting that they put that out. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see that the events are already starting. Out in Germany, the German police detained 2 teenagers who are planning an imminent Islamist terrorist attack on a Christmas market or a synagogue in Germany. So it looks like they're already planning things. And I do believe we're going to see events happen across the world. And when this happens, people are going to be questioning the open borders. How did this person get in here? Where was he from? Where was she from? Who did this? And when the answers come that, oh, they just came in with, the last batch of people, nobody, vetted them, they were terrorists, well, it's going to be game over for the deep state players. That's when people are going to say enough is enough. Even those people that say, hey, we love open borders. I do believe in the end, they're going to say absolutely not. No, I'm not talking about Antifa, not talking about BLM or the illegals already in here that are protesting. I'm talking about the Democrats, the middle of the line Democrats saying, who have families, are going to look at this and go, okay, I thought open borders was a good idea. I thought this was going the right way, but now I see absolutely not. And I do believe you're going to hear a lot of people say enough is enough, just like they're saying enough is in New York. Actually, out in Chicago, they're saying enough is enough. Why? Because crime is off the charts. But as usual, the Democrat mayors, who do they blame this on? Oh, they blame it on everyone else except themselves. In Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson blames right-wing extremists for city's problems. Well, hasn't there been a Democratic mayor there for a very long time? Oh, yes, there has been. The last time there was a Republican mayor was 1931. And this individual was Big Bill. And he served from 1927 to 1931. So William Hale Thompson was the last Republican mayor in Chicago. So since 1931 to 2023, Democrats have destroyed Chicago. And it is what it is today. So who's to blame? Oh, that's right, them. It's that simple. It's that easy. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we can see there's a lot of Ds they are planning to retire. And I do believe as more and more evidence comes out against Joe Biden, more evidence that comes out with pedophilia, human trafficking, child trafficking, as more evidence is being brought out about their money laundering schemes, I think we're going to see a lot of these individuals retire, which means that this wave of congressional retirements and the announced departures, it has altered the political landscape for the lower chamber in 2024. The House GOP appears to be in a better position to capitalize off of the retirements, as there are currently more competitive open seats left by Democrats than Republicans. And I do believe we're going to see a lot more. So what does that mean? That means the Republicans can start taking the seats. And actually, I do believe as we go through 2024 and more evidence comes out, this is an incredible way to drain the swamp and bring in the Patriots, which means Trump is going to be endorsing a lot of people, isn't he? Very interesting how this is all playing out. And we could see that the people, the Ds, I should say, they don't want Biden to run. Rasmussen reports put this out and said, how likely is it that the Democratic Party will replace Joe Biden with someone else as their 2024 presidential candidate? It's likely Democrats 45%, Independents 63%, GOP 62%. So Dems are already up to 45% that he's going to be replaced. They don't want him. It's going to get worse and worse as time goes on, which means they're going to bring someone else in. Now, we know they're going to bring out Newsom. He's going to say he's running. It looks like we have another individual who was on Shark Tank, Mark Cuban, and it looks like they're prepping him. We know that they approached The Rock. So it looks like they're trying all these different people to see who is the most popular. Who will the people go with? Hey, before I forget, X22 just launched its second drop called We the People. It is now live. All you need to do is go to x22store.com. This launch consists of all new items. Everything is going to be limited quantity. These are all new designs that you've never seen before, and they're going to blow your mind. Head over to x22store.com. That's x22store.com, or visit x22report.com and click on the banner, or just go to the description down below and click on X22 Store. It'll bring you right over to the store. On Monday, November 27th, we'll be unveiling the mystery merch. So head on over to x22store.com. That is x22store.com, or click the link in the description. And I do believe all these people will not be able to get where they need to go. And I do believe they're all going to fail and they're not going to get what they want. So, which means they're going to have to turn their sights someplace else. And I do believe in the end, they will. But you could see the deep state players, they're very worried about Trump. They're trying to figure out a way to get rid of him because everything else has failed. I mean, they're going to try with the indictments, but those are all failing. And remember the trials, the election fraud, January 6th, actually the deep state players, they're on trial. So they tried to go after Trump with his health. And they said he's old, his health is failing. So he went ahead and he got a physical. He had a cognitive test. He scored incredibly well. Now all eyes are on Biden. He should do the same. But you can see the deep state players, they're going after him with his weight now because he lost weight. So they're making up crazy stories, and Patriots Are in Control put this out. They said Trump not eating. Cheney shares chat with McCarthy about Trump's 2020 loss. So they're saying that he's depressed after 2020, so he stopped eating, and that's why he's losing weight, because he's depressed now. No, he lost weight because he decided to change his eating habits. He decided to go play golf a lot. He worked out, and he lost weight. It's not because he's depressed. They're making up anything they possibly can to convince everyone that he has a major problem, when actually, in reality, it's Biden who has the problem, and he needs to go get a physical and a cognitive test. Trump did it. He's running for the presidency. So should Biden and anyone else that's running. Doesn't matter what age you are. I think everyone should get it to make sure that they're fit, to make sure that they're not on the drugs, to make sure they don't have mental problems. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see that people are now moving to Trump's side. Yesterday, we mentioned that the BLM co-founder has endorsed Trump. He's no longer a Democrat, I believe. And Trump, he put out a truth, spoke with Mark Fisher yesterday, a great guy, very, very honored to have his and his BLM support. I have done more for Black people than any other president, Lincoln, including 10-year funding for historical Black colleges and universities where they had none, opportunity zones, criminal justice reform, and much more. Thank you to Mark. So more and more people are going to Trump's side, which is going to be a problem for the Ds, because remember, they depend on the Black vote. And if they're continually losing the Black vote, this is going to cause a problem. Now, can they bring in Cuban? Can they bring in Newsom? Well, this will be a problem because if they're running, who's their Black candidate? They don't have one. I do believe that's going to be a problem for them. They're going to have to bring in a Black candidate. If they have Kamala Harris, who might be running for the presidency, they're going to have to actually bring someone in to replace her. And I don't think it could be a white guy. I think it's going to have to be a Black man or a Black woman, or someone who poses as a Black woman. But we'll have to see how this all plays out. This will be very, very interesting. Now, we could see that the deep state players, they've been going after Trump with all these indictments, but they're not working, especially the one out in New York. And it looks like that Deutsche Bank might have just blown up Letitia James' civil fraud case against Trump. A Deutsche Bank executive who worked to approve at least one of Trump's loans testified that it is atypical, but not entirely unusual, to reduce a client's asset values and still approve a loan. This type of lending is typically in high net worth, high profile clients like Trump. Anyone with basic knowledge of banking, lending, portfolio, and credit risk management knows this. So they're saying that this is not a big deal. They do this all the time. And a Deutsche Bank AG executive gave testimony that could bolster Trump's defense in his civil fraud trial. And Williams testified that Trump's stated assets are merely an opinion, and a difference of opinion in assets values does not disqualify the potential borrower from a loan. So basically, the Deutsche Bank executive just blew Letitia James' case out of the water. Unbelievable. Trump responded and said, the big and respected bank yesterday said the loans were great. They got their money and that I did nothing wrong. There was no defaults, no nothing. This is a rigged and victimless case that should have never been brought by the corrupt New York State Attorney General and her puppet judge. Election interference and weaponization of justice, disgraceful, violent crime at an all-time high. Businesses fleeing New York. And he's absolutely right. And you can see that Trump, he's prepared and ready to show the world the truth. And actually, I do believe he's prepping the country for what is coming. Now, is he going to reveal that, hey, this is exactly how they did it? The deep state was involved and we're going to go after them? No. Remember, this is about the Great Awakening. This is about waking people up so they can see all of this, so they can understand what's going to happen in 2024. And I do believe this is all based around 2024. And everything that he does, it brings the people closer to what he wants in the end. First of all, he wants the people to see the truth. He wants the people to think logically. He wants the people to take all this information in and actually vote for the candidate that will make America great again. And the only way to do this is to expose the entire system. The only way to do this is to show the people, because in the end, the people must take back the country. The people must make that decision. And the only way you can actually make an educated decision is to see it all. Because how else can you make a decision to take back the country? You need to see the system. You need to see it all. You need to understand it. But again, the deep state players, they will go after Trump. And Trump, yes, he knows that this is going to happen. And actually, they're not really going after Trump. They're going after everyone else. Because right now, Jack Smith ordered Twitter X to turn over information on Trump's popular Twitter account during his continued fishing expedition into Trump. So he demanded information on all Twitter X users who retweeted Trump, who liked it, who retruthed it, and they're going to use this against those people. Now, that's very interesting. So they're ordering all this information. Now, X is pushing back on all of this, but, they want everything. They want the advertising information. They want the IP addresses. They want the DMs. They want the people that liked his posts. They want it all. So that is very interesting. Rick Grinnell put this out and said, this may be acceptable in The Hague, but it isn't acceptable in America. They're actually compiling a list. That's actually what they're doing. Remember, Trump has always said this. They're not after me. They're actually after everyone else. I'm just in the way. Lee Smith put this out and said, it is meant to cut Trump off from communicating with supporters in future and thus interfere with election, intimidate supporters with purpose of suppressing vote and shock half the electorate. It's a terror operation. And he's absolutely right. This all revolves around election interference. This all revolves around the 2024 election. That's what this is all about. And they need to use it to scare the people, to go after these people. Is it going to work? Are the people going to be afraid of this? Absolutely not. And really think about it. Just because you like something, it's absolutely meaningless. After all, a like is no proof of liking anything. Many people click like idly without too much thought, or else use the like button to be able to come back to the tweet for whatever reason. An easy bookmark of sorts, a quick substitute for the more cumbersome multi-click bookmark function on the platform. Maybe they like the negative comments. It simply offers no proof that they liked the tweet or agreed with it. So what is this really going to be used for? It's going to be used to go after the people. They want a list. That's what they really want. Why? Because they want to scare the people. This is election interference. That's what this is all about. But Trump, he's winning every step of the way. The people are winning every step of the way because another frivolous 14th Amendment challenge, Rhode Island federal court dismisses case against Trump. It's all falling apart. It is not working. Now, what's very interesting is we know that the election fraud and the January 6th case is coming up, and Trump's latest motion to compel discovery exposes foreign interference in the 2020 election. Now, that is very interesting. One of the worst cybersecurity incidents in history. So Trump's legal team submitted a Classified Information Procedural Act, CIPA, notice and objection to the unauthorized deletions of classified information, objecting to certain redactions in certain classified discovery items. The special counsel's office argued that the classified discovery issues in this case are limited, narrow, incidental, because the charges do not rely on classified materials. Trump, his counsel, responded and said, the indictment in this case adopts classified assessments by the intelligence community and others that minimize and at times ignore efforts by foreign actors to influence and interfere with the 2020 election. Trump will offer classified information at trial relating to foreign influence activities that impacted the 2016 and 2020 elections, as well as efforts by his administration to combat those activities. So Trump has proof. He's going to show people that there's foreign interference. Now that's going to be very, very interesting. And remember, he's referring to SolarWinds. He's referring to a hacking of the elections. Put this in context now. As we approach 2024, do you think there's going to be foreign interference? Do you think there's going to be hacking? Do you think there's going to be a cyber attack? Is he preparing the public for what's to come? Well, Truth Ninja put this out about SolarWinds, and it says CISA admitted that there were other initial infection vectors beyond SolarWinds, and there still might have been more undiscovered. From the CISA FBI joint statement on SolarWinds Orion hack, buried in the Styx IOC file, CISA has determined that this threat poses a grave risk to the federal government and state and local governments, as well as critical infrastructure entities. So the Michigan election was very vulnerable to the SolarWinds Orion hack. The Michigan DTMB uses Orion. DTMB works with SOS to administer election software. It is direct link between the Orion hack and voter files. So SolarWinds Orion, used to monitor swing states election related to networks, was hacked as early as late as 2019. As more SolarWinds breach victims become known, these two are particularly disturbing, knowing what we know about the elections. So how could SolarWinds Orion be vulnerable? Month-long cyber attack. If I could only think of something important that was happening in October and November of 2020. And how were they attacked? I thought all these systems weren't supposed to be connected to the internet, but they are. So think about what's going to happen as we move forward with the 2024 elections. I do believe we're going to see a cyber attack. I do believe these systems, they're going to have malware, and the deep state players are going to say, we need to postpone the elections. Now, think about what Trump is doing. He is now setting this all up so people understand that foreign governments have been interfering with the election. There's a history of this, and they hacked the systems. So once people understand this, and once people know this, it will make it easier for the people to understand what's going to happen in 2024, which means we're going to need a different system so we can have the election in 2024. And I do believe this is where this is all leading. And Trump, he's continually telling everyone that he is beating Biden right now, which means they're going to have a change of batter. And they've been opening up Pandora's box. This is what he put out on Truth. He said, I'm 12 points up on crooked Joe Biden, but he's got the Justice Department and others suing me wherever and whenever possible. Weaponization, it's called. And maybe that can make a difference. This has never been done on this scale before, not in our country, but it opens up a very big and dangerous Pandora's box. Joe Biden should stop his election interfering thugs before it is too late for him and the rest of the country. As the leader of the opposition party, I should not be forced to campaign from inside a courthouse, which is very doable, but not very democratic or convenient. This is where they want me to spend my time and money, but it is not the way our system is supposed to work. If they filed these cases a year ago, which they could have, this would not be a problem, but they want it to be a problem because they are bad. Voters have and will reject it. To all Democrats, be careful what you wish for. God bless America. And it's very interesting that he said he's up by 12 points, because that reminds me of post 12, October 29th, 2017. Military intelligence reference above is the absolute biggest inside drop this board will ever receive. Now think about Antifa plays right into the plan. Always ahead. Good guys are winning. And I do believe the good guys are definitely winning. And the good guys will continue to win, because I do believe the Patriots are in control. And the people need to see the system. The people need to accept what's coming. And I do believe the only way to have a fair and free election is to use paper ballots. Because remember, the deep state players, they have created this election structure. It's their cheating system. And the only way to convince the people is to show that, look, the system that we've been using, foreign governments interfered with it. They interfered it in 2016. They interfered in 2020. Yes, we saw 2022. There was interference. We're seeing election interference now. In the end, I think the people are going to accept all of this. And as we approach war, and if or when the country is cyber attacked, will people accept that we need to use a different system? I do believe once this information is put out there, the people will accept it. The people will say, okay, we trust the National Guard, we trust the military. Let's have an election. Let's use paper ballots. Let's use a system that is not connected to anything to be sure the elections are done properly, fair, and transparent. And this way, there won't be foreign interference. Now, of course, the deep state players, they do not want this. This would be a nightmare for them. And I think Trump, the Patriots know this. And I do believe Trump, in the end, wants to show the deep state, look, I got the people. I won by a landslide. This is a red wave of all red waves. And now the people, they told me what they want. They want the country back. And they voted to take the country back. And we're going to take it back. The Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, that was today's X22 report. Isn't it nice you don't have to go looking for each and every one of these things individually and watch them by yourself? You get to watch them with a whole bunch of people of like mind and talk about the things that you see. Up next, Space Shot. Hold the line. Lisa B. Machiavelli. Space Shot 76. Here we go.
How is it going out there, my fellow world patriots? It is indeed November 29th, Wednesday, 2023. I know I said that one weird. But as per normal, we have episode 95 of Hold the Line with, of course, Miss Lisa and Mr. Mac. And what I was showing before I pull Lisa and Mac in there was we're getting more and more footage of January 6th stuff. And the thing that I wanted to point out specifically, you know, we know who we are as people and we know who we are as a movement. And I would say to you guys that hearing somebody like this, that you hear like, and I'm going to be a little loud here, like that person that's just screaming like F you and we're going to kill you and rah, rah, rah. Point number one, wearing masks completely covered. Remember, we were making fun of these people, right? Because of the COVID stuff. So we like knew the people that were there with masks on, a majority of them were not our side and not good people. I mean, people on our side really scream like this. Nope, right. actually stopping people, trying to stop people from doing certain activities. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what we would need to do if this ever was to go down again. We need to police ourselves in sections. But as we know, the mob mentality gets a little out of control. So sorry for the lengthy intro there, but we will, of course, go with ladies first, as Mac is such a gentleman and always insists. Miss Lisa, how is it going this week? I know it's been a whole week since we've talked here, but a lot of crazy things still going on. And, obviously mention whatever you like, but I brought up January 6th or whatever you're feeling. How's it going today? Uh-oh, is Lisa there?
Lisa, you there?
All right, let's see. Let's move on to Mac. We'll see her unmute. I'll know if she unmutes. But what's going on with you today, sir? It seems like her internet gets a little wacky around showtime.
Yeah, I'm curious what's going on. But great to be here as always. Thanks for having us, Mike. Lisa, hopefully you can hear me. Always a pleasure. Thanks for everybody that tunes in. Hopefully it's informative. Thanks to the mods. This video, where's this guy get this chair from? Just one of the anomalies of that whole January 6th thing is, and it really shows you like there's people that are infiltrating this. This is just a small perspective, someone recording, and it's showing, those people like going crazy to try to storm a federal building. And that doesn't sound like any person that's a Trump supporter. It just doesn't make any sense. And a lot of the people that showed up on January 6th were military and ex-military people, as well as the feds, because I sent President Trump truth out. The FBI lost count of how many informants and operatives they had during January 6th, which that just gives it away to me. But very interesting. Reminds me of the Q post where we talk about military intelligence and so forth. And infiltrating, Martin Luther King, the organizations surrounding him and the communities around him. And this is like a similar tactic completely. And, you can look at it with the white hat side, but you can also look at it at black hat side. The black hats definitely created January 6th as a fake insurrection.
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. And Lisa, and if you can hear us and you want to unmute, just unmute anytime. I'll keep my eye on that. Hopefully your signal gets good back there. But yeah, the FBI lost count of how many paid informants were at Capitol on January 6th and later performed audit to figure out the exact number, says that ex-official. So they didn't have a clue what was going on in so many different sections, right? Different organizations. You might have Homeland Security, you might have FBI, and how many different organizations are out there. It's just crazy. But you're correct too, Mac. What the one guy I want to specifically point out was this clown right here, right? You got an earpiece, which, I roll around with an earpiece, probably 90%, probably going to have ear cancer, but I roll around with my AirPods in all the time. And so you can't say that, but there are some people that you actually saw that had like the little thing that goes over it. That's clearly like a Fed situation. But specifically when this guy right here at the hood, and remember, this guy's filming everything. This guy with the hood right here, you can hear with a very deep voice, just remember, there's nothing like going on. Nobody's been hit. Nobody's, doing anything to get, I guess, what I would say this level of anger. Listen to this guy for 1 second here again. Oh, no, that's not going to do it. Here we go. This guy, we will effing kill you. And he's like, does that sound like anybody that would be on our side and, trying to get something positive going? Right here, this clown. Just randomly screaming like, we will effing kill you. We will effing kill you. Those people right there, I don't give a crap if they are, 20 years in the FBI, which no way they would send their 20-year vets there for that, right? Probably some interns and whatnot, but Fed boys are glowing far and wide. Those people, if you get orders to do stuff like this and you're in any section of the government, Oh, well, I was just following orders. It is disgusting to think that you would do this for one political reason over, for one political side over the other. I just simply, I'm still dumbfounded by all this, Mac, too. And, I get the feeling that maybe some of these people, like the one guy that we had filmed himself basically saying, hey, I was paid to come to this thing and it got out of control. Like, where are the rest of those people that have some damn morals that are like, you know what, I just can't go along with this anymore after seeing what happened to our country, knowing that it's a lie? Because there's dozens, right? You're probably thinking about what, hundreds at least of people that more than likely, were involved or know something that, have zero morals about this country because, oh, well, they want the orange hair guy out of there. That's pretty damn disgusting, dude. The fact that they can, I don't know, seemingly do this without any, if they can sleep at night, that's, I guess, what I'm going for. If they can still sleep at night after doing something like this to your country, then I don't know. I don't know what kind of person could sleep at night because you're a traitor, because you caused this. Clearly, we didn't go there to start ripping senators and congressmen and women out of their spot. We didn't go there to even stop a count. We went there to actually show support that, hey, if you guys, and Mac, let me know if you saw this any differently. I viewed that as not a show of force, but more of a show of support for the congressmen and senators that would have the fortitude to actually do something that's never been done before and say, hey, these electors, maybe they need to be looked at. But, without a lot of support and people out there knowing that, the American people were behind them, they might not have done it, which obviously they still didn't do it. But that's how I looked at it, more of like we were trying to support them on to basically do the right thing, not sitting here with like a lead pipe smashing it against our hand. Like, come on, you got to do the right thing. You get dead. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I find the time frame of all this stuff, the timestamps will come out hopefully. I mean, President Trump was an hour late to give the Stop the Steal speech on January 6th. And, we can talk about that. I don't know if Lisa's back. I think she might be, hopefully. And welcome back and say what you want to say on this.
She's permanently muted, apparently. I wonder if I can unmute her. Let's see. Just turn her thing up. No, I can't mess with it. I can only ask her to mute herself, but maybe if either of us could send her out of the room, she might not be able to get back in. So I don't want to kick her out. I know last time she could hear everything, but she just couldn't come in and talk. So this is the plight with doing things live. So apologize, guys, but I'm sure Lisa will find her way back in here. We'll do a little bit of, because we definitely want to cover some of the things that me and you were discussing before the show, Mac. But before that, let's just do a little cornucopia of certain things here, kind of a little round robin, if you will.
Can you hear me all right? Before we touch that, just everyone needs to pay attention to we've shown it in the past. There's videos of a peaceful gathering at the Capitol building where you had people climbing up the rafters and everything. If you need me to pull that up, I can, but it provides a totally different perspective than what we've been told. And this is where all the strange fake news media is coming from, that they try to rile up the masses and then perform their operation. Where's Nancy Pelosi's laptop? That kind of stuff. And I do remember the guy saying, you will not believe who I'm working for. I pulled out. I couldn't pulled out of what I was supposed to do and that kind of stuff. So it was very interesting.
Yeah, I actually I tweeted that out last week too. I said, this type of person, you need to bring this guy and, pull him in front of Congress and say, who paid you? Who was talking you into doing the things that you did, essentially? That's what I want to know. And this one was pretty. All right, so let's do a little round robin here. We'll do this here, and then we'll see where Lisa's at, and then we'll come back to it. But and don't ever let the left fool you guys. Mac will support, I'm sure, and I know most of you guys in the chat recognize and remember this as well. Let's defund the police. Well, who was saying that? Oh, those crazy Republicans, right? Nope, those were the Democrats. They were screaming it. They wanted to defund the police. They even did so in certain towns and certain cities. But hey, we have libs of TikTok posting out the mayor of Denver's car, who was a Democrat, by the way, was stolen as Colorado sees a spike in crime. Auto thefts in Colorado jumped the fastest in the nation, a total of 144% from 2011 to 2020. The progressive soft on crime Denver DA and a handful of Colorado prosecutors are backed by Soros. Elections have consequences, and that's the one thing I can't stand, Mac. Every time I see that, there's two things really. Elections that have consequences. And have you seen these stupid, and I apologize if anybody out there has posted this, and I know a bunch of my friends have too, but just stop it, please. The thing I cannot stand, Mac, when I see somebody tweet X out or truth out, when they put a video out and they just put more, the word more. More what? Like, give me some context on this. It's such a lazy idea, right? Let me just post a video of some kid beating up some other kid in high school and just write more. Like, what did you mean by more? It's very lazy. But a lot of these people are getting what they asked for, apparently, Mac. You know, we got these soft Soros DAs in Denver, and just like we had in like Portland a few years ago, right? Somebody gets arrested, they go get processed, and basically they get pushed right out the back door. No charge, no money, no bail, no problem, right? But now it's starting to affect them, just like it started to affect, what was it, Ted Wheeler over there in Portland, because he was starting to get a little, people were getting a little frisky with him too. So I just find it funny, and it's like, you know what? Hey, you want to be soft on crime? You want to have these Soros-backed people? Good, you get what you deserve. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of anons out there that have been doing the research behind who has funded these Soros-backed judges and AGs and so forth. And, you know, I think recently President Trump even identified during his court case, was it Letitia James is funded by George Soros. So we can now kind of identify these characters that are puppets that are actually running the big money from these billionaires and globalists, you know, which are communists essentially, if not more.
Oh yeah, so many, so many out there. It's getting out of control. It is, and I think you'll find this one funny too. And remember, we're just doing a little round robin per se right now, guys. This one, it was just literally saw this about, I don't know, 2 minutes before I clicked on here. So this was funny. Elon Musk is having some advertising issues here on X and Twitter X. And still, guys, what are we saying here? Retweet? Are we still saying retweet, or are we seeing re-X nowadays? I don't even know what to do. But check this out, Mac. If you haven't heard this, little coarse language. If you have any little kids, there's a couple FUs in here. But here we go.
Apology tour, if you will. That this had been said online. There was all of the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today.
I hope they stop.
You hope?
Don't advertise.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go fuck yourself.
But
go fuck yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob, if you're in the audience.
Well, let me ask you then.
That's how I feel. Don't advertise.
How do you think then about
Dude, like I said, I'm up in the air with him, but I do like some of the things he says, and I clearly like the fact that we're allowed back on, you know, to put our voices back out there. And, you know, we'll find out how he is in the long run. But I do love the bravado and the FU to these people, right? Hey, oh, you don't want to advertise on our platform? Then go F yourself, right? And that's how it should be. And so many of these places are just being called out as partisan hack groups, right? All these companies that go around, like Media Matters, even Southern, who I sourced last week, Southern Poverty Law Center, right? NewsGuard, for example. All these companies go around and just talk crap about our side, and then anything that we can do, right? Like they went after a bunch of creators about, oh, you're having, you know, they reached out to YouTube, Media Matters and whatnot. Oh, you have these people that are talking about this dangerous QAnon stuff. You're going to allow these to be on your platform? Boom, gone, right? Same thing with a bunch of people's PayPals and Cash Apps and whatnot, and the advertising, right? So that's what they think. They think if they hit Elon in his wallet, he's going to say, okay, we're going to pack it up. We'll kowtow to what you want. Just like they thought 3 years ago, Mac, that, oh, Mike has a PayPal and people give, donations occasionally. Space Shot just wants money. That's what he's here for. Wrong. I pay pretty good money to actually broadcast to all these different platforms. And I said it years ago, if I have to pay to broadcast to different platforms, I will do so, because this is what it's about. We need to get this information out here. And these people don't want this information out so bad to the point they're threatening people's livelihoods out here, Mac. But you got to love his little bravado there, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know me on Elon, and I wish Lisa was here. Hopefully she gets in. But sent a couple things into the chat. One is that Elon's going around the world, or in California at least, and meeting with Xi recently. And during that meeting, it was like $40,000 a head. And Broadcom's CEO, Hock Tan, he actually was able to, several days later, seal the deal for a $69 billion deal with China. Now, in that meeting, Elon is shaking hands with Xi. So what I don't understand, there he is shaking hands. And, why is Elon going overseas to do that? One is because his electric cars are manufactured by China, as President Trump points out. President Trump keeps pointing out the electric vehicles and so forth, and rockets to nowhere. It is a really interesting two sides, and you got to think in the middle, and you don't have to choose a side. You just pay attention to details and gather them. And yeah, Elon's been marketed more than any other person. And Lisa's talked about this. He's not the richest person in the world. A lot of his money does come from government subsidies or governments themselves. So you remember he helped Ukraine in the war, and then he pulled it back because he felt like he was going to be a war criminal. So then he goes to Israel, meets with Netanyahu, and what the meetings were about. I wonder. Now he's meeting with Xi, and one has to think, what is going on here? Netanyahu may be needing Starlink to for internet purposes or help out. We don't know what's going on, but I look at it as a multi-level kind of situation.
Oh yeah. I'm sure too. Through government, I wouldn't doubt that he has probably government contracts with China too, with stuff. And I don't know it. I'm just guessing that. You know what I mean? So
he does.
They all want to make sure.
One third of Tesla's cars are sold in China. They're also manufactured by parts from China. That's why it's a big thing to pay attention to.
Oh yeah.
Like, why isn't the manufacturing done in the United States? Granted, he's doing a Texas plant, and I think Tesla's doing a Texas plant. But for me, where are those parts coming from? And they're not coming from the United States. And there's so much. Like recently, the Cybertruck that he has could bankrupt Tesla because it's so expensive to make, and it weighs so much weight that if you break down, you can't pull it anywhere. You can't tow it anywhere. So the amount of fake news to prop up Elon comparatively to some of the functionalities, the most basic stuff, just don't make sense. So that's why I just pull back from the situation. He's not President Trump. He hasn't really done much for the people. He's just trying to save face and make money. And that's my personal take. But, he does try to act like he's some arbiter of X, Y, and Z. He bought Twitter. Well, Twitter had all the access and algorithms and technology for suppressing speech and also tracking people. So what are the chances you put that in Tesla's technology? And the whole thing is a computer. If you think about it, it's a mobile computer, all electric. It's got all the sensors and the data chips, and you got your Insano mode, and you got the big nice screen on with to tell you your navigation. Well, it's also like a tracking device. So if we were going towards this digital new world order, whatever it's called, we're kind of screwed as a people, because then they can just shut you down whenever they want or see suitable to them. I'm not talking about criminals, you know. It's
definitely. We need to get out of that
pretty
system.
mind blowing.
Yeah, we need to get out of the digital system for sure. We need to not go into, where they want to go, chipping everybody up and whatnot. I mean, crap, we could, they could shut off cars before they had these cars, right? With the QRS-11 chip or whatever, they can take control of these vehicles that we've learned of years ago, right? And then I would imagine it's even easier with one of these things that they have, everything top to bottom that they can get into, no problem at all. So yeah, it's interesting. They got to go all, they got to go shake the hand and kiss the ass of the golden calf out there, right? Because that's where the money's at right there. That's where all the money's at. Interesting too. I'm gonna hold off on Trump for a little bit later because I want to kind of lump all the stuff between Trump things together. This, and besides that, this is Trump related, but this is some nasty stuff here. And I can't even begin to imagine the amount of records that they must have. To take a listen to this, Mac, for a couple minutes. This is crazy.
I'm Tom Fitton. I'm president of Judicial Watch, America's leading government watchdog organization. We have a simple request for Congress: do your job. It's not enough to do investigations and reports. We need to stop the government corruption and abuse that is so concerning to the American people. In this new budget fight, or basically the old budget fight that we're being asked to pretend is new, there's an inflection point. Are we going to continue to fund Republicans in the House the wild abuse by the Biden administration of its political opponents, the mass censorship of tens of millions of Americans, the border invasion we've heard so much about, and the other wild abuses of power that are right now fully funded with Congress? And I don't know what we're talking about with a clean CR. I see a dirty CR, a CR that will fund the worst of dirty politics and corruption in our federal government. And there's a positive moral obligation right now, not next year, but right now, to stop the abuses, the effort to jail Trump on pretextual, unprecedented charges in a way never seen before in American history. An obligation to stop right now the Biden administration censorship of tens of millions of Americans. The obligation to stop right now the illicit use of tax monies to fund abortions in our military and elsewhere. We need to stop right now the attack on children through the promotion of transgender extremism. We need to stop right now the lack of serious investigation into the Biden administration corruption, specifically Biden corruption. We need a Justice Department or a special counsel that has confidence of the American people. All of these issues can be addressed in this continuing resolution. And if they don't want to address it, that suggests to me those who vote for it are on the side of corruption, and those who oppose it are on the side of justice. Thank you very much.
1 second, Mac. I have to turn this up. It was a little. So basically,
We have Lisa back, I think.
Do we, Miss Lisa? Are you there?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Yay! Well, good evening, good morning, wherever the case may be. I know it's probably early morning for you, but glad you could join us here. And well, you can have the mic and say hello, and anything else we've discussed. Anything you want to mention? The floor is yours.
All right. Good evening, everybody. I can only agree with every single word that he just said, because to me, it's like, there's so many things going on, like the border, the transgenderism, the mutilation of children, all of the things that he mentioned, and we're just not talking about it anymore. The media are not talking about it. The Biden investigation is so important because that includes, you're just talking about China, but that includes, his collusion and his China bribes that he's been taking, all of these things are massively important. And he's right. If they just go ahead and vote through this continuing resolution, I mean, what are all the things that they were talking about before October the 7th, before Israel, the war between Israel and Hamas started? What happened to all of those things? Why isn't anybody mentioning them? Where is Mike Johnson on this as well? Where are they all? Nobody's saying anything. And it's like, it should be obvious to people that there's a bit of a cover-up going on. They're using excuses. Yes, the Trump the Trump court cases and stuff like that. Jim Jordan was talking about, investigating the DOJ and different aspects of how and why they are charging Trump, or how it's being handled, and the partisan way in which he's being treated. And it's like, so far, we've just heard nothing. Zero. Zilch in the last few weeks. And everybody's quiet. And everybody seems to be promoting themselves, if you haven't noticed. It's like, just open your eyes. It's obvious what's going on.
And yeah, and oh, I think I'm muted for them. Hold on. There we go. All right. And so also another thing that's developed in the last day or two here was the search warrant, I guess you could say, the warrant by a telephone or other reliable electronic means. So basically what they did was they got a subpoena out there, and I don't know how they're even going to do this, Mac. Like, this is, how do you go through 80 million followers? Because remember, President Trump had 80 something million followers on Twitter, right? So it says this warrant applies to the information associated with the Twitter account at Real Donald Trump, subject account. From further on here will be called the subject account, that is stored at premises owned, maintained, in San Francisco, California. Information to be disclosed by Twitter to the extent the information described in attachment A is within the possession, the United States, including any emails, records, files, logs, or information that has been deleted but still available to Twitter or been preserved. All business records and subscriber information in any form kept pertaining to the subject account, to Trump's account, including identity and contact information, past and current, including full name, email address, physical address, date of birth, phone number, gender, and other personal identifiers. All usernames and the date each username was active, all associated accounts, including those linked by machine, cookie, IP address, email addresses, all records and other information about connections with third-party websites and mobile apps. So yesterday, guys, when I kind of perused this really quickly, you may have been thinking like, oh, okay, well, they wanted to know, okay, Space Shot followed Donald Trump, and no, but they wanted to know Mike, blah, 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 that lives at blah, 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 blah in Rhode Island. He lives at this address. His wife is this. His son is this. This is his, whatever. That's what they want to know, everything, right? They want to know your devices, the length of service. I get what they're trying to do. And my thing is they're probably trying to scare people. Mac, we'll go with you first, and then we'll go over to Lisa. The idea that they're trying to do all this stuff, and apparently it's Jack Smith and Elon got a lot of pushback and a little bit of a fine, from what I understand, for being resistant to this. But it's like, one, what do they want all this information for? Like, what do you think that's for? To scare people? And then two, how the hell are you going to store 85 million people's? You want to know each text, all this, like all sorts of different stuff on there. That is so much data. It boggles my mind, dude. But what are your thoughts on this whole debacle?
That sounds like it's helping out AI. This is a violation of our First Amendment Constitution. It does go and coordinate with digital information. The deep states tried to, in the past, kind of censor us, but at the same time track all our data, no matter what we're doing. This is complete communism, Marxism, right in our face, and it's digitally. Imagine going to, a restaurant and having everything recorded, everything, just anywhere you go. How many times you pee, how many times you poop, whether you farted or not. This is like real stuff. Not to like put it into like humor, but this is basically what they're doing. And they're collecting this and they're training AI. And behind the scenes, just segue back to what we just said, is Elon and what he's trying to do with his new AI company, quote unquote, which he helped start the other one. This is just absolute, it's scary stuff. And, I'll pass it over to Lisa, what she thinks, because I don't know what to say other than we need to open up our eyes and how they're like taking away our rights.
Big time. And Lisa too. I wanted also Lisa to, if you wanted to, and I don't know how in depth you looked at this stuff too, but I want to kind of take it from here and push it maybe a little bit towards that Q star thing, because I to be honest with that, I know you're a techie, just for a lack of a better term, but you guys are techies a lot more than I am, so you guys understand that AI world a little bit better than me. So obviously, your response, and then anything you want to mention about the new Q star, because that's going around lately, Lisa, and that's bringing up a lot of people's hard feelings lately, pointing the finger. You Q people made it so nobody did nothing. We'll get into that perhaps. Sorry.
So, it is a lot of data, but it's not a lot of data when you consider the capability of AI and the kind of speed of computers these days. So 80,000 people, it's easy to do, you could just do a keyword search. That could be done in no time. We know that they've got, Facebook, Twitter, Google, they've got something called task software. So basically what happens is if they censor or flag something on YouTube, they share that information. And of course, YouTube, they've got your details, they've got your telephone number, they've got your contact details, they've got your email address, they've got all kinds of bits of identification on you, and they share that with the other platforms. And the other platforms just do a keyword, the task software does it for them. Mark Zuckerberg testified and was made to admit that this software exists. Jack Dorsey has already admitted that, say, when people tweet, the tweets are tracked. So when you retweet somebody, it is tracked. And it doesn't matter whether you're signed up to Twitter or not. Jack Dorsey admitted to it. Elon said nothing about it since. And then if you want to add, this particular search warrant, the Fourth Amendment, they need a search warrant to search your property. Remember, it is your property. It is your information. So, somebody should challenge it because it's way too broad. So it's like saying, X has committed a crime. So I'll tell you what, we're going to search everybody's private messages on Telegram. Any judge would turn that down because it's way too broad, so they're treating everybody as though they're a criminal when they're not. So usually when you go for a warrant, you say, well, we have reason to believe because, and there has to be a because. And it's like, well, where is there because in this situation for those 80 million people? You're innocent until proven guilty. Remember that. So somebody should challenge this. And then as for the people using Q as an excuse because they've sat on their fat A's, yeah?
Asses.
Then that is down to them. What people do, it is their responsibility. They are accountable for themselves. So if they decided not to do anything because they thought X or they thought Y or they thought Q, then that is down to them. A lot of people did get off their butts and do something. A lot of people kind of joined this war. A lot of people contributed to it. A lot of people helped to wake other people up. A lot of people helped to expose things. If they didn't do anything, it's like that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. They're accountable for themselves, responsible for themselves, and if they decided not to do anything, it's on them and nobody else. And it is certainly not on Q, because that's not what Q was saying. Q's urging people to look into things a little bit deeper. Q's urging people to, become aware, wake up to what is going on in this world, in your nation, in other nations. Wake up to the corruption, the deception, the lies, and all that's going on. So for me, it's like, no, you can't use Q as an excuse. Whatever you do is down to you. And if you decided not to do it, that is on you. And that's it. That's all there is to it. They can spin the narrative however they like. And it's up to people whether they swallow it or not. But it's like, come on, just be normal. It's like, look, take responsibility for yourself. Stop blaming it on somebody else.
Perfectly said. And Mac, I got a question. I'm going to lead you here, Mac. So wouldn't it be said that, right, if the girl, and the funny thing is this girl comes out and she's like all dolled up. She's like, I blame the Q people for making people sit on their hands and pointing the finger, right? Trying to blame somebody. And then she puts out another video today. She's like, I'm really not a divisive person, but it's like, oh my goodness. So with the same vein of I blame the Q people, I'd said this tongue in cheek, right? And really to give you guys my true feeling, I blame all of us, left, right, all of us, because we were all asleep at the wheel. Even Democrats, they weren't in on it too. A lot of regular, everyday Democrats were not in on it. But we could do the same thing, right, Mac? I'm blaming the people who didn't follow Q and didn't do anything, right? Because where was this disconnect? Where were the people that were going to do some stuff with Q, but they didn't because Q said A, B, and C? Well, how about there was a whole bunch of people out there that never looked at Q's post and are now conservative, podcasters. What do they do differently, right? So it can be said both ways. And I think at the end of the day, this is not a time for the blame game, and our country is far from over, and we need to quit the pointing fingers and start working in lockstep like the left does. That's why we're getting our butts kicked, seemingly, right?
Well, yeah, in a way. I think a lot of what the lefties used to do is now infiltrated over, and they've used Q, they've used a bunch of different facets in order to kind of take advantage of people that really want to like explore the truth, and then try to guide them to pay money and do X, Y, and Z. And what it's all about is just your personal own truth, and it does come back to a lot of things, especially the Bible and God and Jesus, because this is a different time than we've ever known. We're at a war. We're in a war of psychological operations in order to manipulate how we think and how we do things. And it's a system we've bought into since probably we were born. I don't think anybody's as old as was it 1917, 1913. So that generation's gone away, where they completely made the federal government and so forth, and made people pay taxes and et cetera, et cetera. I think it was like the 16th and the 17th Amendment. So we are now identifying certain aspects of the control system that we're in. It's a slavery system, unfortunately. So when we kind of dig into that and recognize it individually, you kind of realize, you know what? All this money, and it's thrown right in front of our faces all the time. All this money is being given to other countries should be given to us. So people should be digging into this and why we aren't seeing the reaps of our rewards. Those taxes should be benefiting us as U.S. citizens. Instead, we've got terrible things going on. Human trafficking coming in by our U.S. government, shipping them off to other cities, letting people across the border. And President Trump again has mentioned the fact that these people are trying to make illegal immigrants voters, and that is the ultimate goal. So I'll pass it over to you all.
Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff. Yeah, we need to get together and work together. Lisa, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's not just President Trump. They've actually admitted that they are they're not trying, they are allowing illegal immigrants to vote. New York has admitted it. Vermont has admitted it. Maryland have admitted it. And they admitted it in Congress. So it's like, open your ears. It is actually happening, and all along, been saying, that all of this illegal immigration is to create voters of the future. Those people will probably only vote for who was in power at that particular time. It happens in the UK. People get into a particular mode and then they just continue, rinse and repeat the same behavior. But I think what's interesting now is, to me, is I'm enjoying listening to people that I used to talk to maybe 3 years ago, and they'd be like, oh, I don't like President Trump, and is this and is that. They're taking in the narrative, they'd swallowed it wholeheartedly, the narrative of the opposition. But now those same people are saying, President Trump, love what he's doing, and they're realizing what an advantage he is for the people, and how he's basically on the side of the people, and how he's perhaps one of the very few people that is doing something about it. I did put a video in the channel. I want to try and get to it before we move on. And it's a gentleman who makes a statement that's related to the topic of censorship and all of that, and President Trump, if you can see it there in the channel.
Oh,
I don't.
All right. Is this
It was just, you just had it up.
was it Dana White, this guy?
The bald head, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Dana White. Yeah, love me some Dana. Let me see.
I posted a video.
Yeah, Dana White UFC. The only thing I don't like that he's done recently is he re-upped his advertising deal with Bud Light, but they were already in a deal with Modelo, which is the same damn company anyways. Well, let's see what he's got to say here, because we know Dana don't give two rats keisters what anybody thinks.
Video for Trump, right? On my personal social media. And one of our big sponsors called and said, take that down. You know what I said? Go fuck yourself. Yeah. You vote for whoever you want to vote for, and I'll vote for whoever I want to vote for. That's how this works. I don't even care who you're voting for. It's none of my fucking business. But fuck you.
Yeah.
Don't ever fucking call me and tell me who to vote for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel in fear these days, A lot of people feel in fear that if they don't vote for certain people, they're going to lose their jobs. I mean, it's Hollywood, for example.
Think about how fucking crazy that is.
It sounds insane. It sounds just like...
Well, it'll keep happening unless more people stand up for themselves and give them the fuck you response.
There he is. Theo Vaughn, the real world guy.
Yes, so sorry about the language there. I forgot about that. But at the beginning, you skipped over where he said that people were, just like that warrant says, looking at what people were posting and censoring them, or censoring them just because they support Trump, which has happened already. And that's perhaps the reason why they want to collect all of that information. Don't forget, this focus on information always happens before an election. So you get all of the, in inverted commas, hacks of voter details from different places, health, I don't know. There's a lot of companies that say, oh, we've been hacked. And for me, I don't believe they've been hacked. I believe that they're collecting information. They used to collect the same information, remember Cambridge Analytica and all these other companies, because it's useful to them. It's useful for their marketing. It's useful for their promotion. It's useful for them to know who people are, So anyway, I just agreed with what he said, minus the language there.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Sometimes you got to, though, right?
Yeah, you got to stick up for yourself. I mean, Theo Vaughn went from real world to comedian to now he's got like a podcast. I think he was a wrestler for a little bit. And we know all about wrestling. It's fake reality. And I think we've been hinted at that a lot of sports has been faked based on what controls it. gambling and so forth. So I was shocked by Dana White's admission that he renewed or he signed a $87 million thing, and then he was like, "F you, it's all about the money," and was his quote. So I get where he's coming from, that he needs money in order to function, but supporting Bud Light is Bud Light is owned by Anheuser-Busch. Anheuser-Busch was bought by InBev. I keep reiterating this. So InBev is hiding behind Anheuser-Busch. InBev has the full control of Anheuser-Busch. So InBev is probably, if I'm not mistaken, based out of Sweden. And Sweden is a big hub for a lot of things. Don't want to get into anything else, but we need to understand why we have people speaking on podcasts or doing interviews who's actually possibly telling them what to say, also telling them how to act and do business decisions. Now, Dana White seems like, oh, no one can crack me. Well, then why would you do that? I have to ask that question. And it has to go in the... Go ahead, Lisa.
I think he was saying that you know, he's taken the sponsorship. Yeah, he admits to that. But what he's actually saying there is he's not kind of he's sticking with his not values. He's sticking with what he believes. So you know, when they tell him not to post about Trump and supporting Trump, he said, "Get lost." Now he's taken the money. There's not a lot that they can do. You know, there's not a lot that they can do. They've agreed to give him the money, so it's like continue. But InBev is based in Belgium, and then they have, I think their HQ is in Belgium, and then they have a global office in New York City. So that's the way that they're structured. Not Sweden.
And the largest beer supplier in the world is InBev. So sorry for getting the, I was wrong about getting the country wrong, but they are.
And Joe Rogan took 100 million from Spotify, who also were censoring people. Do you see what I mean? So, yeah, the sponsorship world is one thing. And, you know, remember Joe Rogan rode back on his comments regarding Antifa, where they'd been arrested for starting fires, and they'd been arrested with the fire paraphernalia, so the evidence, and it was all of that information was published. There was a load of people arrested at one time in, I believe, 2020, and he talked about that, and then afterwards he rode back on it because his sponsors told him to. So when you're talking about pulling somebody up who they've been sponsored by, for me, I think the focus is whether that changes their actions, you know, because people have to survive. But if they continue to be or to do the things that they were doing before, which are good, let's say, then I've got no problem with that, you know, because it's up to people to make up their own minds again of what they support. You see what I mean? If you go to a whatever it's called, MMA, UFC fight or whatever, it doesn't mean that you are supporting Anheuser-Busch or Bud Light. You know, unfortunately, that's the way that this world is organized. So if you do go, the event will be, the main sponsor will be like Bud Light, Anheuser-Busch. But and there's nothing you can do about that. You know, just like you use the banking system, and we know the banking system is owned by the cabal. There's nothing you can do about that. But it shouldn't change the fact of what you do.
He laid it down in the interview. You know, that's why you see a lot of comedians have gone to podcasts and outside the mainstream media, because they're trying to be controlled. And it all goes very deep. We could talk about this for a long time, but you know, I respect Dana White's position, probably because he told him to go F off. I'm gonna take your money and I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. And that's how people need to do it. And Bud Light's desperate. So
you know what's funny
we
about that
shall
too?
see.
Yeah, no doubt. You know what's funny about that too? It's like, yeah, we're gonna give you $87 million to promote your Bud Light. That when people go to the show, that nobody's gonna be buying, right? Like we've seen at football stadiums and stuff, they're just dead over there. Nobody's buying them. And I think too, just to tack on and we'll move on, is a little difference too, because like we were mentioning his personal deal and then the company deal. He's like the president of the UFC, but he's by no means the head guy because they're under like so many different they actually just joined up with like the WWE wrestling. They're under the same thing as Vince McMahon and some other, they're like this huge corporation, Zuffa and this, that, and the other. So they have people to answer to. But in any event, mentioned fires. Remember Antifa was going around setting forest fires a couple years ago, guys? Yep, those were in the drops. Hy-Vee posted that. Looks like the dude has his truck bed loaded up to set fires, matches, bunch of gasoline and stuff. Oh, and some water just in case. But yeah, lots of interesting stuff. Let's see, where do we want to go? Oh, I played this last night, but I just wanted to show you guys. I'm not playing the whole thing. I'm not going to play any of it actually. But this guy here, guys, and being from Rhode Island, it makes me very proud to be able to answer this for you or say this to you guys. This guy was the founder of Rhode Island, BLM, and he's now going to vote for Trump. He said he loves Trump. He said, if you're a man and you do your own research, you will find out that Trump's the guy for you. Personally, I love the man. How could you not like a real man? How could you not relate to that? That is awesome, dude. So like that, and the dude, the blonde actor there that calls him Donnie Pig Dick or whatever he calls Trump, that dude, and then seeing things like this. This is how we know what's happening here is having an effect on people, right? We are absolutely having an effect on the world around us because people are seeing it. People that you never thought you would see even entertain the fact that they might vote for Trump are indeed doing that. Absolutely friggin' awesome. Sure.
This guy really? He flipped?
Yes. Awesome.
I know. But Lisa, go ahead, Lisa. But
I was just going to say, just on this topic, Robert De Niro. Robert De Niro came out with some speech. He was given an award. I'll try and get the links here. And it's like, Robert De Niro's been bashing Trump since Trump got in office. And what I want to flag is that, you've got Robert De Niro, you've got the characters that he plays. The person is not the cool character in the film. It's like, this is the Robert De Niro that there was an investigation and people were charged with over 100 counts of like abuse of children. And it was an agency in in France. And during the investigation, Robert De Niro was asked to testify. He was away filming at the time, so he did it by telephone. And this agency was well known for basically getting children for the Hollywood elites and the celebrities and the rich, and a very well-known reputation. And remember, people have been charged. And Robert De Niro admitted that he was a client of this particular agency. And now let's add the fact that he was friends with Roman Polanski. We know who Roman Polanski is, the one that Hollywood gives a standing ovation, the one that drugged and raped a child. We know that Robert De Niro, he used to be an absolute cocaine freak. He used to take cocaine with Robin Williams and also, is it James Belushi, the guy from the Blues Brothers? Remember the one that OD'd? Well, he OD'd in a place where him, Robert De Niro, and Robin Williams used to go and take coke regularly and have a drink. So Robert De Niro comes across like he's some kind of saint. He is not, And I do remember a story, and I'm going to say it, I really tried to look for it, but there was, I remember it from years ago, where he was known for, and he's probably going to sue me because I can't find the article, but I do remember in the media it being said that he used to urinate on black women. So, it's like, come on. And they did an interview, one of those late night programs, where he talked about, looking forward to to the results of the Robert Mueller investigation, and he'd like to take Trump in an orange jumpsuit and all of that kind of thing. The guy is full of rubbish. He is really, really, really disappointing for me. Not to mention the recent charges and being found guilty of doing certain things with his assistant more recently. It's like, not a good guy, not a good guy. And he just give a big speech on it. So what a joke. Sorry, but I used to like him, but not anymore. It's like, why don't you just keep your nose out and keep those thoughts to yourself? I remember at one stage he did say that he was going to punch Trump. It's like, I'd really like to see the pipsqueak try. Trump's 6 foot odd. He's done a lot of sports where you need your arms, throwing, baseball, all of that type of thing. And what did Robert De Niro do? Sorry, that was my little rant over with.
I can't stand De Niro either, and the sad thing is, we can face reality. The guy is an excellent actor, right? And so he played really good mobsters, right? So, but that's the weird thing. Like, people get so attached. Like, if Trump was here, I'd shake the guy's hand, but I wouldn't be like, "Oh my God, I can't believe President Trump's here." I don't see the fascination that people get like so gaga over the moon with celebrities. Like, even like Tom Brady when he was winning Super Bowls, I wouldn't have been like that. So I just don't see how people get so crazy. They're just people, just like us, right? They breathe and they bleed just like us. And some of them, do some horrible things. But I think that's a little bit of a trait we're starting to see, or a trend we're starting to see lately. And so Mac had dropped something for me as well, and I think this I covered last night, so I'm not going to cover it again. But just to tack on, guys, Pentagon, human trafficking sting, and that's kind of my gripe on this stuff, is that this guy was trying to get a massage, quote, air quote, massage. He was trying to get a hooker for a half hour. Okay, so let's not say he was human trafficking. Maybe it was within a human trafficking sting, but he's not human trafficking. He was going to see a hooker, right? And well, let's call it what it is, right? And so, how many different people we have? Nygaard, we have Epstein, Les Wexner, obviously Miss Maxwell. There's another guy here. You guys remember hearing about a guy named Peter Dalglish? Oh goodness, that's not gonna go. Peter Dalglish was a guy that was abusing kids in Nepal, right? You guys also remember Harvey Weinstein situation. Going to be spending the rest of his life in jail if he's not out already. So a lot of different things that we're starting to see, and Mac had dropped this one as well. Pretty interesting. Rafael Pena, human trafficking operation nets 26 arrests, including Pentagon official. So that's that right there. So I'm wondering what they're doing in here, which they're being able to call it a trafficking, undercover human trafficking operation. So it seems to me like there's no disconnect on these things when they clearly have differences of, prostitution's one thing, but if you're human trafficking somebody, yes, you can be, prostituting them as well or pimping them out as well, but there is a difference here. So I just find it pretty interesting that they have this. Lisa?
You've got Steve Tyler as well. Don't forget that one that's going on.
Really?
Yeah, there's a mother that gave him guardianship over a young girl when she was 14. She's taken him to court for trafficking because he took her on tour, and they, I believe, had sex together as well. But there's a lot of that going on. Look at P. Diddy. P. Diddy, has just had to stand down from being the chairman of one of his companies. He's got a third woman that's coming out and saying exactly the same thing, that how she was abused by him. Just like his ex-girlfriend Cassie. So there's three women, and there's a third woman just come forward, and he's had to step down. Who else stepped down because of accusations and because of court cases? Was it Russell Simmons from Def Jam? Yes, it was. he had to step down from his multi-billion company, from running his multi-billion company. You know, interesting things going on.
Yeah.
These untouchables are no longer untouchable, as we are seeing.
They get in touch.
Ooh.
They
New
get in
one
touch.
that came out. New one came out. Mormon leaders accused of silencing and threatening families who try to expose sex offenders in their community as victims claim church covered up an epidemic of abuse. So this becomes a conversation of not just celebrities. And Lisa, you're on point because there's so many celebrities getting hit with all these different crimes, whether it's a civil suit or it's a actual investigation criminally. So I wonder, and it's a lot that's been going on recently, and I'm really happy to see it. The Mormon Church, man, what a corrupt institution.
Well, the thing is, with the Mormon Church, you got the court cases going on with Tim Ballard as well. Where he did supposed undercover operations and rescuing children, but in between that, any women that he was working with, he made them act as said it was like role play, and they were to act as his wife, but he also took them to what's its name, like certain types of sex clubs and stuff like that. And there's a lot of people involved in that, and that's kind of taking shape, so to speak. But he sold it to them as in that's part of the job, and with the fact that he's been thrown out of he was thrown out of the church, was it? And various different groups, and is no longer running certain companies, and that's definitely well worth looking into. But I think what's happening is that we're just distracted by what's going on in Gaza between Israel and Palestine. What a great distraction it is from all of these things that are happening. And then also, the fact that, woke's not working, people. So Disney has had to admit that, like, say, all of their woke movies, they're not working. The publishing companies, under the guise of inclusivity or diversity, they've got new editors. Those editors have been signing up woke authors and all of that for lots of money up front, big advances, and they're only selling like 2,000-3,000 of their books. Like that Elliot Page. I can't remember what Elliot Page's name was as a girl, but that person has been out promoting a book, and it's only sold about 3,000 copies worldwide. So it's not working for them. Go woke, go broke. It is breaking these companies, absolutely breaking them, and we're seeing it now. And then you've got the teachers in Florida that put the transgender in like, say, women's sports against the law. So they've been moved away from teaching children at the moment. There's things coming up.
Wow. Yeah, and biggest regret of her career. The sad thing about this, Mac, too, is that she wasn't like a knockout, but I mean she was a pretty chick. She was okay. A decent looking girl, but then now that girl is now this. And it just never looks right. You know what I mean? Because it's not right. It doesn't look right and godly because it's not right.
What does she look like, do you think?
That's what it looks like now, right here on the screen here. That right there, Ellen Page is now Elliot Page. And it's disgusting. And she goes around and shows pictures without the shirt that she had the double mastectomy done too. She, whatever it. Yeah. It's great, dude. This younger generation. I was talking to Bree, the girl that does the graphics for my channel for the last many years, and we were talking about like they're going to be like doing a self-induced, population stunt, a big time population stunt. What's that, Matt?
To go along with what you're saying, I think these are people that sold their soul.
Yeah, and not happy with themselves.
We're
Not
seeing the
feeling good.
we're seeing the repercussions. There's a couple people that died today or this past week that were 99 inverted 6-6. Jimmy Carter's wife, and then you had another person that died that was very influential with and started a company with Warren Buffett. So we're seeing some interesting stuff. I'll send that in, but the deconstruction of Hollywood and these people has been pretty obvious, and then also the corporate heads and etc. Everyone's trying to protect what they have, but they're not getting the attention they get anymore, and it becomes like a deconstruction of the deep state, like a virus.
Yeah, it's so bad. And these kids nowadays, you know, my wife works at a place where there's a lot of younger kids there too. And I think I may have mentioned it before, but there's one girl that she works there with. Let's just say she was born, let's just say Ashley, and now she prefers to be called Sam. Well, that girl who was born a girl who wants to identify as a male is dating a male who identifies as a girl. So in the end of the
It's
day,
on
it's
her
a guy.
parent.
It's at the end of the day, it's a dude, man. A dude dating a girl, right?
So, like, who do you spend the most time with when you're a child? Is this the parents pushing it on, or is this somebody else, like schools, where you spend a lot of the time going to school while your parents are at work? And that's kind of why I think public education was implemented, so parents could go to work or not. And it's become a complete attack mechanism to brainwash people over the years. And I'm not talking like the past 10 years. I'm talking about like more than that, decades.
Yeah,
So
I would say
we
about
have
2025.
What's that?
I would say like 2025. And the reason I say that is because I graduated high school in 1994, right? And if there was a gay person or gay guy or a gay girl in our school, we didn't know about it. We'd probably, yeah, maybe this guy is or whatever, but nobody was out and nobody would, know anything, none the wiser. But now fast forward to 2010 when my son was born. So you're talking what, 16 years later, because my wife had just had my son, I was picking up some extra shifts doing some security job. And I happened to be doing it at Johnson & Wales University, the culinary college in Providence. And going there, dude, was like a culture shock to like, because it all of a sudden went from nobody's talking about people being gay to all of a sudden it's the cool thing to be gay, right? Like, and it's just like, wait, what happened? And I was just so, it's like I had shell shock. I didn't know what to think because everyone was just so out and open about it, and it was just like, the times have changed. And that was, like I said, that was 13 years ago. So just imagine that's gone unchecked as well,
Lisa,
on to this point as well. Crazy.
you guys say on this?
What's that?
Am I the only person that thinks there's an element of narcissism, exhibitionism, egocentrism, and selfishness in this? Because what happened to people living a private life? What is it anybody's business what somebody does behind closed doors or in their private life? Do you see what I mean? It's like, what happened to dealing with people as people? But apparently now you've got to be talking about, what you do in the bedroom. And then it's used as a badge as well, but it's also used as a badge to claim like being the victim, all the while being a narcissist. It's like, come on. It's, why are people walking around the streets dressed like they're playing, I don't know, some character from from a theater play or something? I don't get it. I don't get it. But I do think there's an element of narcissism. When you see these marches and what they're doing, out there in the street, in the open, in front of children, you know, all their bits hanging out and all of that kind of thing. I just think there's something wrong with that. Right? Why do you feel a need to go that far? Why does everybody feel a need to tell you about their sex life? It's like, don't want to know, you know, don't want to know. I'm not interested. but most people's sex lives I'm not interested in. So it's not like I'm treating anybody any different. Do you get my point?
Yeah.
Oh shoot! Yeah, well, you make a good point. You don't want to see it anywhere, right, Mac? Like, I don't want to go out of a store and I don't want to see two guys tongue kissing each other, just like I don't want to see two girls tongue kissing each other, just like I don't want to see a guy and a girl tongue kissing each other, right? There's a place and a time for everything.
It's just a play on psychological means. It's terrible. You had respect back in the day, you know, but even before we were alive, you know, where you just did certain things tastefully. And now, like, it's become propagandized by the fake news media to shove it in your face. You look at rap videos, you look at, hey, we'll extend from that, but music videos. We'll see people in schools and how they dress their kids. We'll see how parents are, and they have influence, which apparently they understand, but they think they're getting away with it, and just raising their children and affecting and infecting their communities. Churches are involved as well. If you don't adopt this, you know, we're gonna like make you feel bad online. It just the most. It's the worst I've ever seen, and I didn't think it would ever come to this point. So, hey,
No
you know, we do what we do.
Wait, hold your tongue there for a second, sir. I got one for you. It can't get much worse. But and I think, you know, Lisa, thank you for that. And she made a really good point, which, you know, I hadn't really even thought about it like that, Mac. Right? Like, usually you go meet somebody. Hey, my name's Mac, or hey, my name's Mike. What's going on, man? You know, da da da. It's like, oh, hey, Mac, I like to have sex with guys. Oh, hi, meet my friend Mike. Oh, hi, I'm Mike. I like to have sex with women. Nice to meet you. And you're like, hi, my name's Mac. I like to have sex with women too. Cool. It's like, that's kind of like how it is now. It's like you're taking the private things and putting it up front. Well, I would like to be referred to as a woman. Yeah, please refer to me as a woman. I would appreciate that. But you said, you know, it can't really get much worse. And think about this. And please, guys, in the chat, give me a one-word comment for that look on the face. And not to make fun of, you know, not to make fun of this person, because I agree with Jordan Trump here that, yes, how is this not mental illness? I believe that is. And to Lisa's point, I mean, that's the fake boob, you know, shirt, whatever you want to call it. But that is a narcissist thing. And to me, when I look at that, I look at that face with that smile, and I don't know if you guys are sensing it, but I sense that look is almost like he knows how ridiculous it is. It's like proud and bashful at the same time, almost like, you know how weird this is, you know how not right it is, but I'm going to put this picture up anyways because I want the spotlight to be on me. And I think that's what, you know, Lisa was saying earlier. I think it's about attention. I think a lot of these kids don't have attention, and they see like, oh, look at this guy, you know, Jimmy over here, you know, he put on the fake suit, and look at all the attention he's getting, all the clicks he's getting. People are really starting to pay attention to him, talking to him. And I think, unfortunately, that's what a lot of it is. It's, you know, you have definitely you have mental illnesses, and you have people that are just that are willing to allow this too. Just, you know, you go back to the parents. If my son ever said, "Oh, Dad, I'm going to school tomorrow, but I need to, you know, bring some kitty litter so I can use the toilet," you know, we're gonna have a big long talk to the point where he's not going to be going to school, you know, with kitty litter, of course. But it's getting so far out of control and so ridiculous that it's like, yeah, it's time. It's time to pull the pin, Mac. Go ahead, buddy.
Well, it also ends up being a weird and very disappointing a way of how our public school systems work. So if you're a illegal immigrant coming in to the system, you're going to be put into the public school system no matter what. And then the dumbing down even occurs even more because you have to have bilingual translations and so forth. So it's one of those attack methods of the deep state. I don't see anything getting better, obviously, under President Biden, but I see a huge slam dunk coming from President Trump. And this stuff that we talk about is, I say it's Groundhog Day, like Bill Murray movie. Every day I wake up, it's the same thing over and over. He uses April Fool's Day. Like, it's so effed up. And I agree. Like, I keep going, but at the same time, I'm paying attention to identify every single aspect of this to help out the next person. And therefore, all we can do is try to figure it out and wait, because there's no like definitive moment that we know about, but we know it's coming, kind of deal.
Yep, absolutely. I got a funny one, and I want to talk about want to talk a little bit about this Trump stuff too, Lisa. But I'm gonna hand it over to you in 1 second, because I just saw this yet again. I don't know if I'm just stupid thinking about this in the wrong way, but like, and then we'll get into whatever Lisa's gonna say, and then we'll talk about it. I'm not playing this video, but I'm just think about this, guys. Even Up's co-founders talking about how AI demand packages are revolutionizing the way personal injury firms process claims and maximize settlement outcomes. Even Up Law, this place talking about a law thing, and I've seen other law firms putting out advertisements about how they're using AI to handle your lawsuits. It's like, at what point do you just say, why do I need to pay these guys a retainer and just go buy the subscription to AI, or you know what I mean, and do this stuff myself? I just thought it was a little ridiculous that these people are going out there and saying, hey, we're not even going to basically put any effort into your court case. You're going to give us a retainer. We're going to go use AI. Have a fun day with that one. But Lisa, I saw you. Yeah, right. I saw Lisa was unmuting, so I want to make sure she got her point across if there was something she wanted to mention.
I think that's an interesting one, and I for years have listened to people go, oh, AI is taking over, AI is running the world. And it's like, whatever AI is running is because people set it up to run it, just like in the court case where they used AI to give a summary, of the case in court. It was written by AI. So people are using it to save money. In some instances, it's used and it does create like efficiency, but it's got to be used in the right way. Kind of thing, but it's obvious that people are and will abuse it, because what is it? Lawyers, they cost a lot of money per hour. So if they don't have to spend that time per hour, they just earn more money. It's quicker. So I just don't get the kind of the fear porn about AI is taking over and AI is running the world. I can't buy into that, because the reason that they're selling you that narrative is because that's exactly what they want to do. They want to kind of edit or program AI to run a lot of things, so that it saves their bottom line. That's what's going on. So they sell you the fear porn so that it normalizes it in your head, so that when you see it, you don't question it. You don't question it because you've already accepted it through their MK Ultra of repeating things to you through the television, through the media, through people just reposting the same stuff without even questioning it. And that's all part of their process of manipulating what you think, how you think, eventually translates to controlling your behavior.
And just to go along with Lisa's, what she's saying, who's programming this stuff? Like, literally, who's playing God in order to control everything we look at? That is the question that I ask myself, because I've through you all and different aspects of paying attention to information, I'm like, who the hell is actually controlling the flow of information? Who is signing the contracts and the paychecks for athletes all the time? Who are these overlords, quote unquote? And I'm not saying the athlete owners are, but who is actually controlling the flow and ebb and flow of information coming in and out every day? And it's completely, go ahead, Lisa.
Sorry, no, I was just going to say, the very people that are presented to you like heroes, like being the richest man in the world and things like that, with I own 3 AI companies. But AI is dangerous. But I'm developing AI and I'm doing Neuralink and all of this things. So just think about it,
Is there other people, Lisa?
Sorry?
Would you say there's other people outside of Elon?
Absolutely. I was just giving an example. The very people that present.
Do you have any examples?
Eric Smith, Google. There's loads of organizations and there's loads of individuals, because they're all involved. Anybody that can make money any way to control you. That's how it goes.
And real quick, I'm just going to say it. We, as the taxpayer, end up funding these programs that are keeping us from actually reaching our full potential, so to speak. These are the companies, DARPA, Google, Facebook, Elon Musk, all over, with Twitter, buying Twitter. And there's so many more. And there's like private subcontracting businesses behind that to protect them. So we have to understand the actual full potential of what we can be. And I am so tired of we're being hidden from the truth. And there's many people that are doing it, and they're trying to control it in the mainstream media right now, and in order not to expose it for the truth, for the American people, so we can take this country back, as President Trump says. And hope I alluded to the right people. Because it ain't just Elon.
Well, the thing is, it's like it's good to kind of understand and be able to identify the patterns. So one pattern in all of this is transhumanism. So it's being sold to people, and it's being people are being manipulated. People are the information is being fed that transhumanism will make you better, than what's God given. This unbelievably capable body that we have, that we've been given. All of the time they are trying to replicate it. And why are they trying to replicate it with something that they can create? It's because they can make money from it. It is not for your benefit, really. It's for their benefit, to make them richer, to make them have control. Just like Teslas are controlled, they have full control over Teslas. You do not. They control it through software. They control it through Wi-Fi. We know how they update a Tesla. They can stop a Tesla. They can stop you from driving it, all of that kind of thing. Well, it would be the same with transhumanism. You would be not just a slave. You would be a controlled robot. And then on top of that, it's like, look, they try and recreate these things, but they can never recreate something that is as good as the original. So tell me, all of these pharmaceuticals out there, it's like, who's managed to replicate saliva? Anybody? No, I don't think you'll find it out there. They're not able to do it. Quantum computers. All right. So our brains, we make these amazingly fast calculations and take in an amazing amount of information. So is a quantum computer going to be able to do that? It can calculate, and it can calculate fast, and it can possibly do more calculations than what we can do. But they've got to show me that first, because I haven't seen it yet. But at the same time, it's like, is it as efficient as our brains? Because doesn't it have to be programmed? Doesn't it have to learn to do things? Like, doesn't it need more information to do things than we need? I don't know. I just think about that. Go and have a look at the Human Brain Project. Have a look at the fact that you can control a brain using somebody's unique DNA and beam a signal or information down from a satellite to that one individual in amongst 7 billion people. It's like, then do you need a chip? But they're selling you the fact that you need a chip. It's good to have a chip. But do you really need a chip? And the answer is probably not. Only for the things that they want to control. Oh, you want to buy something? Oh, you want to go through passport? Oh, okay. And all of the things that they could switch off in an instant. That's all I want to say. It's worth thinking about.
I got a question for you, for Mac and Lisa. If either of you two know, because it's kind of in the weeds, so to speak. You guys remember there was a AI story that we covered or whatever 3-4 months ago, right? Where the AI got stumped, where it had to do a CAPTCHA, right? And so the AI ended up, and for anybody that's new, the AI, like when you get these CAPTCHAs, are so you don't have computers, taking over the world essentially. Well, it got to this CAPTCHA point, and then it reached out somehow to somebody on Fiverr and asked them to do the CAPTCHA for it. And the person actually even said, "Oh, you're not a computer, are you? Ha ha." It's like, "No, my eyes are bad, bad with colors or whatever." So it lied, and it also reached out. So my question to you guys is, like, what were the parameters on that? And I guess that would be really tough to understand or to even know. But like, was that AI set up in a way where hey, the parameters are no lying, no deception, no whatever? Because it seems to me that it obviously it did lie and it was deceptive. And my other question would be, where the hell did they get the money to? Did they set up an account or whatever? And my final statement on these questions would be, if they did have it set up for parameters to not lie, not be deceptive, and it still did that, then they need to pull the plug on the whole AI bit like ASAP, because scary. What do you think, Mac?
Dude, Lisa, if you don't mind, real quick, I can cover this real quick, and then I'll hand it over to you. It's all about programming. Like, they are lying to us that is actually something that's valid. I'll go to gambling. Like, if you've ever been to a casino and you've seen automatic shuffling, that's not natural shuffling. I think I've covered this in the past, but you got 4 decks. Every time they deal it to you, they pass it in the deck, they reshuffle it, and then they spit it back out and for you to play again. But that's not natural selection. They are actually picking the variances of error based on that machine in order to accomplish something. There will be a winning streak if you're you sit at that table and you could take notes and figure out when it's hot, when it's not. You could figure out the pattern on itself. It's based off of the algorithm. They are exposing themselves, just like I said, talked about with sports. Gambling, all this stuff is actually regulated by high mathematics and variances of possibilities. And then they use that against us whenever they can. I hope that makes sense, because it's coming from a little different area, but it's all controlled. Essentially, they are controlling us by doing this, especially with fake news media.
Well, that's generally what I've been saying all the way through this program, and censorship is a good example. So, with censorship, that's proof that they're lying. Why? Because they program it to only censor patriots and conservatives. Do you see what I mean? So why isn't it censoring? Do you not remember when you had these leaders of terror groups and stuff like that making threats on Twitter? And their accounts stayed, but yet, they suspend President Trump. Do you see what I mean? They suspend a patriot, but they do not suspend somebody that's saying that they're going to kill somebody. You see what I mean? It's all down to man and how man programs it, or it's only as good as the data that they give it, and they control that. So they control it down to the nth degree. So, but they're telling you, oh, it's got its own conscience and all of that kind of thing, and you go, oh yeah, it does.
It's bullshit.
And it's it's just rubbish. It's just rubbish. It's only as good as the data that they give it or how they program it.
Exactly, Lisa.
That's it. That's all there is to it, and there's your answer. It's all rubbish that they're feeding you.
Lisa, if you don't mind, I know we covered this a little bit, and maybe we did it to the full extent. Just want to react to the fact in how they program it in order. I mean, this goes into Dominion voting systems, the voting machines, and everything. So if you have another way to explain it, or you want to explain it more, please do, because I'm on the same page. This is how we are going to wake up, as a collective group.
How do you use a microwave? You set it to do certain things. You use an air fryer, you set it to do certain things. You set a task. That's what they're doing. And programming, they just come up with the language that makes something behave in a certain way. And they are the ones in control of the language. AI, they supposedly, I'll use in inverted commas, teach it by using machine learning. So they feed it data and they say, when this data comes in, you're going to do X. Remember, computers only do what they're told to do. If your computer isn't set to accept, if your phone is an iPhone, then it's set to accept the OS operating system, the Mac operating system, and not the Android system. Do you see what I mean? But they could easily set your phone to accept both systems. Do you see? And they do that by dividing the memory or the storage. They can easily do that, but they don't, because they make money out of it. So once you're using Apple, you're using Apple. And then you go, oh, Apple's marketed to you as if it's better than anything else. We don't allow, nobody can break into it and all of that kind of thing. And that was just a lie as well, as you well know, because people have subpoenaed metadata from Apple to be able to get people to get to information. So it is possible. And also Apple have given over the code to be able to break into somebody's phone, but they sell it using the opposite of these things. And we, like idiots, just swallow it when actually all it is marketing. So there's your answer. There's your answer.
Well, I love this conversation. So it becomes one of those things where you do whatever you want to do as a person. You look at the companies, what they're doing and what they're doing. And then you bring in search engines and DARPA and all the intelligence agencies into this. So therefore, when you search something, you then become an apparatchik of that information due to I think it was Obama. We talked about this before, but there's so many aspects of this where we have to understand it. Because if you go to like I was giving the analogy, if you go to a house and say something, then you go to bed, it's all being monitored. You wake up, everything you do, cook, eggs and bacon, it's all being monitored. Go to work, it's all being monitored. Then you go home, or maybe you go somewhere else and visit some friends, all being monitored. You go to sleep, all being monitored. Everything while you're doing, while you're sleeping, is being monitored, and it just becomes a repetitive theme. And this is what they're doing.
Right, so
Go
just
ahead,
a quick
Lisa.
example, Mac, is like, say, if given the information that they have on my searches, and on the apps that I use, when I search for, if I put in a search term, and you put in a search term, we will get, this is an example, we will get different results. So they're already
Why is that?
AI to do that, to control what we see as individuals. And I know it, I can't put in the same search term as Mac and get the same results using the same search engine. It doesn't happen. So meanwhile, everybody's going, oh, transhumanism and AI and all of that. It's like they're already using it, and they're already using it for their own benefit. And that's what it's about, for their own benefit. And that's my last word on it. We can definitely move on whenever you're ready.
Well, I'll just say you're spot on. And they've been using AI for a long time. As the public, we are behind what's been going on. Why do you think the fake news media is so quick on responding to this stuff? I mean, I'll say, Lisa, Spacia, you and me, we get ahead of news sometimes, and then it becomes viral, and you wonder why. And I'll leave it there.
Well, one thing, guys, I wanted us to at least comment on before we go, because I do have to wrap up, and I'll hand you guys the mic, then I'll set the oven up so we can do like another 7 minutes. So we gotta close this show down at the 10-minute mark, guys. 7 or 50 past the hour. But I wanted you guys to see this. So I showed the folks at home just did a quick live. Severe wasn't here last night, so I did a live myself, and hope you guys enjoyed that. But motion to compel discovery by Donald Trump was put out on the 27th, 28th, what's today, 29th, right? Yeah, 29th. But I wanted you guys to see some of these because they were pretty interesting here. Remember the background to assessing Russian activities and intentions in recent U.S. elections. Remember that report, right? Then we have Exhibit B, which is CISA, remember? Joint statement. It was the most secure election in the history of God's green earth, right? And we go forward here. Exhibit C. Come on. SEC and versus Solar Winds, guys. Remember the Solar Winds hack? Huge. So I just thought it was interesting. A lot of these different attachments in here are going to be used for President Trump, and he's putting them. Another thing on the Solar Winds compromise. They said it was one of the biggest hacks to our computer system like ever, essentially, right? So these are some of the things that they're going to be using as exhibits for to bolster his case that he thought that the election was stolen, right? And then so we have a letter. Remember, and this is the last one I'm going to say. I'm going to hand it over to you guys for a couple minutes there. Remember the letter that John Ratcliffe, the director of national intelligence, was supposed to provide to President Trump, but he could not. They actually put that letter in here. Remember, he had the letter with the right here, the intelligence community analytic ombudsman, who was also saying John Ratcliffe's side of things were absolutely factual, that in summary, the analysts in our intelligence community would not say bad things essentially about China, but they would be more than willing to talk crap about Russia, but nothing against China. And therefore, because they couldn't come with any good sauce, they could not provide that actual documentation or that letter that President Trump ordered through the DNI. So don't know which one of you guys wants to start now, but yeah, just your overall on, the cases. And I just think with some of these recent rulings where we have President Trump getting a favorable ruling from a Obama judge of all people, this is starting to dovetail quite nicely together. So go ahead, Mac, and then Lisa, please.
No, I'll hand it over to Lisa if she has something to say. Then, but there's like an anomaly on this, which is great.
You're an anomaly, Mike.
Well, he ends up pulling up a discovery about a space shot. I just read one document. I couldn't believe it. He's basically saying the prosecutor, and I'm not a lawyer. I was just reading this and I was like, oh my God, I see how he's playing this. He is saying that the prosecutorial team needs to have like the DOJ, the AG, the CIA, the CISA, and etc. have to be a part of testimony in this case. And I'll leave it there. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my God, what does that mean?
The thing is, they are part and parcel, because the CIA have been involved in false allegations, the FBI as well, or holding back information that benefits like the DOJ or Biden. Donald Trump is also he's demanding the communications between Biden, Hunter, and Pence with the DOJ, because there's obviously collusion, the thing that they've been accusing him of. There's obviously collusion between these different groups and individuals, and that I think is what he's getting at. But what I love is that we've just been talking about information and how they use it and all of that. And he is turning it around on them because obviously this information exists. Either he's got copies of it or it has to exist, because this is what they do, the way that they monitor or the fact that data is held or saved, or there's a footprint to that data, then it's all there. I just like his style, to be honest, and he's attacking the way that they use data, but he's using it as a kind of bullet, a silver bullet for himself. The communications are there, and then what you just said about not criticizing China, but criticizing Russia, and refusing to criticize China, but all of these allegations about Russia, it's obvious what they're doing. It's absolutely obvious, and it should it should be uncovered within this case. Just like I think it was the IG Horowitz. So he did an investigation, and he showed that the FBI, Hillary Clinton, and maybe a couple of other people colluded. They colluded to give false data to the media and social media. And they also leaked information that they should not have leaked because it was to their benefit. And this was all regarding the Russia investigation, which we know, and allegations, which we know have been completely debunked. So they're doing it. It's the same pattern. I'm saying, look at patterns. The patterns with the way that these organizations collude together. Hiding the information from the Hunter Biden laptop, keeping it out of the public eye, saying that they didn't have information. Tony Bobolinsky, and the Bidens, they had all of this information, and they're the ones that are choosing what they do with it and how they use it. If not just keeping it, just keeping it for themselves, knowing full well of the implications should, and these are the people that do the investigations. These are the people that gather evidence, and are supposed to do that impartially. But they're doing it in a very partisan way. And President Trump, I believe, is trying to show that. And in showing that, he's going to show the election interference and how it was done, or at least some of it, And I think it's going to be good. And I'd really like to fast forward and see what they're going to say, because they can't deny what they've actually done. The evidence is there to say the opposite. So that's going to be interesting. We know that Jack White dropped a charge, I think it was, on President Trump because he said he was going to bring forth classified information as evidence. And Jack White, like quick as anything, just drops it. That particular line of inquiry.
Yeah, it's all coming out. And it was Jack Smith. But well said, Lisa.
Yeah, Jack Smith. Well, whatever his name is, as President Trump says.
Yeah, he's not exactly the person that he says he is. So remember that one.
Yeah, and just quickly to change the subject, there is information that's come out this week about, gene therapy actually creating cancer. And this comes from the FDA, and they're admitting it, so certain therapies, they cause cancer, and they're actually talking about gene therapy. Now, isn't it or gene manipulation? Yeah, exactly. So what is the jab? It's gene manipulation. And how many people are coming up, what are the figures for cancer are seriously increased since the jab. Certain cancers, and the figures for HIV have seriously increased, and that's because it's contained within the jab. But the fact that the FDA is warning people about this, they're saying reports of 19 cases of new cancer linked to CAR T therapies, which are given to terminal cancer patients. Anyway, I just thought that was interesting because it links with the jab and the results of the jab. I'll just stick that in the chat there.
Yep, and they got that turbo cancer. Yep, that new turbo cancer going around. So they absolutely is a result to the jab, of course, guys. But if they're never gonna say that. But hey, it's just this new stuff coming out here, guys. But I think it's gonna be it's gonna be too much proof, and it's gonna be too much to disprove, guys, because it's clear the before and after facts are just they're too much to just throw under the rug, Mac.
I just want to reiterate the attack on the worldwide population wasn't like COVID. It was the jabs. So now that everyone continues to take jabs and boosters, whatever they want to mislabel it as, which is a total translation of human language. And they're using that. And I think Lisa and Mike, you mentioned it. Lawyers are really manipulating our system in order to infect or affect the human population. So I would probably take a better look at who's passing these laws and why they are happening, and to question the doctors and the hospitals that you go in, because they're probably getting funded for it in order to classify you as COVID, because it's never actually been produced in the lab. Everyone, somebody tell me, we've been talking about it for at least 2 years. Somebody produced COVID virus, COVID-19, something else in a lab for us to understand it. They haven't done it. What they do is they push a vaccine, they push a booster, they make you afraid, and let's figure it out here.
Yes, sir. And with that, guys, I got to wrap up. Hey, we got an hour and 55, almost 2 full hours, and I'm literally marinating burgers as I'm wrapping up here. So thank you, Mac and Lisa. Always a great time here on these Hold the Lines, and we're nearing episode 100, guys. So coming up on a couple of years here. It's been a fun ride, and I always enjoy your guys' viewpoint on things as well. Thank you to the mods out there for helping us out, myself and many others out there. Really do appreciate. And I'm going to release the scratchings over there. Bois Blanc, thank you very much for wait one sec. 1, 2, 3, 4 cookies. C Blanche with a cookie. Ken, Red Pill Ken with a cookie, and another cookie. So appreciate that. Yes, sir. And I'm going to be releasing the old D Live and the gold pill scratchings right now. Yes, sir.
Well, since we lost Lisa for a little bit, I'm going to pass it over to her.
Oh, I got to
she
wrap,
wants
Mac,
to say,
Mac.
but
I got to wrap, Mac.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's how we do it.
Wrap. Any parting words, Lisa?
One quick one, you know, the guy from Binance has had to step down. You know, we talked about on the show that you know, these exchanges, you know, they're as guilty as FTX, and that's now coming out. And Cristiano Ronaldo is now being sued for promoting unregistered securities because people believe that they were influenced by his connection, just like Tom Brady and Giselle Budgeon and Shaquille O'Neal with FTX. You know, look at the pattern. You get somebody famous to promote their thing. That, you know, FTX got Clinton, they got Tony Blair, and people buy into it just because of these celebrities. You know, people now need to do a start point, which is these people mislead you, and they are there to mislead you. You know, so forget that they might be that might have won the Ballon d'Or or be the fastest runner or whatever. It's like they are there to make money out of you. That's it. So good night, everybody, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, love your 10-minute warning, Southern Yankee says. Yeah. So thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Mac. I will be back with the guys for Table of Titans, 9:30 p.m. Eastern on all these same channels here. You guys can look out for Mac and Lisa doing Debunk the Junk on Telegram, usually Friday night or Saturday night. And the link for both of their Telegrams and True Socials are in there in every one of the description boxes below. So I got to go get cooking on some burgers, or I'm going to get beat when the wife gets home. So I do appreciate, and I'll speak for Mac and Lisa when we say we do appreciate each and every one of you guys for tuning in. And until that next video, thumbs up, like, and subscribe. Peace.
All right, there's Space Shot. Hold the line with Lisa B and Machiavelli. All right, guys, that's it for tonight. 9.5 hours. Lots of info. I'll be back tomorrow with Dave's interview from today with Rob Cunningham and a whole bunch of other stuff that I've been digging up. So tomorrow is another day. I am going to get some rest, and I hope you guys do the same thing. God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you. Peace.